forced error.
Or a big hole in the ground sadistically filled with sand. There's only a few yards of difference between clubs. And that's the difference between becoming a legend and a guy who lives in the purgatory of almost.
You have to really manage your nerves. Things can change at any moment, at any time.
You're fighting the field,
That's one way to make par.
the course,
There is no margin for error left.
history, and your own mind.
Got to take one hole at a time. Just got to keep giving yourself those opportunities and not play yourself out of it.
Golf is a game of barriers. The easy ones are out in the world. The hard ones are buried deep inside. Welcome to the weekend at the PGA Championship.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you to the third round of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. As we were slightly delayed just a little bit, as Mother Nature said hang tight for just about 3 hours. Peter Burns, Carl Paulson, Matt Every had an opportunity to call golf all day yesterday, and we'll have a little bit of that coming up today. As you see, the weather had blown in, and this thing happened right off the jump. Some bad weather, but doesn't really change the tee times for this crew that we'll have. Keegan Bradley, Marco Penge, and Lucas Glover.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Our Ryder Cup captain, Lucas Glover's been playing some great golf this week, and we get introduced to Marco Penge, a winner just 3 weeks ago on the DP World Tour. Long-hitting Marco Penge.
Won in China just a couple of weeks ago and really been driving the ball well. You start diving into the stats of how well Marco has played. So it'll be nice to see him along with those familiar faces of Lucas Glover. And you talked about the Ryder Cup champion, and really was talking about or Ryder Cup captain, I should say, won the championship here, the PGA, back in 2011. And we saw him and Luke Donald having some fun on the putting green earlier today, Carl. And what if they always have like a little friendly wager?
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall to hear that conversation.
Do you think he's upset? The Boston Celtics got closed out yesterday. He's such a Boston sports fan, and
Maybe
the
a little.
Knicks
Maybe a
crushed
little.
him
Yep.
last night. He will be okay. He talked about really the putting has worked on his game a lot over the last couple of weeks. And so the third major appearance, or major championship appearance rather, for Marco Penge. And Carl, you and I are talking about if you can get hot at the right time. He wins in China a couple weeks ago, gets him into this field, playing well. All of a sudden, you have a week of your life, and it could set you up for the remaining part of your career.
Yeah, this is it's always great to find out who some of these players are, some of these young players that play over on the DP World Tour, and excited to watch Marco today and get an idea of what his game is like. We know what Lucas Glover's game has been like. U.S. Open champ in 2009 has had a resurgence.
Yeah. He was outside the cut line with 9 holes to play, came in at 32. And so now they get a chance to tee it up on Saturday. Let's listen in.
Please welcome our 2011 PGA champion and our 2025 United States Ryder Cup captain from
Keegan Bradley has also been playing some very nice golf since the very end of last year. Made that run up to the playoffs and through.
Finished top 30 in the last 2 weeks. See if he can put himself in contention as far as, well, you never know. Right down the point. Playing captain. Been a while since we had one of those in the Ryder Cup. Look at that view.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Marco Penge.
Quite the week for Marco. 69 in the first round on his birthday.
Yeah, Thursday was his 27th birthday. It's always fun to look at their bios and see 1998. by the shots that we were seeing on the range, he likes to move the ball from left to right. This hole definitely calls for that.
He has cut it just perfectly, and you hear the wows from the audience and the fans out there. I think they're going to get.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Florida, Lucas Glover.
Quite a show for Penge driving the ball today. Now,
Go Tigers!
you hear the Go Tigers, and that's not for the LSU Tigers, my favorite squad. That's for the Clemson Tigers. They're in the other Death Valley, as Carl Paulson. Might be the only Clemson Tiger you do like is Lucas Glover.
Lucas is a good dude. Yeah, I can look past the orange that he wears.
A great dude on the golf course who's been crushing it all week. Matt Every is down there, going to be walking with this trio. And Matt, obviously, we had nearly a 3-hour delay earlier today. Changes what for the players? Get back to Matt in just a couple of moments. So, Matt, what's going to change for the players today with not only just either the conditions, but really kind of waiting that 3 hours? We'll get right back down to him as you see the fans that have showed up. So, Carl, you know, these guys, the tee time didn't change, but we saw that for Rory McIlroy. Showed up, was ready for 8 o'clock. You know, he needs to shoot a number, and all of a sudden the horn blows, and he's going to be now teeing off in the afternoon.
Yeah, big time bad luck for Rory McIlroy, who was going to go out early, get on this golf course before anybody else, and try to post a number. And now with the reverse horseshoe, and what that is they cut the field in half, and they start right there, right where the halfway mark is in the field, and start teeing off on 10 and 1. And on 1, you go towards the leaders, and then on 10, you go towards the bottom of the leaderboard. So he goes from an 8:15 tee time basically to last off the back.
And you look at the weather forecast for the remaining part of the day, and it looks like it's going to kick up wind-wise as well. So maybe a little bit of a disadvantage for Rory McIlroy at that point. But let's go take a look at what we've seen over the first 2 days at Quail. By the numbers, some stats and trends through these first 2 rounds. And some of the best golfers in the world missed a cut. 6 of the top 10. That's the most, tied for the most in a major all-time, going back to 2017 U.S. Open. And, of course, the Green Mile. 488 strokes over par in 2017. Already on pace to almost double. That's 343 over par. And 8 different holes have been eagled, including some hole-in-ones as well.
Yeah, had a hole-in-one at 4 and at 6. That was a drive, that 14 by Max Homa, who tapped in for eagle.
These are the updated tee times for the remaining part of the day. What's been a storyline that you've seen that's kind of, maybe shocked you a little bit?
Well, so far it was the amount of elite players that we saw fighting to make the cut last night. I mean, it's been wild, as you mentioned earlier. And by the number 6 of the top 10 in the world missing the cut this week. Big surprise. This is a big golf course, and I thought it was interesting that those guys struggled so much.
Rory got a good break on 18. That ball nearly fell, hits in the water, almost made double, and found himself not playing in the weekend. But look at Marco Penge. You get to see him drive the ball today. Is going to be a treat for us.
And it's not going to be 53 yards on every hole. Marco took a more aggressive line down the right. Glover obviously hit it up the left-hand side, so there's a big difference. 229 yards to a very difficult hole location. 31 on, 8 from the right. Hard to get it all the way back there.
It's a little work for the Clemson Tiger right from the jump, and looked like a 3-wood off the tee. I was kind of surprised that we've seen a lot of players hit that driver. But they all have a game plan. Try to listen in to Scott Vail and Keegan Bradley.
I think that's enough. Right at it. I would just play it left to right. Yeah.
Tour event and a concert in the background. That's pretty good, Carl.
Yeah. Teenage Wasteland going on. Fade it in there. Needs a kick to the right.
Settle. Right there, that's going to be elementary up and down for Keegan. 209, applying one of the tougher approach shots that we'll have just because of the length of this hole right at the opening. But part of the reason why Marco Penge is playing on the weekend is how well he drove the ball. He is #1 this week on the PGA Championship in strokes gained off the tee.
Second in distance if you include all the drives. Third for just the measured drives.
Got to be behind Bryson, right? Is that
Bryson's #1. Yeah.
We had a
By 18 yards on the measured drives, just 6 on the all the drives. It's probably just an 8-iron for Marco.
That's Max Bill, his caddy. Hit the loop this week. But you could not hit a better drive on one than Marco just hit. Get it to cut just a little bit. Well, that'll be lie dependent, but at least going to be chipping back up the hill as we are off and running. Third round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Now Lucas Glover just high enough, trying to get over that ridge. Carl, that's a heck of a shot right here on the first.
Great shot. That is tough to judge that coming down the hill. Little knee knocker coming downhill, but very, very good touch by Lucas.
You hear the good shot.
Watch how far out to the right he plays this. Lands right on that little upslope. The only place he could have landed it.
That is awfully handy. Glover will put a mark on that one. Now it's just a matter of what Marco's going to have with this lie over on this right-hand side. He's going to have to probably land it just over those sprinkler covers.
Yeah, he's pitching back into an uphill slope, though, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
Nice quiet hands for Penge. Leaves himself a little bit of an uphill putt.
Big crowds out here today.
It's a great look at how packed Quail has been, and this is logistically wise. They have done such a great job. It's such a huge property, but they do a great job with traffic flow, the fans coming out. It's been a tough ticket. People have been waiting for the PGA Championship after really President's Cup in 2022 out of here.
Yeah, give away free chicken sandwiches and hot dogs.
Oh, man.
Get in there.
Well, like we said, it was an elementary up and down for the Ryder Cup champion, who clocks in at the top 20 of the world, Carl. So
that's been the talk. Will the Ryder Cup captain qualify for his own team?
So, trivia question for the great Carl Paulson.
I know it.
You already know where I'm going?
I do.
Last playing captain. Give me the year. Let me see.
Well,
I think you know the player.
Yes, it's definitely Arnold Palmer.
Okay, that is fact. Ding ding. Arnold Palmer, the last playing captain. The year, though, was...
I know it was in the 60s. And I'm going to say 1963.
Oh, how good are you?
Let's go.
Well played, sir. Take back all those things me and Matt Everett were saying about you. Now, Glover, this one, I got to think.
Was
great.
snapping to the right. Watch how much break he's playing here.
All speed. Keep your line. No.
Oh, boy.
He said it would snap to the right. It's just hard to find yourself landing it that far outside the cup. I mean, just.
Yeah, he missed his line. He had it read right. He missed his line. See the ball wobbling a little bit. Lucas is going to rest on that one, take his time with the next one. Pretty important putt for Lucas Glover, who occasionally will struggle with that putter, although it's way better now with the long putter than it was with the short one. That's pretty obvious with the results that he's been getting, but that's the club that he lives and dies by.
No. Pulled left, and that's a disappointing opening bogey for Marco Penge, who could not have driven it in a better spot off the first. It's a great look. I mean, and again, this is one of the featured groups, so you knew that we were going to have a solid crowd watching Glover from just down the road. We're in South Carolina, and the Ryder Cup champion. I'll tap that in. What a great look at how just pure those greens are. But the difficulty of hole number one living up to its billing for our featured group. 2 bogeys out of our trio. Now we stroll to the big hook and dogleg left, par 4, second.
Yeah, no reprieve here, as a very tough fairway to hit here with dogleg from right to left, but everything slopes from left to right. Kind of have to go over the trees just slightly. Interesting hole location today, right on that front left. You've got a backboard that'll help stop the ball behind the hole. But it is a false front on the front and to the right, so you got to be pretty exact with your approach shot.
Keegan did talk a little bit about, everything that comes along with the Ryder Cup. He says, really, the only time I can turn my brain off of thinking about the Ryder Cup is when I'm inside the ropes and trying to practice as much as possible. So it looks like a 3-wood off the tee. A little different line than we saw Bryson and others take it early in this week.
Yeah, he'll go just over the right edge of that last tree on the left. Needs to sit. Okay. That's why I hit 3-wood. He hits driver. That's through on that line.
Oh, please.
So it's just the driving distance that we've seen. As you said, only second behind Bryson DeChambeau is this Marco Penge.
Going way over on the right-hand side of that tee box means he's going to hit a fade, but he's going to go up and over that first row of trees, right over the trunk of that tree on the corner. At 325, puts you right in the middle of the fairway.
Pick your line, trust it. Now it's just a matter of hit it and hope. Did he clear it all? Yes, he did. Perfect.
Goodness.
I don't think you could draw up a better start off the tee than what Marco Penge has had off number 1 and number 2. And Glover taking the Keegan Bradley approach. Another 3-wood, but it's worked so far this week, going birdie here on the second. Trying to carve it.
There. Oh, okay. There we go. Nice little bounce out of the rough through the intermediate cut into the fairway.
I'll see you on that.
You never know what you're going to see. Turtles, crows, we saw snakes yesterday, birdies, eagles, and more. It's Saturday, 3rd round of the PGA Championship.
Hi, Matt.
Matt can just go home at this point. Jeez. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Take a look at the 12th. I mean, just look at how high Marco Penge hit that golf ball, placing it. I mean, again, the sight lines that he has on this course, very similar to what Bryson DeChambeau has had so far, as you see the clear advantage, some, almost 60 yards over Keegan.
179-foot apex. That's ridiculous.
that's the case. You see Keegan.
Very many 180-foot trees around.
No.
PGA of America has allowed distance measuring devices for some years now in the PGA Championship. PGA Tour now is giving it a try.
Why not? Right? I mean, the pace of play is one of the things that players have talked about. Lucas Glover has been very passionate about, hey, how do we get players playing a little bit faster? He talks about, he had put a 9-point plan on that to get it, and part of it was the distance measuring devices. Matt Every is out on the golf course and give us a look at this crew. Hello, Matt.
Hello, boys. Beautiful. Turned into a beautiful day out here. It's a little sticky this morning. But I'll tell you what, since that electricity moved through, the humidity is gone down. We got a nice breeze. The temps have cooled off, and it's borderline pleasant out here. $157 here for Bradley. Got the wind at his back.
Body English. I think he probably thought he might get a little bit of gust from the gods there, and just ball didn't take off for him.
It's not a bad place to miss, though. Don't want to be left here.
Carl, you don't want to be left, but this is a scoring opportunity here for Lucas. Cut that corner nicely and just inside of 150 yards.
That little lower trajectory, trying to push it back in there. Oh, goodness.
Well, Matt, from what we've seen from Marco Penge, this is going to be a treat to watch off the tee today.
Guys, that tee shot he hit on one, just the sound off the face. I mean, ooh, special stuff.
You even heard the fans go, ooh, like that sounded different.
This is not an easy tee shot either. He just hit. I mean, there's quite a bit of luck involved in it, going through these trees, but it's a pretty skinny target where he's pumped this thing down to.
That ball did not get a lot of roll either. 180-foot apex, 334 yards. That is some serious power.
Oh, look, that's an absolute weapon in his golf bag, but it goes to waste if he doesn't pay off these opportunities. Just 94 yards here now for Marco, and this is a very accessible hole location with a wedge in your hand. Got all day behind it, sloping back towards the pin. You can be aggressive with this one.
Look at how perfect that lie is in that fairway.
I mean, the fairway, I just want to go out there and take a nap. This ball should have some spin on it. Throw it 3 or 4 past. Now spin.
Zip.
Now spin.
Keep on trucking.
Yeah, brought it in just a little bit lower than I was anticipating, but that's not a bad shot. Be a quick putt.
As you see, the Englishman plays on the DP World Tour, 4 professional wins, but the one that really broke through was just about 2 weeks ago over in China. 3 clear of the field there and got him into the tournament, and making the most of it is, think about 6 of the top 10 players in the world showed up to Quail Hollow thinking they could win the Wanamaker, and those six of those guys went home early, Carl. That was shocking.
Big time shock, especially with the way a couple of those guys have been playing, their current form coming into this PGA Championship. This just goes to show you got to be ready each and every week. Now, Lucas. Ooh, right in that distance that he missed at the first.
Downhill as well. Matt, we should see a little bit better short game today than maybe the clinic that we saw from Gary Woodland and Victor Hovland yesterday.
Yeah, that was something else to watch. Poor Victor. If he was just decent around the greens, he'd probably be in one of those final pairings today. Yeah, this shot here Lucas and Keegan had, it's kind of awkward. They're below the surface and not a lot of green to work with, and they also have the wind at their back, and these surfaces are starting to firm up. I think Lucas took the more aggressive approach and kind of paid the price here. If Keegan can sync up the speed through the apron and then match it up with the speed of the greens, I like this play a little bit better because of the wind at his back.
That's what I always found the hardest when you're putting from off the green. If you're more than 3 or 4 feet off the green, you've got such a speed difference from the apron to the actual green.
Oof.
Yeah, big time misread there.
Yeah, hey, they're gonna.
Yeah, I think for Keegan, that ball just kind of wandered off over on that right-hand side.
I would have chipped that 1,000 out of 1,000 times. Again, you got to go to your strength. That is a definite weakness of mine, putting from off the green. Grew up on common Bermuda, and you didn't putt through that stuff.
So now we'll see if Marco Penge can get back that opening bogey that he had just really after a brilliant tee shot over on 1. Did birdie this hole yesterday. Looking for back-to-back threes here in the second.
Be a little cautious with the speed here.
And a bucket. Carl, the speed was perfect. Allowed that hole to jump up and grab it.
Nice bounce back birdie after 2 terrific drives.
Just one more look is, again, any more pace on this ball, and I don't think it's going to catch just quite that same borrow.
Yeah, anytime a ball lips in like that, it's rolling very true. Any side spin on it at all, it will lip out, not in.
This is, like you said, similar to the putt that Glover had on the first that really just snapped over on the right-hand side. Doesn't look as severe, but there should still be a little bit of turn to it.
It's got some movement from right to left in it. There's no question about that.
I thought it would. It just stayed out right. Wonder how long it takes for those players that go to those long putters with the elbow out. How long it takes to make that transition, because you weren't taught that as a junior golfer, or maybe even a collegiate golfer.
Well,
to really feel comfortable to bring it in under the gun.
When you get to the point where Lucas was with the short putter, you figure it out pretty quickly. You get a little bit of the heebie-jeebies looking. He's been super transparent about this. I'm not saying anything mean about it. He's been the first one to admit that he had the yips with the putter. But when you get that right hand yipping in that putting stroke, you get pretty used to. You get pretty used to that long putter pretty quickly. Especially when you can feel the putter head going through without any type of wobble or any type of, involuntary movement in your hand. And he's been very good with it. Not so much today, but over the last couple of years, he's been fantastic with that long putter.
Talk about putting. Keegan had said, it's nice to be back kind of in contention and playing well. He just said, I just really wasn't putting very well, frankly, over the last couple of years. Felt the ball striking was really good, and the ball striking has been great so far. Had that opening 68 as Glover will clean that up for back-to-back bogeys. They will stride, just steps over to the third hole, playing just a friendly 481 yards and slightly up the hill. Carl, nothing to it.
Short par 4, considering some of the par 4s that we have out here at Quail Hollow. Got to stay away from those bunkers on the right. Big high lips on those bunkers. We got a right hole location today as well. And there's a tree that guards the left side of the fairway, so important to hit it straight here, and it's going to be a tough one to get close. Flagstick right on top of a ridge, and if you miss right, everything slopes up at the top from right to left as well, so it's a downhill chip if you miss to the right.
But one of the tougher fairways to hit so far is round 1. Only 51% of the players found it in the short stuff. A little bit better in round 2, right at 59%. This is a pleasure to watch some of these breakout stars and what they do extremely well. And the driver, Carl, for Marco is that club for him.
So far, so good. Going to take it at that tree on the left-hand side, work it back to the target.
A little Max Homa look to him.
It does.
Right?
It's a little quicker than Max, but he does have a little bit of that look.
Look how high he hits the ball.
Whoa!
That's going to miss to the right, but I think it's over the bunker.
Get a break.
Should be able to run that up just short of the green, maybe even on the front. It was like a cannon going off, the sound of that driver hitting the ball. Keegan's been one of the better drivers of the golf ball for the last 15 years.
I'd love to know the decibel level of the crowds that follow Keegan now that he's the U.S. Ryder Cup
That's great.
captain in Bethpage coming up later this year versus what it was maybe a year and a half ago.
And that's why I think it was such an important decision to go a little bit younger with the captaincy of the United States team. Put a guy out there that's playing, that's currently playing on the PGA Tour, has their finger on the pulse. Nice drive up that left-hand side. Need to kick to the right, and he gets it. But you got a guy that's got his finger on the pulse. He's playing with these guys, and being out there and getting the cheers from the crowd is fantastic.
Get back to our feature group coverage, third round of the PGA Championship at Quail. Yeah, hey, do you guys, yes, I'm good with the traffic. Do you guys hear me?
Can you hear us now? Okay.
Okay, weird. Welcome back to third round coverage of the PGA Championship. Of course, we're talking about Keegan Bradley, the Ryder Cup captain for Team USA, along with Luke Donald, who's playing well also. As Keegan has had a Ryder Cup dinner here this week. Trying to just get a feel for it, Carl, of the guys that he's going to be having on the team and the man that he's trying to beat over there, Luke Donald.
That's the conversation I wanted to be a part of right there.
Of course, that's the European Ryder Cup captain, as all of them will be trying to vie for one of these trophies, and there's a missing one over for the Team USA. The Euros have it right now. They got that victory over in Rome, and it was a decisive victory. Imagine there'll be a decisive home course advantage at Bethpage later this year.
That was a beat down over there, so these Americans are going to have revenge on the mind.
Probably be a calm and docile crowd.
Yeah.
Over at Bethpage Black.
Golf claps, no yelling and screaming.
Polite. We've got Matt Every out on the golf course. Matt, I see a lot more wind than we've seen so far this week. Is that fair to say?
Oh, definitely fair to say, Peter. That front that came through this morning cooled this place off a little bit, and brought a little bit of wind with it as well. 180 yards here for Glover. Very accessible hole location, especially with the wind direction down off his left.
It'd be good. Oh, indeed it is. Dialed in for Glover. A disappointing bogey start. One more look at this one, Carl.
Yeah, beautiful golf swing here. Brings us in on a lower trajectory. Hits right into the upslope of the ridge. Pops up on top and settles right next to the flagstick.
That was just a pelt he took for the fairway. Now Keegan, Matt.
Squeeze it a bit. Okay, no problems.
Yeah, beauty from Keegan. Off the tee. Guys, I don't know how Lucas Glover does it. No glove. One of the biggest sweaters on the PGA Tour. I mean, make that math for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's super ironic that his last name is Glover, too.
Yeah, with no glove.
All right, ready to roll here for Keegan. This is a scoring opportunity, as Lucas Glover just showed. 166 for Bradley.
Right on that shelf. You can barely see. You have to just get it over that swale right in the middle of the green. Both of those two players have done it.
It's amazing how much easier this hole gets from the fairway.
Yeah, Penge might have caught a break here, though, boys. First off, he's in the pine straw, so he's going to be able to maneuver this ball, put some, some sort of side spin on it that wouldn't be available if he was coming out of the primary cut. He's got to start this thing out to the left, but he's got the wind off the left that's going to help this shot out a ton, and he's right around 150 yards. That's plenty of room to produce some curve on this shot. Not the hardest shot in the world, if you ask me. He should be able to handle this. Carl, sounds like he might be going underneath. I saw just going left and putting like a 15-yard peeler on this thing with the wind off the left as well,
He just motioned with his left hand like he's going to take it out and curve it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I saw.
I think he's changed his mind, yeah.
Choked up a little bit on that club. able to get an eye on that, but didn't seem to be too concerned for Penge. Take one more look at it.
Here's a look at contact. He's just trying to stay on his left side. Clearing those hips.
Couple of early birdies. Victor Hovland, one under in his round. So is John Rahm. Wyndham Clark looking good as well, too, Carl. Just kind of got feelings about some of these guys this morning.
Cameron Young out there.
As we see overall, the leaderboard, of course, those tee times being pushed back just a little bit. They'll be off 2 different tees today because of the nearly 3-hour weather delay that we had.
Yeah, it was the people that were going to be teeing off early this morning that got kind of the raw end of the deal, where they all of a sudden they're not going out to the golf course to tee it up after they've warmed up, and then they're back in the clubhouse for 3 or 4 hours until their tee time at the very end of the day off the 10th tee. So we'll see how those guys react to that bad news.
What do you do? So your McIlroy, let's say your tee time was 8:20. You're probably at the golf course by at least 6:30.
Yeah.
Okay. To do your 6:30. Do you go back to the house? Do you?
Depending on where you're staying, how long it'll take you to get back. If I could get 2 hours back at the house, I would go.
Okay.
And just try to reset everything. You know, it's different, right? You never get to the golf course 6 hours before your tee time. That changes everything up. All of these guys are creatures of habit, so I would go back and just restart.
No, Matt, here's Penge.
Well, not the easiest shot here for Marco. A lot of green to work with. Needs the old chunk and run. We got the chunk part down.
Settle right there. Oh, it's probably going to catch that. Little swale in the middle of the green, so we'll have a little work left.
Just a tough leave there. Boys, that was not the easiest bunker shot in the world. I thought he would have had better luck on that second shot, though. I think that was a bit of a mishit. That thing came out way too high.
We got a very good close-up view of the contact, and that ball did come out way higher than he thought.
Interesting, Carl. You know, you hear this a new name every now and then, and everyone's long now. I mean, everyone is, especially the young kids. And obviously, this guy is the elite of the elite as far as length is concerned. And you just watch him, and you're like, man, if these guys could just figure out some sort of wedge game. I mean, just some sort of wedge game, because it's such a weapon hitting it that far and that straight.
Just dies out for Keegan Bradley.
Boy, these greens look like they got a little fire in them today.
They do. That, you know, Carl, that comes with the drop in the humidity, the drop in the temp.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking maybe 10 degrees, the drop in the temp. It was pretty steamy out here yesterday, and now I'm telling you, it's pleasant out here right now.
Yeah, the drop in humidity does a lot to the grass, a lot more than people realize. The more humid it is, the more full these blades of grass are, and when that humidity drops, the blades of grass shrink a little bit, and it just creates less friction on these greens. You're going to see it as the ball slows down today, Peter, taking some serious turns to the right and left.
That's more about agronomy than I ever thought I'd learn. In fact, that was the smartest thing you've ever said.
Did I sell that? Because I just made it up.
No,
Okay.
You sounded. You can say anything if you're confident enough. The delivery was great.
This wind's going to wreak havoc today, boys. It's picking up for sure. We're looking at about a steady 10 right now. Gusts around 15, and I'm not exaggerating there.
Up the hill for Penge. Never really. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's another reason why some of these guys that were going to tee off early this morning, that were kind of on that number, whether it be Schauffele or Rory, trying to get out early, put a number, get a little bit windier in the afternoon, and now they're get flipped on that tee time. And
you better believe that's what they were ticked off about. I mean, obviously they got up early, but they had a massive advantage getting out in front of this this win this afternoon, and they knew that. I mean, 6 or 7 under would have gone a mile. Now, you know, 6 or 7 under might not be possible in this stuff.
so Glover, after the brilliant approach, got it. That was a confident stroke.
Nice little bounce back after that bogey start for Lucas.
He's had some shades. He, what, third, tied for third at the Players, tied for third at Valspar. It's a great look.
That was the best stroke by far today.
Confident. Captain, oh captain, with the par on number 3. These guys will make that quick little jaunt over to the 4th hole right after Marco cleans his up. And he does. So off to the 4th. It's playing some 177 yards so far today. And in round 1, Mr. Cole says, I don't need the putter.
I feel like it's a good game plan to just make a 1 on the par 3s.
Well, it helps the pace of play when you think about it. Just great sign as we get the overview of this 177-yard par 3 with that pin precariously right tucked behind that bunker.
Yeah, that's not too far away from where it was on Thursday. A little bit more to the left on Thursday. I expect to see some good shots of this flagstick.
One of the more gettable par 3s out of this golf course, as they definitely have some
69-76. Yeah.
length behind us. We'll try to listen into these conversations on the tee box.
Rodden, H. Rodden, can we get the 70? I want to get it close, otherwise we just get something up against it. Just only 7's a lot.
I was on the 7 myself, just caught up against it, but I mean, if you
it.
want to go to the right, you know, up the right there is only 60.
No, I was just talking about.
I know what you're saying, but the 64 is the front right. If you want to go that way, I'm okay. You know, it's the sort of shot you want to hit.
I think it covers personally. If it's Rodden. You?
I just don't think it can be right of the left of the number 4. You know what I mean? I think it's got to be coming, not crossing it.
I agree. I'm looking at that tree just right of the 4, and then just roll it over.
Gotcha.
Good with that?
Yep.
All right, well, you heard a lot of it there. Wind dead off the right, and there's 2 ways you could carve this ball in there. It looks like Lucas is needing a little bit of extra help, so he's going to ride this thing from right to left.
It's going right to left.
Boy, great interaction there between Lucas and his caddy. That was never going to be enough club to get it to the hole.
A good one of these?
Yeah, it needs to be hit.
You like it though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's coming on gets hit the front. I want it right of the pin. It's got to be on the 4. Okay?
Yeah.
And the reason these caddies are harping right of the pin is the carry number is just a little shorter over there. This is 8-iron here for Keegan.
Aiming way right, man.
Throwing it in, though.
Be right.
Be right.
Whoa!
Hey, Keegan.
Thank you very much, bud.
He knew it right from the jump. You hear get right about halfway through.
Be right.
It was.
Beautiful shot.
Thank you.
It's a nice pull on it.
Yeah, exactly.
8-iron for Penge.
Yeah, Penge really looking for his first quality iron shot of the day. It's on a nice line if it's the right distance.
This thing tracking. That's it. That's it right there.
Backed it up.
Impressive. All right, so we'll have 3 birdies at it, depending on who can get the flat stick rolling. And now from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, or our PGA professional out of the Pelican, Natalie Sheehan talks a little bit about the captain, Keegan Bradley's putting.
So I got to walk on Tuesday with his performance coach, Dr. Mo, and we walked the whole back 9 together. We chatted about what they've been working on together since the Masters, where Keegan did not putt his best. And so, you know, we all know that Keegan gets a little fidgety over the golf ball, and he was doing way too many looks at the hole, maybe 4 to 5 looks at the hole once he got over the golf ball. So they simply adjusted his routine to do less looks, more like 1 or 2 looks at the hole, so that he pulls the trigger more quickly and really commits. So for those of you at home, an easy little trick you can use is to go ahead and get set up and say in your head, hole, ball, back, through. So it kind of helps your tempo and helps you pull the trigger faster so that you can stay more committed. But this is something that he and his performance coach have been working on really hard since the Masters.
Great stuff there, Natalie, and I agree. Anything to play a little bit quicker is good for the game.
It's a great look at the Queen City of Charlotte. And pace of play is something that Lucas Glover has been a huge proponent on. Really, everybody has been a huge proponent on it.
Yeah, the ones that haven't are the slow ones.
It's fair to say. Matt, have you seen it get better on tour, you know, covering it week to week now, or is it just as slow as it's ever been?
Man, I see a little bit of both. You know, a couple of encouraging things. A lot of the younger guys coming out right now are pretty fast. You know, you look at Ludwig, Thorpe Bjornsson is quick. But there's a couple things that I don't think are helping us out at all. I know we beat it to death, but there's no way Aim Point is making our game quicker. There's just zero chance. And I don't really think it does much anyways. Most guys out here have a nice set of eyes on them, and they're going to look at the putt and read it regardless of if they do Aim Point or not. I don't know. There's also not a lot of places to go out here.
No.
Our limited fields, yeah, that's when you could see some pace issues and identify the problems. But out here, when you get behind for a hole, and then next thing you know, there's a reachable par 5 and there's a 3-group wait. Well, what are we even timing guys for if they're just going to run into a brick wall here in 20 minutes?
We see that on the drivable par 4 14th, and then the reachable par 5 15th, where there's been a little bit of a log jam last couple of days. You hear a roar somewhere. That's when you know it's a major on the weekend.
I will say, guys, out of all the initiatives the tour is doing to try to speed up the pace of play, including the distance measuring devices, I think posting the times for the players and the public to see is where the real difference is going to be made.
I agree. Lucas misjudged the quickness of that putt. Not that you would ever tap in from that distance that Lucas has, but that's another thing that adds at least 30 minutes to all of the rounds, and that is tapping in is a lost art on the PGA Tour.
We heard that little tip there from Natalie about Keegan's putting and the work he's been doing with Dr. Mo. I wonder where aim point factors in on that. Like, if we're trying to free things up, I don't think that's a natural, athletic motion. And Keegan is a full-on athlete. I mean, I've seen him play other sports. I remember when he first started wearing those Air Jordans, I was questioning some things. So I was like, wait a second. And then there was a rain delay during the Byron Nelson, and we got to play some ball together, and he is nice. So I'm wondering if, you know, you just go back to that athletic move, that look, point, and shoot. Can you have aim point involved in that?
It's a valid question, because Scotty Sheffler got rid of putting the line on the ball and started putting a lot better, just kind of freed him up instead of, you know, trying to be so exact. It is a sport, for crying out loud, you know. Let's see if Penge can bounce back from the bogey at 3 like he did.
That was a heck of a descent angle on that shot there from Penge. It's been some impressive stuff, ball striking wise so far.
Yes, sir. He'll make a par today, I promise you.
Miniature, they call Psycho scorecard early. Is a couple of different bogeys, couple different birdies. So now, Natalie Sheehan was just talking about the new approach. Look, get behind it.
Two looks.
And rolls it in. A birdie to get back the shot that he dropped over on the second. Gets him back to 2 under for this championship.
Yeah, the key here is once he looks back the second time from the hole to the ball,
it's a go.
It's a go. Pull the trigger and let's rock.
Never a doubt.
Yeah, it's an excellent putt.
And now Glover. This is a little bit of a straighter putt than the 2 that he missed early to start the round. Not much to this one, and makes it look easy. So 2 birdies and a par. We'll see some 2s on hole number 4 today, maybe even another 1 as we stride over to the 5th. Carl,
458 yards today. Going to be a big pop to carry that bunker on the right-hand side. We know Penge can do it, but if you can't carry those bunkers, it's a little bit of a tight fit between those 2 fairway bunkers on the right and the fairway bunker on the left. Back right hole location today. Pretty accessible coming from the fairway.
pretty much all week long, these players around 65% chance of hitting the fairway. We saw the 36 birdies throughout those first 2 rounds. As that pin placement over on 5, kind of tucked back right. Just a great look at just the size of this crowd as Jon Rahm making a run, Carl.
Nice round so far. 2 under through 3, getting himself on that first page of the leaderboard.
Victor Hovland playing well also, impressive. And how about Wyndham Clark also moving up in that leaderboard?
Colin Morikawa has birdied his first hole over at the 10th.
Max Homa had it up to 7 under yesterday. Very impressive round to get him back involved into it. Now, Keegan off the tee on number 5. Settle. Okay.
I'm thinking start and finish like 1 yard inside the track.
That's a good angle to that back right hole location as well.
Yes, I mean, if anything, we are on the line if there is that. We are edging towards hurt, not help ever.
I don't think I've got that bunker.
Okay.
It says hurt. So I need to move my centre point on that tree.
Yeah, and then is it just sort of
Starting on that, yeah.
321 to carry that bunker today on that right-hand side with just a breath of wind back at the players. He's adjusting this line slightly to the left.
Just look at the spine angle, how straight that angle is on his back.
You can tell how young or old a player is by their posture.
He's asking for it to get over that bunker on the right. Oh no, just catches the top of it. So we'll see when Matt Every gets up there in just a couple of moments on whether or not that ball will have to contend with that lip. You're right though, looking at his spine structure versus Keegan kind of gets over it and make a move. Even Lucas.
Little bullet, low bullet right there by Glover.
Seen that flatter trajectory from him all week long as Penge and Bradley at 2 under. Lucas Glover even par as they're all trying to hoist this, the Wanamaker Trophy, the PGA Championship. Yeah. So, yeah, let Matt.
Right now? We're doing that now? Okay.
Well, why don't you hold this until we're on hole 6, though? Because then that makes sense, right? Scotty Sheffler has arrived at the golf course and 5 under, and he'll be playing along with Max Homa today. We had a great round yesterday, and Siwoo Kim had some fun yesterday. As we see on the 6th hole, it was playing just, 252. Carl Paulson.
Yeah, just a little 5-wood sliding it in there from left to right. Little body English as it carries the bunker on the left-hand side, and what do you know? Oh, yep.
Is that a record, Carl? It's got to be the longest hole-in-one?
It is. In fact, last year in the 3rd round at Royal Troon, it was Siwoo Kim who made the longest recorded hole-in-one.
No way.
Yes.
In a major?
At 238 yards. He broke the record yesterday, which he held.
Matt Every is, Siwoo a little bit as well, too. Hole-in-one. It's nice.
It is nice. I got plenty of Siwoo stories. I could talk over these shots and give you guys one if you want.
Well, we're watching it, so I'm always in for good storytelling, I'll be honest with you.
Okay, well, here we go. Let me start from the beginning. Siwoo and I, back in 2016, I used to have a caddy named Bobby Brown, and we worked together for like 6 months. Great dude. Anyways, a couple players later, he ends up working for Siwoo, and this is in Tampa at Innisbrook, and he comes bopping over to me on the range. We get paired together on Thursday, Friday. He goes, "You're going to love Siwoo." He's like, he's the Korean you. And I'm like, all right, we'll see. So we get out there, and I'm just chopping. I shoot like 4 or 5 over. Siwoo hit the quit button like 5 times and shot 3 under. It was insane, but I was obsessed from the start. Anyways, we get done, and I go to the range to hit balls, and Bobby comes bopping over, and he goes, "You're never going to believe what Siwoo just said to me." And I go, "What?" And he goes, You think I'm crazy?" He goes, "That met every crazy, but I like him." and so we've been like really good buddies since. And 2 of my dear friends out here, Brian Vranish and a guy I actually went to school with, Manuel Villegas, who's Camilo's little brother, actually caddies for Siwoo now. On our way in yesterday from covering Bryson, we make a sharp turn and we almost run over Siwoo and Manny on their way to the tee, and we had a nice laugh about it. And I said, "This is good luck. Something good's going to happen for you today." And then he makes a hole-in-one.
Unbelievable. We see a good shot from safe play for Keegan Bradley. You nearly took out Siwoo Kim before he broke his own record for the longest hole-in-one.
Not only has he made 2 long hole-in-one, he's made 6 on the PGA Tour since 2016.
Well, we're talking about one of the most talented players to ever play the game. I mean, this guy
aggressive too.
I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. If I'm a spectator, a paying spectator, I'm going to watch Siwoo Kim play golf. You will 100% be entertained.
We'll see that a little bit later on our broadcast.
We have lip issues here?
No, this is totally fine here for Penge. He's got a great line, no tree issues at all. Couldn't ask for much more, to be honest.
Just 134 yards, clean contact, should produce a nice shot.
Caught it well. Settle. Okay. Asking for it to sit, and he does. As we are underway, the 3rd round of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Reminder, you can follow 3 different feature groups and featured holes live on ESPN+. We got that trio of Chris Kirk, Rory McIlroy, and Xander Schauffele coming up a little bit later. Of course, our group. And 14, 15, and 16, the start of the Green Mile over on 16, but drivable par 4, 14th, and that reachable par 5, 15. So we look at the approaches on the 5th. Penge from that bunker, just finding the fringe. Get a little bit of a read to Keegan Bradley's 37 feet.
Lucas will have a nice look.
Tell you what, boys, this Penge, he looks like an athlete. I don't think there's a lot of body fat on this guy. slippery one here. This is going to move to his right early, then straighten out, maybe even come back to his left as it loses speed.
Trying to come back around. That's
well judged.
Awfully good. Keegan getting a couple looks at it. See John Rahm starting to play well today, 2 under through 4. Cameron Young 2 under through 2. Bryson with an opening birdie. So buckle up, boys and girls. We could have a day, Matt Every.
I think we are going to have a day. It's been pretty quiet around here the first 2, but stuff's gonna start to shape up here. And look, there's been a ton of inspirational golf being played out here, being played this year, period. And I don't think we're done yet. We got a lot of good storylines that could emerge. Don't sleep on Tommy Fleetwood either.
We'll see Fleetwood a little bit later today as Bradley. See if he learned anything off this putt.
Good roll.
I mean, even with that weather, I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, Matt. Really, just the difference is, as far as the conditions of the course, didn't really change. Sub-air greens, they're still firm, rolling well. Didn't seem to be, super wet, despite the little storm that we had coming in. It's more really the wind that'll be the difference in today's round.
Yep, the wind, and then I think we touched on it on the previous, or maybe 2 holes ago, the speed of the greens. I think these things are going to start to pick up speed as the day goes on, especially with the wind speeds.
Make a memory.
Reach.
Back-to-back pars for Lucas Glover. Just really actually hit the ball fairly well early. Just ended up having 2 tricky little putts to start the round. I mean, this is the one that kills me. He does the Texas 2-step twice for a 2-footer.
Not much in this.
Okay. Again, for those just joining us, they were scheduled to play in twosomes earlier today, but because over a 3-hour weather delay, they decided to kind of horseshoe it and do split tees as Penge will clean up his par. Got it. So we'll have players teeing off the front and the back today as the first par for Marco, giving us a little something to talk about as we showed hole number 6, Siwoo Kim, after the good luck charm Matt Every nearly running him over on the golf course. Now 221 yards.
They're taking it easy on the boys today, but a tough hole location buried behind that bunker on the left-hand side, so they moved it up a box and let these guys bring in some middle irons to this left hole location. Wind coming out of the left too. Going to be awfully tough to get one close here.
You seen the wind. It's as active as a flagstick as I have seen so far this week, and it's only scheduled to get a little bit windier as the day continues to move on. It's a great look at that.
It'll be back into the player's face from the right on the par 5 7th, which will make that hole very interesting.
Trying to listen in to some of these conversations being held on the tee box.
213 and this is 210.
Can afford to land it a little less than 2 away. I got it. Yeah. 213.
How far high on the rankings does Keegan need to be to where that becomes a legitimate discussion, Carl, about a playing captain and how well he's
7 or 8.
7 or 8?
Yeah.
Okay. 19th in the world right now. But another good week.
Go. Go.
Gets the bunker.
Matt, with this wind coming out of the left, it's going to be awfully tough to get one close here.
Yeah, I was trying to get in there, guys. It's just not a favorable wind direction for this whole location today, and the ball's in the air a long time as well. It's not one you want to be the guinea pig on either, Carl.
15 miles an hour from left to right. Just have about 5 paces between the bunker and the flag.
Tell you what, these guys off the DP World Tour, they got some cool names, don't they?
Yeah.
Marco, Rasmus. We got Peter, Matt,
Carl. Trying to carve it in over the bunker.
Oh, that's
settle.
a good shot. I'm buying stock in this kid.
Yeah, that is a tricky little pin placement. I'm going to say the over and under for birdies here on this hole today. I'd give it at 4.5.
Ooh.
Hammer the under.
Yeah.
Hammer.
I'll take the under.
I'm betting it every way you let me.
Golly.
You could lower it to 2.5, and I would take the under.
Wow. Somebody's going to make some cross-country putts.
It's just a nasty. The wind direction and the whole location.
2.5.
No thanks.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll take
it.
3. I'll take 3. I would tell you what.
Dinner. Three's a winner.
Well, let's
for
not
you.
get carried away for dinner. I mean, it's going to get you one of the free waters out here.
How about that, by the way?
That is, I did not know that was a thing. PGA Championship ticket included refreshments. Pretty cool.
I think they might be onto something.
Let's go all-inclusive tournament tickets, and let's go with the Masters theme where no cell phones on the club.
Love it.
On the course. That low trajectory is just got to be so hard. Just.
I mean, if that lands on that trajectory, it's going way past, yeah.
We'll get a look at that and dial in me and Every's small wager here on the 6th when we return.
Bradley needs to hold this one. It's looking great. Unbelievable. Young Keegan Bradley makes 2 at 17.
It was sort of an out-of-body experience. I couldn't believe what was happening, and then it crossed my mind for a second that I might actually win this tournament.
And we're going extra holes. Only Bradley or Duffner can win it now. A rookie no more.
As a rookie, you might not know how special it is. I always say that I'm never a former major champion. I'm always a major champion. In our sport, that's it. That's the biggest measuring stick.
A blast from the past, but it wasn't a flash in the pan, as Keegan has had success over the years, 19th in the world. Of course, kind of, as he's talked about it many times, about a year ago, surprised that he was the Ryder Cup captain.
Yeah, I think it was a great decision, though.
Man, guys, I had a hot take about 2 weeks before they announced that. I knew they were going to throw a curveball at us, and I was hoping they were gonna let the caddies be captains this year and do Joe LaCava versus like Billy Foster after what happened 2 years ago. Would have made perfect sense too in the New York area. All right, I got to dodge this chip in here from Keegan.
Okay.
You know, it's not the worst leave today. Short.
Well, just pitching back up, as you saw it, able to control it.
Another hot take. I'd almost rather be where Keegan was than Marco.
Even with that putting back into the wind?
It's not really into the wind.
It's not?
It's like down. It's like just dead off the right,
Okay.
going with what the slope.
Hot take, this is makeable.
Yeah, I was leaving that one alone.
Yeah,
Peter.
I figured
that was
just
your hot take.
Leave me out on an island. Way to go, teammate. Carl was pulling for a chip in right there, so I could bank an early birdie.
I mean, I'd like to see this get close so I could keep an eye on it this afternoon.
Oh, Peter, you're a local here. Beef and Bottle. Dinner at Beef and Bottle.
Beef and Bottle would be a good spot. Steak 48, another good one. Our friends over at No Laying Up found themselves into the crosshairs, saying that this was a mid-food city. Diet Atlanta. So boys were calling.
Diet Atlanta.
I'll be honest with you. I've lived here in the Queen City for 11 years and really enjoy it. Great city, good golf, good people.
All right, this is going to be the hardest putt Marco sees all day, and watch him bury it. But it's got about 6 or 7 feet of movement and very slick overall. It'll be real easy for this thing to trickle out 5, 6, 7 feet by.
Yeah, he's looking well out to the right, as Matt just alluded to.
Got to keep its head. Well, it didn't, but
it's a good putt.
couple of low scores out on the golf course so far today. So scoring conditions. It'll be nice if that wind does not pop up.
Well, we thought Penge had a good drive at 2. Bryson DeChambeau had 84 yards into the second green. That is just wild. The two longest hitters this week at the PGA Championship.
Bryson did birdie 1, but just lipped out for birdie on 2. So he almost went birdie to start. Rahm 2 under through 4. To see some numbers today. Now Glover
to remain 1 over on the day. Even for the championship. Boy, that was a confident stroke.
We saw that same stroke over on 3 with the birdie, and another 3 on the 6th. Penge. I got 2-putt. Be a lot of people that would just like to take a 3 and move to the next hole with that pin location, but hopefully 3 of them make birdie today as we get ready to go to the par 5 7th in just a couple of moments. That's really one of the opportunities, 7 and 8. Kind of those birdie chances out on the front. So let's take a look at the 7th, Carl Paulson, the 548-yard par 5.
Yeah, creek running down that right-hand side. Some players will try and hit it up the left side of the fairway, but you got 2 fairway bunkers over there that will collect a lot of these drives here at the 7th. We got a back left hole location. They have not used the bowl yet this week. Front left, back right, now back left. Many of these players in the field can reach this green in 2. Being down in the bowl is not all that difficult of a 2-putt.
Second easiest hole out on the golf course at Quail. I've seen 4 eagles, but really give back to the field, especially if you end up bogeying this. And we've seen not only a bogey, but so Gary Woodland make a triple here in his first round. Is a great look at tree-lined Quail Hollow, 1961.
Our 7th hole at the very top of your screen there on the right-hand side.
Keegan and Marco both 2 under. Lucas at even par, but got some early birdies so far today. Okay, we will be having Siwoo Kim, Max Homa, and Scotty Sheffler. They're going to be teeing off in, well, just about 20-30 minutes or so. And so we'll break in these headsets for another hole or 2 and allow George Savaricas and Scott Verplank and Steve Scott to call Scheffler, Homa, and Siwoo Kim here on this featured group.
Wind coming out of the right, so it's going to be an uncomfortable tee shot for these guys. You want to ride the wind, but to do that, you got to take it pretty close to that creek on the right-hand side.
Uh-oh.
Come on, wind.
He's asking
Come on, wind.
that wind.
Oh, I think it's up.
All right, I heard a couple. It's all right.
Yeah, I agree.
He was expecting the wind to have a bit more impact on that shot. Oof. Second longest player in the field has bogeyed a par 5 2 days in a row.
Of all the holes for Penge to really take advantage of. Just really kind of made a mess around the greens the last 2 days.
Fading it back up against
Ask for it to stay. Settle. All right.
It's in the rough.
I mean, again, you and we talked about this yesterday. I would have loved to have seen them shave off a little bit of that towards the water. Let's make this a little bit more interesting. We saw even on hole 15 over on the left-hand side, you could shave that thing all the way down to the water and really would create a different calculus problem for some of these players.
Remind me never to get on your bad side, Peter.
It takes a lot to do that.
Now Lucas will take it up the right and draw it with the wind.
It's that little low.
May have overcooked this one. And he has in that first.
Oh, look at
there
that.
There she is.
Settle.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That's
They
going
might
to be
a little
interesting.
That might be a little bit of launching pad.
Might not have a stance, though.
Well, you've created some drama for the next hole, or the next shot, we should say. A great aerial view of Quail, Keegan Bradley, Marco Penge, Lucas Glover. Third round coverage of the PGA Championship. Welcome back to third round coverage of the PGA Championship. Peter Burns and Carl Paulson, and we're jealous. George Savaricas and Scott Verplank going to have this Scotty Sheffler, Max Homa, and Siwoo Kim group, and they'll be taking over these headsets in just about 15 minutes. Homa played incredible. Scotty just kind of slowly creeping up, and Siwoo Kim, who broke his own record, Carl Paulson, for the longest hole-in-one in a major, and did it yesterday on 6.
Absolutely insane. Great reaction to the hole-in-one as well. We've had a hole-in-one at 4 this week by Eric Cole.
Almost had one on 14, the drivable par 4 as well.
And almost had one on 17 on day 1 when Bryson DeChambeau hit it 3 inches from the hole.
This is where we reside on the 7th. Keegan over the right-hand side. Penge right as well. Lucas Glover, that ball had landed in the bunker but looked to have come out, and he might be in great condition. I think he's going to have a little bit of a launching pad from 255 out.
I think perfect. Bradley's ball did stay in the fairway over there on that right-hand side.
Well, what do you think? You want to lay up?
No, I don't think the layup's like
easy either, right?
That's right, Keegan. We don't want to lay up.
Yeah. It's less off the right. It's more like, yeah, it's half and half. I feel like it's more into on this angle.
Yeah. You like this?
I do. I give it a little bit, start on the 7. Hopefully it stays kind of straightish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Full commit, though.
Definitely want to see him going
Definitely
for
right
it.
to left, I think, Keegan.
No great story has ever started with. So I was laying up on the 7th.
Let the gust in here. We'll be waiting on the next hole anyways. There you go.
Could argue that it might have cost Bryson maybe a look at the Masters when he decided to lay up on 3 this year. That was kind of shocking.
Looks like he's just a little bit indecisive. Got to be fully committed hitting a shot with this much trouble up around the green.
You heard that from Scott. Vail is to stay committed.
Don't make a liar out of me. Don't make a liar out of me.
Oh, what a
great shot.
On that top shelf, Keegan Bradley. That's right. You don't lay up. Come on. You think you're Carl Paulson? No, you go for it. Great shot for the captain, taking out some of his Celtics aggression from last night.
Don't make a liar out of me.
Here's Scotty Bill saying, don't make a liar out of me. He wanted to make sure he had enough club to clear that water. Not only did it clear the water, that's hole high. Have an outside opportunity for an eagle. Okay, there is enough room.
I told you,
there.
Launching pad.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was enough room.
Oh, sorry, we were talking.
I thought his left foot might be in the bunker, but he's just fine. Well, Matt had mentioned earlier that it's getting a little bit gusty out there. It's going to be pulling these players off some shots, especially ones with this much trouble up around the green.
That's a great look. Sweet Lou doing a great job directing today. Schofield producing us, doing the Lord's work. That's just such a low trajectory for everything that Lucas hits. Trying to hit that sniper up the fairway. Now sit.
Wow. That thing rocketed through the green.
I thought maybe with that line might be able to really get it up in the air, but that's just really the trajectory that Lucas uses for virtually everything. But it snags, so he's like, yeah, a little downhill. Now,
it's not just 8 at the same time? No. I'd be more towards opening and facing 6.
it's Carl.
Honestly, the line's not.
Sound like he said open the face on a 6. I guess.
The line's not that. Okay.
That's a great look of how close he was to flirting that water.
Solves the problem. He's going to knuckle anyway. Either club's going to knuckle. All right. Okay, good. So I think line-wise, like middle of the left track. Okay, good. And trying to hit a fade into that. Yeah, like fade it off the left. Yeah, so if it comes out a bit cracker. Yeah. Out there. Yeah. All right.
All right, all the calculations done. Now Marco Penge trying from 226 to get this on the left front of the green. Maybe chase it back to the back hole location.
Wants to get dialed in. I think one less club. We're playing a little bit safer here. This is a monster hole for Penge and a monster week for him at 2 under.
I actually think he went back for more club, opening the face up, trying to get it up in the air.
We're tracking. That's a smart play for Marco Penge. Going to have a lot of green to work with to get up of that shelf as we continue our 3rd round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Welcome back to 3rd round coverage of the 107th PGA Championship, Quail Hollow Club, a little over 3-hour weather delay, which changed a lot. But not for the fans, as now it is beautiful. A little bit of breeze. A lot of pastel colors here in the Queen City. You'll see a leaderboard that's starting to get awfully impressive as John Rahm has put himself in contention as well, as he's over at so that second page of the leaderboard, but all trying to catch Jonathan Vegas at 8 under. You see Rahm actually had it at 4 under, just a bogey over on the 6 in our featured group. All right, now Keegan Bradley, Lucas Glover, and Marco Penge. Now,
guess it's going to be a cool little shot. Back foot spinner. Wants to get it to skip 2 or 3 times first.
It skipped 3 times. That's a Penge settle.
Yeah, he's putting back uphill, though. You want to get that chip past the hole. The back edge of that green goes away from you. Nice little touch there from a guy that can hit it 335 in the air.
We see Scott free opportunity. Let's look a little bit of where Lucas Glover's ball just got caught up in that rough afterwards. But enough green should be able to just pop it right over this fringe and let it kind of dead hand out, Carl. Settle.
That's fine. Back up.
Settle.
That's a good shot. He's left himself some testers today, though.
So Keegan, aggressive. Just a fantastic shot from the Ryder Cup captain.
Yeah, he's hit it in the one spot on this green, though, Peter, that doesn't have a whole ton of movement to it. This is a fairly straight putt from 42.5 feet. It's going to go a little left at the start and then kind of straighten up at the hole.
Reminder for those hanging out with us, we'll have Siwoo Kim and Max Homa and Scotty Sheffler in just moments after this group holds out. Keegan, chance to get it to 4. 8 stretch. We'll have a little meat left on the bone. Picture perfect conditions right now. Get a little bit warmer during the day. Wind should be gusting though. Just a touch. I'm telling you, there's no way, I guarantee you, Marco Penge, Carl, could show up this week and say, I'm Max Homa, and people would believe it. I'm thinking. You could be Max Homa's stunt double.
Yeah, it's got a little look. It's a little the same look. Same build.
Little. That's exactly like him. From behind.
Let's see if Penge can convert on the birdie. It'd be his 3rd of the day.
Great look. Oh.
Man, that thing broke a lot.
Missed it in the right spot. Great chip, but it's just disappointing. Just a touch more speed. It was going to hold its line, but does not.
Yeah, for a guy that's having such a good tournament, he has really played this 7th hole poorly.
Bogey, bogey, par this week.
This putt shouldn't have a whole lot of movement.
And it did.
That is textbook how you play this hole. Driver 5-wood, 2-putt.
So despite that bogey on the second, Keegan two birdies as he'll stroll on over to the 8th, which is a birdieable hole as well. We saw Lucas 2 squirrely putts right from the jump, and Carl, this looks like it's got a little bit of wiggle to it as well.
Yeah, this is a lot like the putt that he missed at the first. Let's see if he hits this one with a little more confidence.
Oh, never a doubt, right? Well, our AM feature group coverage is wrapping up. George Savaricas, Scott Verpoint, Steve Scott will have Siwoo Kim, Max Homa, and Scotty Sheffler. Enjoy the rest of your day.
So, will it be cold open or will I have titles? Okay. ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you into the 3rd round of the 107th playing of the PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm George Savaricas. Pleased to be sitting alongside Scott Verplank in our broadcast booth. Out on the course, we will have Steve Scott, the leaderboard. As it stands right now, Johnny Vegas, a 2-shot advantage.
Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:44 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from the Republic of Korea, Siwoo Kim.
That 2-shot advantage over 3 players. Matthew Pavone, Matt Fitzpatrick in the final group. Siwoo Kim in this second-to-last group. At 6 under par, he will have the honor.
And you can hear the wind whipping, George, so right back into it, a little left to right.
Siwoo had an electric second round, including a hole-in-one. Title round of the week with a 64 through the trees, and that'll end up in the right rough.
Not the opening shot he wanted with the pin on the back right, but going to be a different golf course today.
Max Homa.
How about this start by Max Homa? As we see, this is the second time he's in the top 5 through 36 holes in a major. The start to his second round went out in 6 under 30 off the 10th tee, including an eagle on the par 4 14th. He matched Siwoo Kim shot for shot on Friday with a 64 to play his way into contention, 3 back.
Looks perfect. Watch Max warm up. Had a great warm up. He's swinging so good. It's just
from Texas,
how he kept his head
Scotty
between there and
Sheffler.
here.
World #1 Scotty Sheffler. Consecutive rounds in the 60s, 69, 68. If you watched every single shot he's played over the course of 2 days. Not his A game. Yet here he is, just 3 behind the leader, Johnny Vegas, in the second to last group at the PGA Championship.
Let's go, Scotty!
Scheffler up the right side.
Looking good, I believe.
And that'll split the fairway.
Which he didn't do a whole lot of yesterday. So, talked to Randy Smith on the range, watching Scotty. Said it was all about his alignment off the tee. So he felt like he was going to be able to get his driver in the fairway today.
It was just a tick off. It seemed like he was so close. He was fine in the center of the club face, directionally just a touch off, like you mentioned. So alignment, the key for Scotty Sheffler in round 3. Steve Scott, third member of our broadcast team with us. Steve, what are these conditions going to be like for the third round?
Well, Scott, I think you alluded to it a moment ago. This is just not going to be the weather that they saw the first 2 rounds. This wind's picking up 16 miles an hour, kind of steady, over 20 miles an hour gusts these players are going to find today. And once you get towards the green mile, some of these holes where you have a lot of danger, it's going to be a real problem. But look, we know Scotty Sheffler, he can win major championships. He's got 2 under his belt, trying to go for a 3rd this week. And we've got Siwoo Kim, a players champion, changed putters back and forth, rolling the rock really well. But the story really, I think, is Max Homa. Max Homa is a player really trying to get his game back in order. And he has changed everything in his golf game in the last 6 months. He's changed his clubs, he's changed his clothes, he's changed his caddy, and he's changed his coach. And it's really a testament of how his mental game has really come back, of how he's playing right now. He shot his lowest round ever in a major championship yesterday, 64. So he is really poised to do what he wants to do here today on a golf course where he has won his first PGA Tour title. So he's very comfortable in these confines at Quail Hollow.
Back in 2019 at the Truist Championship, Homa, 6-time winner now on the PGA Tour. Best finish this season. Coming in the Masters was T12. Hasn't had a top 10. Has tumbled to 78th in the world golf rankings, but what a day he had. Lowest major round of his career, best by 3 shots with that 7 under 64 on Friday. Tied his lowest score on the back 9 at Quail Hollow. I mentioned that fast start. A 30 will certainly do on those 9 holes. Homa off the tee has been horrendous this season, outside the top 130, but this week has been dialed in, top 5, Scott.
Well, I watched him hit balls, talked to his teacher. He looks like the old Max Homa to me. And it's funny, he feels very confident with the driver in his hand, which he hasn't felt in a long time. So nothing would shock me. If his head's right and he is back to his old way of thinking, this might be the kind of the turnaround of what's to come.
We'll see if it was just a hot round or if it's building blocks that will carry Max Homa into contention on Sunday at the PGA Championship. With the conditions, what would a good score be, not just for Max Homa, but anyone in these final few groups today?
Well, if the wind stays up like it is, which I think it's supposed to, basically anything under par, and if you can shoot 2 or 3 under par, you're probably going to make up a fair amount of ground.
Homa, Scheffler in the fairway. Siwoo Kim
He just is reckless.
missing it to the right side.
Yeah, I'm playing. Maybe it'll be next week when you're actually in the house.
This will be a great group for these guys. They're all great personalities. They all like each other.
Well, and Siwoo and Scotty play a lot of golf together at Royal Oaks during their off weeks in and around Dallas.
And seemingly everybody likes Max. He's easy to talk to, good personality, and all 3 of these guys are looking forward to this pairing. Or grouping, actually, since it's not a pairing.
Steve with this group towards the first fairway.
We've got a challenging hole location here at 1. This back portion of the green really falls away. Your miss here is actually long left. That's where you can miss it. You'll actually be chipping back up the hill, but one of the most difficult greens to hit in regulation. This wind is really picking up, guys. These players are going to be shooting downhill.
Mostly across, a little hurt. Let that get out of here. So the hole is 208? Yeah, 208. Is that with the down or that's with the down? This ought to put us in there, man.
George, these conditions, they just play right into Scotty Scheffler's hands. You know, we were calling him Mr. Penn High. yesterday, which means he's hitting the ball right in the middle of the club face with irons. And his ability to control the trajectory, you know, living in Dallas, playing in the wind, if he plays well today, he's got a chance to maybe get some breathing room.
This wind is really going to separate the field, I think, way more. Yesterday it was hardly blowing at all. We saw a lot of good rounds. Both Siwoo and Max shot 64, so I don't know if we're going to see any 64s on the board today.
No, Steve, you know, you've got to hit the ball solid today to make any kind of hay on this golf course with the wind blowing like this. So it's going to separate the guys who are striping it.
I think this is the smarter shot. So 77 front. Yeah. Perfect. Dying down a little bit. Yeah.
It's going to be so much about your misses today. Obviously, you got to hit it out of the center of the club face, but you can't miss this green right. Right is no good. Everything falls away. So left bunker, even long left, is not the worst place.
Scheffler's approach.
Trying to ride the wind left to right. It's not going to do it. It's well left.
20 yards left.
Yeah, I think he got fooled right there, guys. I thought the wind was going to kick that one a little right. It's dancing around all different ways. Today is going to be a test of attrition. Battle of attrition, I should say. Now, this lie from Siwoo is sitting up okay. Sometimes when you're in the rough, ball won't come out with as much spin, so it can penetrate through this wind a little bit better. He's caught a lot of golf ball, but this two headed left.
In the bunker, though, which is a whole lot better than where Scheffler is.
We've got players through 4 to 7 holes on the course. Tee time started around 11:30 Eastern time. The hot round going right now, 1 under. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, this will be a great test for Max. He looks really good. If he's hitting in the middle of the club face, he should be able to excel today.
Yeah, just inside a couple hundred yards. This will test him right out of the box here.
And in the spot you said you couldn't go, Steve.
0 for 3. All 3 guys behind the 8 ball as they walk up to the first green. Siwoo Kim has won at Players, looking for that first major victory. Same story for Max Homa. Can Scotty Sheffler win 2 consecutive starts after that 8-shot victory in Dallas? Welcome back to ESPN Plus. World #1 Scotty Sheffler, 3rd consecutive top 5, where he has been through 36 holes at the PGA Championship. Around the greens, he has been a magician. 3rd in strokes gained around the greens. Such good hands for the world #1. It's almost unfair that he's that good with his short game, and just 1 putt made outside of 10 feet.
Yeah, he does have the best hands in golf at the moment. and he's the best iron player, so there's no wonder he's always up there around the top.
Scheffler's third shot on the way at 1.
This is a test.
Yeah, that was, you have to make the mistake long right there, and just a really tough spot to try to get this ball up and down. This is a par 4.5 today, boys.
Yeah, and he was way out of position right over there, that far left of the green.
Entering this week, he was 95th on the PGA Tour on the season strokes gained around the greens. Last year, he was top 20, so early portion of the year has regressed in that category, looking more like the guy from 2024. Only one made putt outside 10 feet. He'll have a chance to add to that tally here. Otherwise, it'll be an opening bogey on 1 for Scotty Sheffler. What do we have here, Steve?
Yeah, this one here for Max, back into the wind, but the green will kind of fall away from right to left. He's working a lot on his bunker shots on the practice area, and he's got some really good action, a lot of speed. Watch the speed at the bottom.
Well, if he can spin it against the wind, that'll really help.
Yeah, no, it came out a little chunky right there.
And
The ball's got to sit.
Finally comes to rest. Scratchy start for our marquee group. Siwoo Kim in the bunker.
Yeah, he's got this one on the downslope. It kind of hit off the face of the bunker and came all the way back. He's 9th in sand saves, though, on the PGA Tour.
That should help him run it up the hill, and it did. But it's still, it's going to be a tough day today, just judging by this first hole.
It's going to be a scrambling type of day. You're going to have to, you're going to miss a lot more greens than you've missed. So, missing it on the into the wind side, I think, Scott, somebody like you who's played a lot of golf in windy Edmond, Oklahoma over the years, you got to miss it on the into the wind side.
Well, when it starts blowing this hard, there's no doubt. That's one of the few times you can let the wind be your friend, and you really need to do that when you're particularly some of these hole locations are on the sides of hills. You need to use the wind.
Asked this question earlier on Sirius XM PGA Championship Radio. The lead after day 1 was 7 under. After day 2, 8 under. Given the windy conditions we're going to have, and Steve, I'll start with you. What do you think the number will be to lead after 54 holes?
Well, I see it coming backwards, number one. I mean, I think, anything 5 or 6 under par would be a really good shape going into Sunday, I think.
So you got around 6 under leading. Let's say you, Scott.
I'm going to say that if you're at 8 under, you're going to have the outright lead. And you may have the outright lead at 7. So I think someone's going to get to 8 and stay there. And Jonathan's already there. If he plays a nice solid round of golf today, he's going to be right there at the top.
Homa to save par.
Yeah, it's a slow one back up the hill.
There's going to be a lot of damage on the first hole today, though. I mean, Scotty's back there at 220 and after a nice drive. These guys have been hitting like 8 iron, 9 iron, 7 iron, even to the back pin so far. So just a different challenge.
Square at 1 for Homa. And he's 4 behind Johnny Vegas.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet the stroke average here, guys, is going to be 4.6 today when it's all said and done, at least. Now, this one's a slippery one, going to move towards the back of the green to Scotty's right.
Par putt. Never had enough. Doesn't even scare the hole.
No, these conditions are going to get the greens a little crustier and a little shinier, and guys are more than likely going to be a little more timid.
Bogey as well for Scheffler.
Yeah, these guys that are playing good and guys that have played good like Scotty, today is going to be all about attitude, how you handle yourself, knowing that it's going to be extremely tough compared to what it has been. So the guys that keep it in front of them, keep their mind right, will excel today.
Siwoo's got 6 feet, Steve.
Yeah, this is a pretty good golf shot right here out of that greenside bunker. Be a nice sand save right here.
Siwoo, the only one to salvage par.
Only one to miss the fairway. but somehow he made the only par.
2 behind as he cruises on over to the second. Another look at the par putt.
And look at the speed on that, George. I think they're just getting faster and firmer.
That's generally the weakness of his game. So to roll it in for 6 feet for par, buoy the mojo over to this par 4 second.
Yeah, on this beautiful hole, one of the better holes on the golf course. But these guys hit it so far, it's a hard dogleg left, but it's going to be downwind today. These guys are going to go right over the middle of those trees, kind of down the cart path line. And they're going to get up here with the little short wedge in their hands. So might be one of the better opportunities to make birdie that they're going to have all day.
Here's how it's been playing for the week at Quail Hollow Club. Over par for the field. That'll get you dialed in for this second round. Barely over par, 4.033, so has been easier today compared to what transpired first couple days. Siwoo came up first.
It's just over 300 yards to get it around that corner. I don't know if Siwoo has the juice to get it up and over these trees.
Yeah, he looks like he's aiming right at the right edge of the big tree. So
yeah, he's going to play it like a mere mortal would play it. You don't need driver necessarily here at all. This is Siwoo's strong suit, the driver.
Sit down.
In that intermediate cut.
I believe these next two will be launched over the trees. Although Max looks like does he have a 3-wood out, Steve?
Appears to be the case.
Yeah, he could. He could have 3-wood out. I'm a little down the range for the vantage point there.
Yeah, it looks like 3-wood to me.
Yeah, I like the 3-wood. I mean, the wind is helping, like you mentioned, but it's also moving the ball to the right. It's coming heavily out of the west-southwest today. And so this reverse canted fairway, when it's firm, it plays very, very small. But with the softness they've had this week, it plays a little bit easier. But still not the firepower to go up and around the corner. A left miss is just no good here.
Yeah, and I think Max just piped it right off the edge of the trees, and he did.
Good one from Homa.
See Scotty's club of choice. Well, he's going to go over.
Yeah, there's a nice big gap in the trees, like the letter U up on that left side. That's kind of what they aim at. We saw all 3 of them in our feature group yesterday, Scott. They all pumped it over and had a little sand wedge into this green.
Yeah, you know, this wind being a little off the left but down should really be good for Scotty. This might help him get some confidence in seeing his ball flight again. Yeah, I think that was ideal.
Did he carry the trees? And he does into the fairway. Nice tee shot from Scotty Sheffler.
Yeah, that looked more like how he normally drives it.
There's the leaderboard, 8 under, still in the top spot. Johnny Vegas playing the par 4 first. More to come on ESPN+. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Great way to get started for all those junior golfers out there. 3 tee shots, a couple different routes. How about that distance between Homa, 165, and Scheffler, just 110?
Well, there's the difference between a driver and a 3-wood, and just this hole used to be a very difficult hole when it, say, 15 years ago when we started playing this course, because nobody could hit over the trees. Now, if you're confident enough, you turn this into a wedge hole.
I really wanted a girl, so hopefully.
Sounds like they're talking about family planning.
These two guys play against each other. Team competitions in the President's Cup.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think their camaraderie or whatever is going to help them today, being a pretty difficult day and having a group that they all get along so well.
All 3 guys in this group, part of the 2022 President's Cup at Quail Hollow Club, won by the U.S. side. Siwoo Kim, of course, on the international team. Scotty and Max on the American side.
Max looking just a shade outside of 160 right here, up the hill. But this downwind nature right here, anything short of this green can kind of come back off the front, but he does have a backstop he can work with.
Boy, you don't want to hit it much past this whole location, though. Even if you come up just a touch short, you got a much easier third. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, for sure. At least you're coming back up the hill. You want to miss it left. Little wind kind of pushing it from left to right.
In my opinion, that's the miss, because at least you are coming back up the hill, and you could even putt from there.
And to the top of the rig is 66. Where are you aiming this? The tree? Yeah. Perfect. Come on, +6.
All right, now Siwoo's ball had just a touch of mud. It landed right in the first cut there. He's got 155 to this front left. Just has to watch a little bit for the jumper here. Not going to get the same amount of spin that Max just got.
Go.
May come up a little short. No, he was saying go, but okay.
Mud ball.
Was a mini mud ball.
Siwoo saying mud ball on radio earlier. Heard some guys griping a little bit about it. Going to be what you deal with the rain that we had earlier in the day, and the fact that there's been more than 5 inches of rain since last Friday in Charlotte. The course has been very resilient, all things considered. NFL, if you have 2 quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, you got none. Scheffler with 2 clubs has picked 1. We'll see if he picked correctly, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, with all this wind here, I mean, he drove it down here so far, such an advantage, over 50 yards past Max. He's only got 110 in here. He could hit the hard lob wedge, which I think is okay. He's got 103 to the front.
Yeah, I would like to hit it just a little left. Stay there.
Holds the front portion of the green. Can be aggressive with this birdie putt.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot to be able to keep the ball between the front edge and the pin. What a shot.
On the PGA Tour, the past 4 seasons, Scotty Sheffler really became Scotty Sheffler once the calendar turned to 2022. That was when he got his first ever win at WM Phoenix Open, ripped off for that season last year. Insane, plus 1.70, one of the best strokes gained iron play seasons we have ever recorded since we started accruing that data back in 2003.
Yeah, that's clearly been his greatest strength, is he just hits the ball. He hits solid iron after solid iron, and clearly it's one of the best strengths to have.
the most sustainable strength, I would think, is good.
Yeah, you save yourself a lot of angst, and he doesn't make many bogeys because he hits his irons so good. Man, look at that wind. Steve, is it as windy down there on the ground as it looks on TV?
Yeah, it sure is. It's a very, very different golf course. They've seen a lot, and the rough is even, you can almost hear the rough growing. It's so moist and juicy down there with all the moisture and the sunshine now kind of really making it grow. But yeah, the wind is, the flags are definitely outstretched.
Yeah, and there's just enough of the big oaks and big pines here to maybe kind of divert the wind like it does in a lot of these courses in the south, where every now and then you get a little bit of you get confused on which way it's really blowing.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it on the first hole coming down that hill. I mean, it was, anything outside of 200 yards, you're going to have a lot of variables between you and the hole.
Johnny Vegas, bogey at the first. The lead 7 under. Siwoo Kim just one back.
I think this is really shaping up to be really tight going into the final round Sunday.
Yeah, today there's going to be a lot of movement on this leaderboard without any shadow of a doubt. Now Max Homa, just kind of an extension of the green down here, right below it, putting straight up the hill. Maybe a little right to left break on it.
And the line didn't have the speed.
It's okay, though. I really think at the end of the day, if the weather conditions stay like this, really any par is a good par. You have to be so patient.
Four on the second.
Well, this one is going to test Siwoo Kim right here. And he was #1 in strokes gained putting yesterday. Switched to this long putter this week. Used the short putter last week. Just putted really abysmally in recent times.
Well, back into the wind should help him control the speed. Not bad. You can't really expect to make it from there.
Yeah, that was really good touch. I think maybe the knock with the long putter is the touch can be a little bit off when you have some speedy championship speed greens like they have here. And especially wind, because you stand up a little bit taller, you might get knocked around a little bit more by the breezes that kick up. But that was expertly done there.
Pretty straight putt right here, isn't it? Maybe right edge.
Yeah, he got a perfect look from Max too. So, I mean, this is again. How many putts did he have that were uphill right to left yesterday?
A majority of them.
Here's another one. These are the comfortable ones for the right-handers. And he's had a boatload of these type of putts. Just continues to position himself properly. Let's see if he can take advantage.
Yeah, as George mentioned, he just needs to start making some putts.
12 feet for birdie. Scheffler to get within 2 of the lead. Another miss.
Well, he was out with Phil Kenyon on the practice green earlier today, and I'm sure they've talked about he's only made one putt over 10 feet.
Does that have to be acknowledged? I mean, he can sense that he hasn't been putting great from distance. Do you?
Well, I'm sure. Well, they both acknowledge it, or they both know it. They may not have said exactly, but you got to find a key and just keep rolling good putts, and then once they start going, a lot of them might start going.
2-putt par for Siwoo Kim. Take us through this par 4 third hole.
481 yards with the wind coming pretty hard back into their face today. It's been more of like a little left to right wind. Well, today it's going to be quartering more into your face. So it'll play the full 481 with the hole location on the back right, which middle of the green is definitely the place so you can putt uphill at this hole location. But another one, George, you need to be in the fairway to really have a legitimate chance of getting a decent look at it.
By the numbers, one of these demanding par fours that comprise the first 6 holes at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, and there's the wind chart. In left to right is probably the hardest wind for a right-hander. Kind of like those downhill left to right putts. You just have more forces working against your natural move. So important tee shot here.
Still Siwoo's box on the 3rd.
And this wind, this hole really goes the same direction as the practice tee that they hit a whole bunch of shots on. So they've got to feel fairly comfortable with this same wind direction. Like you said, kind of out of the left. This man only missed 2 fairways yesterday after missing 8 of them in round 1. But so he's found his driver a little bit.
Trying to cut it with the wind, and he did. Great shot.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Now, Scott, Max Homa was just in a joyful mood, wasn't he, on the practice tee? I mean, just really feeling good about the position he's in.
Oh, yeah, I think obviously he's been working hard. And to come out and see results like yesterday, now it's just, can he just continue to do what he's been doing?
This one heading right and floating even farther.
Wind's
Out
got
bunker.
it. Oh, towards the pine straw.
Yep. Well right. And you know, kind of like the last hole, George, this one's a little more into the wind, but it's going to help his little left to right cut. So if he can start it down the left, just inside the left rough, and let the wind help it, then it's going to fit his, you know, he's going to love that look.
And I'm okay with a little bit of a left miss right here. There's a little bit of room over there on that left side with the hole in the back right today. Much better angle than what Max is going to have. Nothing from the right side.
There you go. Last 2 tee shots. First one looked pretty straight, not too hard. These last 2 looked more right up his alley.
Swinging it freely off the tee, Scotty Sheffler. And the PGA of America Coaching Centers, powered by T-Mobile, features state-of-the-art technology from TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, and Sam Putt. Here is PGA professional Natalie Sheehan with more on Scotty Sheffler and how he utilizes his hips through the swing.
We saw the #1 player in the world, Scotty Sheffler, working hard on the range last night with his coach, Randy Smith, and they were working on simply getting his hips open earlier. One of the things that happens in Scotty's swing is from the top, he gets a little bit of that slide with his hips this way, which can cause the club to travel maybe too much away from him and or those hands to get a little too active through the golf ball, which can cause some misses. So one thing that you all can do if you don't have your coach to stand behind you and open up your hips is take your golf club just underneath your glutes there and turn into your backswing and just work on kind of feeling like you push against the front of the club as you go through the golf ball so that you can make cleaner contact with your shots every time and just get those hips a little bit more open if you tend to maybe get that slide or get that club stuck a little bit underneath. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Natalie. Here's the tee shot for Scotty Sheffler. What are we seeing here, Scott?
Well, the classic Scotty Sheffler setup, wide stance, getting the club back way back there. And it's just all been timing. He's just barely been off with his driver. But that looked like the classic Scotty Sheffler. What'd you call it? The Scheffler shuffle? That looked like the classic Scheffler shuffle right there. You can see he's trying to keep that back foot from getting out too, there you go. Instead of getting his knee too far out there, he's keeping it close to the other one so that he can just keep swinging down his butt, basically where his body wants to go.
Also known as Scotty Sheffler in some circles, and that is T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner that powers everything from PGA golf coaching to tour van club fittings.
Oh, okay. I got confused. Scotty Sheffler, but not the Scheffler shuffle.
Both
okay.
work. Both are apropos.
Okay.
It's hit every fairway today after just 6 out of 14 for the second round.
Well, if he does that, then I think he's going to be right there around the top anyway. But if he does that, that'll make it a lot easier on him.
Siwoo, the only one in this 3-ball with an unblemished start first couple holes.
Yeah, which is funny because he hadn't hit a fairway until this one, but he was kind of in the correct spot and made a great up and down on one because he left his second shot in the bunker back up against the hill. Looks pretty solid.
Steve, what are the guys facing on 3?
Scotty and Siwoo right down Broadway. Max is going to have some issues. He's kind of nestled down a little bit in the pine straw. I don't think he can get a really clean contact with it. He's having one of the volunteers move one of the folded chairs about 30 yards ahead of where he lays. There is a direct line if he wants to go through there. That's the more dangerous one, I think. I mean, the safer play is just try to hit it down somewhere short left of the green. But he's going to have a decision to make.
Yeah, and these are the decisions, Steve, that kind of at the end of the week are the ones that you hope you make the right choice.
No question. I don't care how well you're playing. You're always going to have, 2 or 3 each 9 that really are kind of, that could go either way. And so you've got to make sure you commit to what you're doing, number one, and number 2, make the right, most sensical position.
Yeah, I mean, I would think you're down there with the alley, but if it's not too much risk to get it up there kind of short left of the green, that's got to be his play.
Yeah, I don't like Max's lie, though. I don't like his lie to be too aggressive here. I like to get it, I like a safer play from Max at this moment. The worst thing that he can do is, take too much risk right here and, jump the heart rate up and, make a quick double bogey when you don't need to make it.
No, I agree. It just hitting the green is almost out of the question.
I think so. I mean, unless it's going to take a 2 in 10 shot, I think, to hit the green from where Max is.
Sounds like a tall order for Max Homa.
Yeah, and you can see the ball sitting down there in the pine straw, and that's the biggest worry of the whole shot.
Homa had been great off the tee first couple rounds, but some problems here on the 3rd.
From our camera angle right there, it doesn't look good.
Got people on the green waiting for that to clear. This is ESPN Plus. George Savarica, Scott Verplank, Steve Scott with our threesome of Scotty Sheffler, Siwoo Kim, and Max Homa.
Unfortunately, this has kind of been part of the MO this week, that this golf course is so long and getting more difficult by the minute. Play has been pretty slow.
It's the ball plot for the 3 tee shots.
Yeah, Siwoo just piped one way down there.
Now we're ready on 3.
Just inside of 190 here for Scotty. Yeah, these crosswinds are the most confounding, I think, for these players. They're trying to figure out, okay, is it Is it cross and help? Is it cross and hurt? I mean, your trajectories and your spin. I mean, there's 10 different shots he could play right here.
Yeah, I think this is the magic of the pine trees and the big oak trees, that it, you know, it's left to right, but you don't know how much it's going to help or hurt. Should be a little in, but
yeah, the flags on the range, if anything, yeah, I would agree. They're just slightly hurting, but as he loves to fade the ball,
yeah,
it's going to ride the wind a little bit more. So the big miss here is just you can't get it long and right. Anything kind of short left.
Yeah, you're coming back up to the hole from there. So
yeah,
if anybody knows that, he and Ted Scott do.
Well, I know we said he hits a lot of shots pin high. This one would be okay if it's just a little short of pin high.
Divot flying. Scheffler carving it from left to right.
Good line and really good shot. Another one pin high, Steve. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah. And to be honest with you, he's putting right to left again.
Yeah. It's he's like a computer game, isn't he? All right, now this is the shot right here, though, Max Homa. Let's see what. Does he play it left? I think the shot he has to play is kind of a low cut. If it gets in the left bunker, fine. If it gets in the left rough, that's okay.
Yeah, I think if he got it in the left bunker, that'd be awesome.
And if he overcuts it, it runs right up.
And he just hit a great shot.
It's going to come right off. That's going to come back a little bit, but still very well executed shot.
Got a fairly straightforward pitch up to the hole location there, so seems to have avoided major trouble.
Gives himself a chance to get up and down. The helicopter follow through.
That was the classic Arnie. This ball is not going left.
Siwoo now with the best opportunity to be as aggressive as he wants to be. Also kind of flighting this one down. Going to take a little hop up there.
On up. And a good shot. Just below the hole. You know, Steve, you have to be on like a perfect number from where he was 166. Maybe say they were playing at 170. If that's like a perfect number for one of his clubs, then you might try to be a little aggressive. But if it's in between or you got to flight it, anywhere below the hole 20 feet is a great shot.
No doubt. You got to give yourself a lot of margin for error on a day like this.
Heard from guys on the international side, as well as conversation with Trevor Immelman, past captain. What's Siwoo like day to day? They say he's one of the most fun personalities you can be around, dynamic, a throwback. Might be a little ADD, so there are times that the monotony of PGA Tour life, round to round, he might not always capture his full attention, but the biggest stages are when he's dialed up to a 9 or a 10, and I think this week, so far, we're seeing that version of Siwoo Kim, who's fully engaged. And another bogey by Johnny Vegas. Siwoo Kim, a co-leader. We have 4 tied at 6 under par. Bogey start for Johnny Vegas.
Yeah, after the double finish yesterday. But you know what? Siwoo looks like he's just trying to have fun again today. It'll be harder to have fun today in these conditions, but looks very calm and very comfortable.
Said that was his goal in the press conference yesterday. I want to make sure that I've fun out there, and there are a lot of laughs when he's played before with Scotty Sheffler, most recently in the CJ Cup. Byron Nelson had that power group with Siwoo, Jordan Spieth, and Scotty Sheffler, all 3 guys making the cut at TPC Craig Ranch. Scotty Sheffler had a different outcome than the other 2, as Homa is short here in 2, Steve.
Yeah, pretty basic pitch and run. This hole is just about 8 feet on top of the ridge that bisects the front level from the back top level of this green, but pretty straightforward shot here for Max. Right off this a little bit more tightly mown approach area. We talked about this Homa Bermuda grass really having no grain in it, so not much of an issue there.
Well, they cut it so low it takes most of the grain out anyway, so it was okay. He left himself an uphiller.
Yeah, I think that was pretty good right there.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is knock it 6 feet past than putting crosswind, downwind, downhill. Steve, you think the conditions are such that it's going to blow the ball a little bit on some of these putts on the greens?
I don't think it's that heavy. I think you have a little bit of wind that gets blocked. Once you get around the green sites, you have all the gallery that's kind of surrounds the green. I think they block some of it, honestly, and sometimes it's amongst some trees and some corporate build-outs and whatnot. So I think the greens are fine. I don't think there's any issue on that front.
It's just all the other shots.
Yeah, once the ball gets in the air, it's kind of pot luck. But speaking about pot luck, that's exactly what Siwoo Kim's putting has been. 8 out of his last 10 events, he has been negative in strokes gained putting. So, like I mentioned, going back to this long putter here after toiling with a short putter last week to no avail at the Truist Championship.
For birdie in the outright lead, a hair short. Par, par, par start for Siwoo Kim.
Which is the opening mile. That's a pretty good start.
Start he'd certainly be happy with.
I got to tell you, where Scotty left this ball, I mean, there's just a small area of the green where you can actually get a putt that's, again, right to left and a little bit up the hill, and he found it.
Well, that's the good news. The bad news is he hadn't been making very many of these, so if one will drop, then they might come in bunches.
I'm sure he's played in plenty of a windy day in Dallas, Texas, so this should be more comfortable than most.
He's got 18 feet. Scheffler left on the low side. Still thinking 8 leads at the end of the day, Scott?
Yeah, I may have to adjust. Will you give me 7?
7 I could buy.
Yeah.
There's the replay for Scheffler.
I think Scotty hit a good putt here. It just, the conditions are different. Wind's going to, not that it's going to blow it off, but the wind's going to affect your balance and which is going to affect your stroke a little bit. So
definitely.
It's just a little bit different ball game today. This big putt for Max right here.
Huge. 6 feet 4 inches would be pretty demoralizing if he was his second bogey in 3 holes.
He's positioned it very nicely here. I think he's going to roll it in.
Well, he should have a good idea what it does after watching Siwoo Kim putt.
Let's get up and down for par. He walks that in early.
That's a good sign. He knows this is going to be a maximum test all your mental, not only your physical, but all your mental skills today too. So patience is going to be the #1 virtue on this golf course.
Homa and Scheffler 1 over through 3, and they've each gained a shot on what was the 36-hole lead of Johnny Vegas at 8 under. The lead now at 6 under par. Our first par 3 coming at the 4th, Scott.
Yeah, playing 177. This should be a very inviting shot, except that the wind's blowing somewhere between 10 and 20 miles an hour. So another one of those deals. If the 177 yardage feels like a really nice yardage to you, then I think you can get the ball close here. But if you're in between clubs, that's when all the wind and the different conditions really kind of mess with you.
Siwoo Kim standing on the tee had a hole-in-one yesterday. Didn't come here. That was on the 6th, 249-yard par 3. It was Eric Cole in the first round who had a hole-in-one here on the par 3 4th.
Yeah, you can hear him talking about it, George. Let's just make sure it's helping. That's the nature of It's definitely right to left, but you got to guess and guess right if it's right to left down or right to left in.
This wind is really howling. Eric Cole didn't make the cut. Thanks in part to that hole-in-one. Consecutive rounds of 70, a 2-under at the halfway mark coming into today. Sustained winds around 15, maybe 20 miles an hour, but gusts topping out 30, 32, maybe even up to mid-30s as the afternoon progresses.
Well, like that picture that we have right there, George, the tops of those trees are gusting more than 15. At least it appears to me. I am not a weatherman, though.
This is the type of day fun for us to watch. Not nearly as fun inside the ropes.
Well, obviously, if you're playing well, you should be doing their best to have fun today. But yeah, this is, like I said, you got to be a real diehard to enjoy a day like this. So that'll determine at the end of the day who's the real diehard in a lot of ways.
But viewing-wise.
Oh, viewing-wise, if you like some carnage, we're going to see a little bit today.
And the best possible day to have for the chasers. So it was easy, and say Vegas is at 8 under. One of the guys at 6 under shoots 64, 65. Hard to chase down. If the lead today starts at 8, winds up at 6 or 7, you could make the cut at 1 over, shoot 67, and you're 4 back.
Absolutely. Well, these conditions are going to keep this leaderboard extremely tight, in my opinion.
Right now, I'm not really starting right here, because if it rises a little, it's not going to get there. We need a little help.
Manny Vajegas, younger brother of Camilo, 5-time winner, the caddy for Siwoo Kim.
And the difference about this shot than the previous hole is that they have to float it up in the air, with this hole only 18 feet over this front green side bunker here. 171 covers, 177 to the hole.
Yeah, and they've decided he is going to get a little bit of help here, so he's got a good club. We'll see.
Left hole location.
And it's a great shot.
Back to the outright lead. Siwoo.
And that was tremendous decision making right there. They read the wind perfectly. What a nice strike. Swing looks great. And ball landed soft.
Really soft. Pure strike. Steve mentioned the new caddy for Max Homa, Bill Harkey, now the bagman.
Yeah, I think that wind is helping just ever so slightly for these players.
Yeah, like 2% or so. It's not much.
Yeah, it just, Max loves to hit that little left to right one, though, so he was hitting a couple draws on the range when he wanted to, but doesn't love the right to left shot.
This one looks good as well, if it's the right. Oh, wow. Just powered it to the back fringe. So that one, obviously he struck it really solid, but obviously that one got more help than they were anticipating for sure.
Now for Scotty Sheffler, Ted Scott walked up some 20-25 yards to the front tee box to get a little bit more in the open air to really make sure he knew what that wind was doing. A little bit more enclosed back there where the tee is located, so he was the only caddy to walk up there. This hole situated just to the right of the divider that divides the left and the right side of this green. You got to keep it a flagstick right of it.
And this should be holding against the wind a little bit. And
what a pretty shot! And Scheffler nearly holds it.
He's pinned high again, George. Wow, what a shot. That ball landed just barely over the front bunker.
Scheffler to pull within 1 of the current lead at 6 under. Yeah. This was spectacular from the best iron player in the game. Scheffler to tap in range on the par 3 fourth.
thought the best part, besides the shot, was this, the celebration.
I was so excited, and then I just almost went to the hole, and I realized I hit it first tee off, so I had to go. Come.
Scheffler saying, I'll take care of business first. That's a 2 on the 4th. He's even par on the round. 5 under at the PGA Championship. 1 back of the lead.
Yeah, what a nice shot. It was perfect setup. He can hit his little cut back into the wind. Ended up going right at it.
Hit it to 11 inches.
And just kind of plodding along, just playing Scotty Sheffler golf, which on a day like today is the recipe to do well.
Steve, that put a little life into the gallery?
Oh, yeah, there's been life out here, but that sure sparks everybody's mood for sure. Now, Max he's got one of these kind of little chip and runs down the hill. This hole is barely on the right side of this divider right here. If you get it, it's like a ridge runner, though. If you get it too far right, it could go right. If you get it too far left, it could go left. So his line is paramount here.
It's drifting away a little bit and a little weak. I think he's still away.
They rounded up to a foot for the ball position on the green. I mean, it overshadows how great Siwoo Kim's tee shot was as well.
Yeah, I mean, Siwoo Kim was probably going to be the next closest all day. Great shot by both of them. Another 6-footer for Max here to save par.
Yeah, this is definitely a stressful start. Missing the first 4 greens in regulation. And now just really having to scratch and claw for each one of these shots. He knows this is going to be a tough day. He knows that he's gone through a lot tougher things than this, though. He's been in the doldrums of golf in the past. And, you know, having won his first PGA Tour event on this property right here has to really enlighten him.
Well, he needs to knock this one in and do whatever he's got to do to keep his head on straight and remain very patient, because like you said, he has not played great coming in here. Certainly not by his standards.
Yeah, this is definitely a big day of golf for him. There's no question about that.
I mean, when you go from top 5 in the world in 2023 to 78th, clearly it's been the recent trend. And Steve, to your point, I mean, good day today, and he could be in contention for the biggest win of his career.
Yeah, all these little things, all these little voices that go inside your head. Trust me, I've listened to hundreds of them over my competitive life, and that's why I'm talking to you instead of hitting golf shots. But
you've only had 100?
Well, maybe that was just last week.
Yeah.
But
inside right here, hit it firm.
Yeah, just a little right to left.
Great save.
Fox in another one. Confident with the putter today.
You know, that's great news. But the bad news is if you keep having those, you're ultimately not going to make them all. He needs to start hitting some greens.
You're going to flinch at some point. He can't be relying on the par makes from 6 to 10 feet. Siwoo Kim inside 6 feet for the outright lead at 7 under.
Yeah, again, just same sort of thing. A little right to left right here, but extremely holeable. Just a wonderful approach shot right here. Definitely overshadowed by Scotty's, but
lips it in, and it's Siwoo Kim. A one-shot advantage in Charlotte. He's 7 under par, 1 under on the round.
That ball tried to get away to the right, but you could see how smooth and fast that green was. So you got to hit it. You got to hit them perfectly to make them go in.
Siwoo says, hey, Scotty, game on. It's about, what, a 270? Before it dropped in?
At least.
We had to expand the leaderboard to fit in Scotty Sheffler, and who's the name right below him? Oh, another Dallas resident. Bryson DeChambeau, 2 under through 7 at 5 under par, a couple back. We were wondering how long until the leaderboard was going to ship-shape or start, shifting enough to have these big names towards the top, and we've got Scheffler and DeChambeau hanging right there, 2 back of Siwoo Kim. Shape shift. There we go.
And I think the shape shift is occurring and is in full force right now. Today's going to separate the field a little bit, although I think it's going to be still very tight.
What do we got here with the 5th?
Well, the 5th, today it'll be playing downwind, so I think these guys can bomb it off the tee, and the hole's on the back right. It's probably the most accessible hole location if you're hitting a wedge in, so might be one of their better birdie chances here if you get it in the fairway off the tee. I would think Siwoo and Max for sure can carry that right bunker, which makes the fairway a little wider.
First time in Siwoo's career, he'll put the tee in the ground on the weekend at a major as the outright leader.
You think he knows?
I mean, when you've never had a top 10, you probably got a sneaking suspicion, but I doubt he saw a leaderboard walking from 4 green to 5 tee.
Look at that picture. There's your wind.
More focused on what's behind him, Steve.
Yeah, I feel like this is a day that, I mean, each shot is compartmentalized. You have to really get in mentally and physically into every single golf shot. The external stuff like leaderboards, like they just passed by off the 4th green, I think those things just kind of go in the background. I think the main focus today is getting into every shot, what the wind direction is. I think that's why sometimes players really play well in conditions like this, because you can't get ahead of yourself at all.
Yeah, today is a tough day mentally. They'll all be tired at the end of the day.
Left center right here is the best play. 305 to that left bunker. 320 covers that far right one.
I think he's trying to go right over the middle of the right one, downwind right to left. I think he just pummeled it right down the middle of the fairway.
Smoked that one.
Yeah, that's his calling card right there. Loves to drive it right down the middle.
Siwoo, a spectator, looking over at world #1 Scotty Sheffler among the chasers, 2 back.
Well, this man only hit 6 fairways yesterday in his round, so just finding some of the short grass continually like he has already in the first 3 drives that he's hit.
Yeah, and it does look like he's adjusted his setup just a little more to the right. And so far it's helped.
Side by side.
Just a little right to left as well as helping on the wind here, guys. But always nice to see 2 perfect tee shots right before you.
Yeah, I think he likes this one as well. And he should.
All 3 in a row on a string. Siwoo Kim walking out front and leading by 1. Thanks to this, back on the 4th. Used it up in the cup to grab the lead at the PGA Championship. As you're watching 3rd round coverage on ESPN+. More to come on the other side of this short break.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket, for a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
The unmistakable pipes of Wright Thompson. Just a reminder, you can follow 2 different feature groups on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green, all 18 holes this afternoon's featured groups. On Stream 1 with Taylor Zarza, we got Chris Kirk, Rory McIlroy, and Xander Schauffele. Our feature group has Siwoo Kim, Max Homa, Scotty Sheffler, and the featured holes 14, 15, and 16. This might be the first time in my career I see 3 tee shots in the fairway, and all 3 guys have the same yardage into the hole, 151 across the board.
I've seen 2, but I don't know if I've ever seen 3 either, where everybody...
2 I've seen, and we think it's, oh, wow, that's crazy. But all 3? Steve, have you ever seen all 3 guys have the same yardage for an approach?
You know, this is kind of like a Ryan's belt out here, guys. This is, they are right in a row. This is, you know, it's going to be pretty easy for the caddies. They can just kind of talk to each other almost if they wanted.
So how do you decide?
Well, you could flip a tee. You could...
That's what I was thinking.
Whoever made the last birdie or last bogey goes first. I don't know.
I don't think you'd like to go first. I think you'd like to go last.
Correct.
Because I think the wind is going to be a little more across than help from here. So it's always helpful to see pretty much the identical same shot come before you have to hit yours.
I think if anything, because Max Homa is the farthest left one, I think he's just going to go first, and they probably just go right down the line, given that the whole location is more on the right.
That makes sense. Max does have the best angle, so he could be a heck of a leader.
The standoff continues. You can use rangefinders, so they could all see, hey, we got 151 in. Siwoo says, I'm leading. Stand aside, boys. Go first.
What if this was 3 guys who didn't really like each other that much? This could be a real standoff, but these guys are all good with it.
They could all just hit at the same time like they do on the practice range.
Not a problem.
All right, let's see. He's got this whole location just above a tiny little divider in this right side of the green. If you get a little deep, it could go long here. It's very aggressive.
It should be.
Holds the back portion of the green. Trek Lang. Nestles right along the fringe.
I think this is one you can get. I mean, they're only hitting like a 9-iron, maybe a wedge, probably a 9-iron. You better go right at it, especially with the next hole coming up back into the wind.
Yeah, that was the smooth 9 right there. Shot plays uphill about half a club.
I was thinking of hold wedge. You're going to probably ride it, what do you think? If you look at the last hole, barely on the west side of south, yes, so it's not really helping much. Of course, right now this flag is showing that. Right now it is a wedge. Playing 44 to cover the bunker. Right now it's definitely a wedge. You're getting the help. Yeah. Coming down. Yeah, you see the guy in the white hat just left of it, the stink guy? Yep. Yeah, that's a good target for you, bud. Yeah, it's great right now.
So he's got wedge. They're playing for it to be helping wind. So he just has got to hope for no little wind change halfway for his ball in the air. Steve?
You know, I think the wind's helping enough here. I really do. He's got a $136 to cover the front greenside bunker, 151 to the hole. I don't think the front bunker's any issue to clear. He just has to make sure he has the shape of shot he wants to play in his mind. If he fades this back into this one, it could take a little yardage off of it. The flag's in the background.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I think he's gonna end up trying to hold it back. Holding it back into the wind is right up his alley.
I don't know if he can get wedged there if he really
No,
holds
no,
it,
with
though.
the little 9.
Correct.
That's definitely what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Back to the original?
Yeah.
50 hold?
50 hold, yeah. Yeah, it's great.
There you go. 150 holding.
Yeah, they were looking at the flags on that grandstand in the back, and they're a lot more right to left now than they were just 40 seconds ago.
Scheffler ready to roll.
Yep, moving it back into the wind. Very well done.
Nice shot, buddy.
Another good one.
He's so artful with those shots, Scott.
Yeah, he's got tremendous control with his irons. It's almost not fair to everybody else. Now Max.
He saw the blueprint, not taking any time here. It's fairly aggressive.
Yeah, it needs to get a little left, I think.
Floating right. Catches the edge, and that is his 5th consecutive missed screen. This a couple steps off.
Yeah. It'd be fair to say that he's just a little bit off right now. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but, you know, what a difference a day makes.
For the layman at home, a guy just shot 64, could do no wrong. What makes it so challenging to do that a second consecutive day? To play well again and feel like you're carrying the momentum from one day to the next?
Well, one is the weather conditions today, but 2 is it's the 3rd round of a major championship, and you're in the second to last group playing with the best player in the world. And you just came off a great round. You do all you can do to keep the same mindset. You know, they always say the longest walk in golf is from the practice area to the first tee, and that's where you've got to have your head right. So I would say there's still a tiny bit of doubt that would be only natural. He just needs to start hitting a couple good shots, and I think he'll fall right back into play, right back into line.
Those two guys walking together, Siwoo Kim, Scotty Sheffler, play a ton of golf back home, which I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, ESPN Plus. Who benefits more from this threesome? Siwoo playing with Scotty or Scotty playing with Siwoo?
I think Siwoo with Scotty, because he's been playing in this group for the last 3 years and has succeeded greatly. Siwoo's obviously won some as well, but playing with one of your better friends who you play with a lot at home, they're just probably telling the same jokes and just cruising along, and they're both playing very well. So Max just needs to get his mind frame, his attitude in line with those two guys and just have a great day together as 3 friends. So easier said than done.
14 players at or within 3 of the lead. Include Max Homa's 3 back, Scotty Sheffler 2 back, Siwoo Kim, the leader at 7 under. First to play here will be Homa, Steve.
Yeah, he's got a nice clean lie. He could putt this if he really wanted to, but certainly feels pretty good with his short game around the greens. Tricky little hole location here, just situated on top of where the green kind of falls from back to front and front to back. I think Siwoo's going to have the uphill putt from where he is. This one, if you get a little frisky, you could get this by 3 or 4 feet.
Yeah, he'd sure like to be putting it though, but maybe he'll give it a good run here.
Third shot.
Oh.
Risky. Rolls out to 10 feet, almost, call it 8 to 10 feet, coming back for par.
Yeah, it was one of those, he could have played that flat blade there. No question about it. I mean, he put it way back in his stance and almost tried to hit one of those low spinners.
It's been very inconsistent coming out of that first cut around the green. You know, sometimes it hops, sometimes it spins, sometimes it sticks, you know, through the sticky part of the grass, and that one just kind of jumped out of there. didn't really have any spin on it.
10 feet 8 inches remain for Max Homa.
He is putting himself to the test mentally right now.
Yeah, if he had one of those heart rate monitors, I'd love to see where that was at right now. Scotty Sheffler, his heart rate doesn't seem like it flutters too high.
It sure doesn't.
He seems so in control. I mean, can hit any speed of iron that he wants. He could have played 3 or 4 different irons right there and hit the same distance if he wanted to. That was the hallmark of Tiger Woods for all those years. You just have so much ultimate control of trajectory, spin, speeds, all of the factors that you have to calibrate for success.
Yeah, and after all that he went through, he did hit the right club and he hit the right shot.
Exactly. He thinks about it properly, he and Teddy, and then they execute it. This one, a little left to right at the very last part of this putt. It will stay left.
Scheffler searching for back-to-back. Does it have enough speed?
Yep.
Center of the cup.
That's kind of what we've been waiting for. If he could start making, that was the second one over 10 feet that he's made for the week, right?
18-foot birdie putt at the 5th. 2 straight on 4 and 5. Scheffler joins the bunch at 6 under par, 1 back of the leader, Siwoo Kim, who now has a birdie putt of his own on this 5th green.
That was a beautiful roll. Maybe he needs left to righters instead of right to lefters.
Game on between Scotty and Siwoo.
Yeah, it was like a match at home at Royal Oaks. See if they can top each other.
Yeah, this one back up the hill. This one going to move a little right to left. This one very makeable.
Can Siwoo strike back? High side all the way.
Good effort, though. I think he hit a good putt. I think it was just maybe a little misread. It looked like he hit it exactly where he was trying to.
Finishes up his par. The 4 names behind Siwoo Kim at 6 under par. Scheffler, Hisatsune, Vegas, and Pavon.
And then look at the guys that are 2 shots behind him. It starts getting a little juicier.
Rahm, DeChambeau, Finau, Fitzpatrick, Noren, Mav McNeely. 5 under through 7. Began his day off the 10th. He has been torching the back 9 from even par. After 36, 8 behind the leader, Johnny Vegas. He is now pulled within 2 of where Siwoo Kim stands.
Yep, he hit that scoring stretch there on the back 9 and has taken full advantage of it.
Another momentum putt for Max Homa. Unfortunately, these have all been par putts.
Yes, like I said, it's pulling teeth right now. He needs to make this one and get out of this little rut he's in. It's a tough putt, too. Break back right.
Somehow gets that to drop on the last roll.
Attaboy, Max.
Homa has been scraping by. 0 for 5. Greens in regulation has got up and down for par 4 out of 5 times. Just 1 bogey on the first. He's 1 over.
You're going to have stretches like that over a major championship in each round or in some rounds, but boy, you can't let them last too long.
Homa staying afloat. Scheffler, back-to-back birdies, 1 back. He has the honor. And Siwoo Kim, the leader. You hear that? Bryson DeChambeau's entrance music. He gets 3 under through 8 on the day. Now it's 6 under. We were wondering when the cream would rise to the top, the big name players with major championship pedigree on that first page of the board. Behind Siwoo Kim, it's Scotty Sheffler. Bryson DeChambeau tied at 6 under. Behind them, John Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, another major champion as well, Scott.
Yeah, the cream is starting to rise. There's a lot of guys playing good, solid golf, but yeah, the guys that have done it before are the most likely to rise to the top at the end of today's round.
I know in Scotty Scheffler's heart of hearts, he feels like he had the game to win last year at the PGA Championship. It was exactly 1 year ago that marked one of the wildest and strangest days we've ever seen in PGA Championship history.
Guys.
Dude, step back. Back up or
I'm
you're
back.
in jail.
I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back. I took that video at 6:01 a.m. I was covering my first PGA Championship, and I was just starting my day. World #1 golfer Scotty Sheffler was just starting his day, too.
Keep that hand back there.
Sorry.
What do we tell you? We're going to tell you one more time. Go back on the sidewalk. One more time.
I'm just pulling into the golf course, like, you know, I'm playing. We didn't know that at the time, but you could tell pulling into the golf course that something crazy had happened, just, you know, with the lights going on everywhere. It's raining, it's dark, and it's confusing and chaotic, and people are trying to figure out what's going on, and like it's one of those things where when I see a police officer, I'm going to listen to them because they're the keepers of the peace.
It was early, it was dark, and it was rainy. It wasn't even clear until he was out of his car and in handcuffs right here that it was even Scotty Sheffler.
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. Okay? He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
One thing that I specifically remember was you trying to approach the police officers and say something like, hey, you know, I don't know what's going on, but something ain't right. Like, this is Scotty, he's playing in the golf tournament. Like, and you could just hear the tone in their voice that it went from just normal pulling into the golf course to a situation that was very serious for whatever reason it was.
Scotty Sheffler was detained by police this morning in handcuffs on his way to the golf course.
I did not know that he was a police officer, and that's why I was so scared. And he was hitting my car with his flashlight thing.
There are a few days as mayor that I will never forget, and this is certainly right up there. That morning I woke up to just a ton of text messages. I quickly saw that somebody had tragically died outside of Valhalla. Immediately jumped out of bed and called my chief of police. And as I was talking to her to just start learning what had happened, I was also seeing the other texts about the arrest of Scotty Sheffler as well. And I knew it was going to be a long day.
Sorry, man, I don't know what to do. Just trying to get in.
So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing the PGA.
I'm all right now.
That was a heck of a way to wake up on Friday morning. My first call was to an attorney I knew and said, meet me at the jail. This has to be a misunderstanding. It just does not make sense. From what I know about Scotty Sheffler, the fact that he is being taken to jail still at this point doesn't compute with me. Everybody kind of went into problem-solving mode and tried to gather facts at that point.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court.
I get this ESPN notification on my phone, and it was like Scotty Sheffler arrested driving into Valhalla, and I was like, there is no way, like someone hacked ESPN.
Taylor Farrell and his brother-in-law are huge golf fans, and they were driving from Indianapolis to Valhalla when they heard the news.
I was like, man, how cool would it be if they put out like a mugshot of Scotty and we could put it on a shirt? And maybe 15, 20 minutes go by on our drive and notification that his mugshot was released. And so I start calling like every possible print shop I can find. I looked up and there was coincidentally a print shop right next to the hotel that my father-in-law and Cole were staying at. So I called her. I was like, hey, this is probably the weirdest request you're ever gonna get. How quickly can you make 2 t-shirts for me? I know Scotty's a fan of The Office, and so I figured he would get the reference here, and we just kind of went with it.
When is the first time that you see Scotty Sheffler after he's been arrested?
So Scotty gets out, and it's the first time I see him, and we're getting in the car, And my son was driving, and I was in the passenger seat, and Blake, his agent, and Scotty were in the back. Once we realized Scotty was going to play, my son said, "Well, did you get a chance to stretch?" And Scotty started laughing. He said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I did. I stretched in my jail cell." So that kind of got us laughing a little bit. But you can quickly see him turn into competitive mode. I mean, he was, you know, in short time was going to be teeing it up in a major championship.
By the time Scotty got back here to the clubhouse, this place was electric, and social media was taking off too, with two now infamous words, "Free Scotty."
It became a crazy scene, and getting Scotty here, and when he teed off on number 10 for his second round, and the amount of people following him and yelling, "Free Scotty."
Scotty and I are friends, so felt like it was my job to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, so we told some jokes. And I said, well, yesterday first round as a parent, today first round as a criminal, so here we are.
He visibly was pretty nervous, rightfully so. Everyone was cheering for him, and he birdied the first hole, and it's like, wow, this guy is pretty legit.
Scotty, I think, was confident the whole way the truth would come out, and he was, all charges were dismissed, and they were expunged.
So good in the morning that he had. Round of 66, fairly remarkable.
I think when you go back and take a macro review, yeah, I had a crazy day, but you know, there's a lot worse things that could have happened, and you know, I was fortunate to just get out of the situation the way we did, and you know, it is what it is. It happened.
An infamous day for Scotty Sheffler, the loss of life with the volunteer, the tragic event that marked that day 1 year ago. So never lose sight of the full picture of what transpired that day, and ultimately led to the misunderstanding in which Scotty Sheffler was detained before that second round. This year, things have been fairly seamless in Charlotte, North Carolina, thankfully, for all parties involved with the PGA of America and the world #1 Scotty Sheffler, as we have been waiting on the tee at the par 3-6. Scheffler with the honor, back-to-back birdies, and he is raring to go, Steve.
And we've been waiting for a good 14 minutes here to fire this 221-yard downhill par 3. Wind out of the left and hurting the players. Very challenging shot to get into this front left hole location.
Bunker bound.
Which, if he's on anywhere flat or upslope, that's not a bad miss. But yeah, it's got to be really hard to hit this green, I would say, wouldn't you, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, there's just no business going at this hole at all. The front bunker's not that bad, though. That is not the worst leave in the world. The worst miss is kind of left or long left. This is one of the steepest greens out here on the property.
Yeah, I think left. Long left is definitely horrible. So even short right's okay here.
Yeah, the 221, it plays down 8. Siwoo doesn't have to hit that 5 wood he hit here in the hole yesterday. But he wouldn't mind another one, but he's not going at this one.
It's on a pretty aggressive line. Sit down. And the further that rolls, the more challenging that one is going to get.
Pretty cool graphic to see. Bogey, comma, ace for Siwoo Kim on the par 3-6 first 2 rounds.
Well, for Max's sake, I hope he used this little respite here to kind of reset, get his breathing, reset his attitude. He's swinging much better than he has in a while, so he could use this to his advantage.
Yeah, he'd love to hit just his first green right here. There's no question about that. But it's certainly a tall task. This tee just one tee up from where they played yesterday.
Well, that was the backswing that he's been working on right there. He kept his arms out in front of him, so let's see if it paid off. Well, it did.
It's going to be long.
But he's still not going to hit a green.
Technically, that is 0 for 6.
But that was a much more quality shot.
And 3 of the 4 he's missed, 3 or 4 that he's missed have been maybe 1 to 2 paces off as Doing the flyover on the 6.
Downhill 6, 221 yards. Like I said, it plays down 8 yards, but with the wind blowing, you hate that you're way above the green for your tee shot. So very difficult to judge the distance, and the wind has a lot more effect on your ball on a hole like this than it does on almost any other hole out here.
Yesterday I was playing 28 yards longer, 249-yard par 3. Siwoo Kim. He was first off in his group. Fairway medal. He got a 249 for the week to scorecard yardage, 241 for round number 2. Siwoo lacing it in there. Couple hops released.
And just
doesn't get better than that for Siwoo Kim. Running towards the green, throws the club.
I know, I never saw it come down.
Wait a second. I still got people to tee off after me. Afterwards, he spoke with our Michael Leaves about the hole-in-one at 6.
But I thought the best part, besides the shot, was this, the celebration.
I was so excited, and then I just almost went to the hole, and then I realized I hit it first tee off, so I had to come back.
This is 6th hole-in-one on the PGA Tour.
That's a lot, and that's the longest hole-in-one ever made in a major championship, and he broke his own record.
At the Open last year.
At the Open last year, from 238 yards, he made a hole-in-one. This one was 252. So obviously he has something for making long hole-in-ones.
Most since 2016. The names on that list: Corey Connors, great ball striker. Scott Brown has 4 of his own, who's won on the PGA Tour, and then it was Victor Hovland, past FedEx Cup champion, has 4. We had 2 balls visit this green on the 6th, but went 0 for 3 in actually finding the putting surface.
Yeah, I don't have the stat here in front of me, but I bet that's pretty low on percentage of greens in regulation on the 6th today.
Steve, what's the best spot to get up and down out of the 3?
Well, you know, I think, I don't know. I don't love any of them, honestly. Siwoo's got maybe the most challenging one. He's got a drain in his way that he's not going to get relief from. So, and I don't think he can putt it through there. So he's going to have to chip it. I think Scotty might have the easiest of the 3, but there's still nothing simple here. Max has got a long range effort, straight downhill with a lot of helping wind as well. So speed control will be tough to attain for Max. Looks like Scotty's going to go first here. Pretty flat lie ball, just slightly below his feet. Going to make it come out a little bit lower, but he should be able to get this pretty darn close.
Yeah, hit it nice and soft out of there like he did.
Pretty darn close.
It's just awful. It's just awful tidy, isn't it? It's just nothing ever looks like a big deal.
Makes it look routine.
Nice long backswing, little abbreviated follow through. Ball came out like he just tossed it underhand with just dead on the greens, which is exactly what he was trying to do.
His touch is just absolutely surgical, isn't it?
Yeah, the best hands in golf right now. You know, by a fairly wide margin, it seems.
How's Siwoo going to play this, or is it going to be Max Homa before Siwoo?
I think Max is going to go. I think Max is away. They're both off the green here. And Max, there's another one. He's gotten deep on this par 3. He talked about, you know, this newly rejuvenated swing with John Scott Rattan, his coach from Congressional Country Club, and he said he's found about 5 more miles an hour of ball speed, and we've seen a couple of these irons kind of take off on him a little bit on these par 3s.
Yeah, I think that was one of his better, more solid shots there off the tee, but left it in a tough spot. And unfortunately, another one of those 6+ footers for par.
Putting a lot of stress on the putter. You can tell which direction he wanted it to go.
Yeah, he must have definitely read a little bit of leaking right in there, but did not happen.
This man 13th in strokes gained around the green this season on the PGA Tour. He's got a lot of tidy little shots that he can play, and this one is very nicely done.
Yeah, that's the shot right there that in today's world of golf, when everything's shaved down, you've got to know how to like bump it into the fringe and have it bounce once or twice before it gets on the green to have any control. And him living in Dallas, Texas, that's a very useful shot.
Well, that shot was made more difficult by he was on a little bit of a downslope right in front of that drain there, and he didn't know exactly, you know, the ball's going to come out a little lower trajectory-wise, so that was well improvised there from Siwoo.
Yeah, he had to have a little section that he was just really tuning into for the ball to land for its first bounce, and he did it to almost perfection.
Well, Scott, how many times can you go back to the well?
Well, for Max's sake, I hope it's 6. But you just can't keep leaving these. And this might be one of the easier ones he's had. Not that it's easy. But I guess if you putt like that, George, you don't have to worry about it.
5th straight par. Bogeyed 1, all par since.
Now, Scott, if you remember how well he putted during the President's Cup when it was here a few years back, hold some really key putts coming down the stretch in some of these matches to really seal the deal for the Americans. But Max looking really good at feeling the reads and feeling the speed so far today.
Obviously, he's very comfortable on these greens.
Siwoo to keep it at 7.
That's a good up and down. You know, that little, if that little drain wouldn't have been in his way, he might have been able to putt it, but just a little nuisance, but it didn't bother him at all.
Clean card through 6 holes.
Yeah, I think that position in that front bunker there for Scotty was a big advantage. Obviously, he had the shortest par putt of any of the 3. But just continues to leave the ball in the proper spots. He's even left this little tap in underneath the hole.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and he was even almost got to use the wind there to help him because it was a little bit in. The other guys, you know, like Max's putt was definitely going to be affected by this wind coming over his right shoulder.
Scheffler 5 out of 6 with sand saves this week at the PGA Championship. Good birdie opportunity coming up, Scott.
Yeah, well, this is one of the best, one of the 4 easiest holes on the course, and it's a downhill par 5. The wind is going to make it a little bit tougher to hit the fairway, but if you do hit the fairway here, this is a green light special. Pins in the back left, one that you could actually kind of get up there around it. So paramount, you hit the fairway, wind is going to be blowing pretty hard right to left, so should kind of help take the water on the right out of play. So I would definitely say one of their better birdie opportunities on the card today.
Is playing as we take a look. That's for the week. 2nd easiest hole today. It has been the 5th easiest for round number 3.
I think that's probably all due to the wind and the strength of the wind.
There have been 3 eagles by the field today, all of them coming on the 14th.
Yeah, 14th should be straight downwind.
More impressed by Siwoo or Scotty Sheffler so far? They have the same score through 6 at 1 under.
I would say it's a tie. I mean, Siwoo looks just as comfortable as Scotty Sheffler does. So in my book, that's saying something. He looks right at home, and both of them do.
Man on the right, we expected to be here. Man on the left, maybe not as much. Been a big disconnect for Siwoo Kim. The players considered part of championship season. Obviously doesn't have the stature of a major. He had that victory in 2017 at 21 years old, was the youngest Players Champion ever. But the success at TPC Sawgrass had never translated to majors. A couple T13s, one at the U.S. Open. That was 8 years ago, and then in 2020 at the PGA Championship was T13. Hasn't sniffed contention, hasn't played his best on the 4 biggest stages in the men's professional game, but this week able to put the pieces together so far. Here's what he's done so far this season. Siwoo Kim likes playing a lot of golf. Already 15 starts, 10 made cuts, just the 1 top 10. That coming last month. Scott at the RBC Heritage.
Well, obviously he's not just hitting on all cylinders, but George, I was kind of thinking a guy like Siwoo Kim, who's actually played this golf course a lot because they play here annually, that's got to help some of the guys that may not necessarily be guys that you would expect at the top of the leaderboard in a major championship. Now, we got a long way to go, but, you know, you go to Augusta every year, but that's like the hardest golf course in the world to learn how to play. And then you go to the other 2 majors, the Open and the U.S. Open and the British Open, are on courses you never play. Well, the PGA this year is on a course that these guys are familiar with. So if you use that to your advantage, then, you know, you get a tight leaderboard and you get some guys you may not expect.
Getting some laughs with Siwoo Kim and Scotty Sheffler. Their caddies Ted Scott and Manny Vajangas. Out of the last 7 competitive rounds, this is the 3rd time that Scotty Scheffler's playing in the same group as Siwoo Kim.
Well, it's good for both of them. They're very comfortable.
After stop and start, last hole and this hole. Let's see if they have a combo on the tee. Not much. Steve, how do you resettle for this tee shot with a little bit of a weight?
Yeah, I think it's actually a very comfortable tee shot. The wind is out of the right a little bit, kind of pushing the ball away from the penalty area and towards the side where you want to leave it on. Definitely helping from right to left. I don't know how much they can feel that, though, back on the tee. It gets a little enclosed back there with some of the tree complexes and some of the homes that may block some of the wind, but it's definitely there. This is an easy one to miss left, though, that all being said.
Well, if Scotty's really back to form, then it should be a pretty easy fairway for him to hit, because his normal shot would be start left center and hold against the wind. So we'll see if he's back in form.
2 large bunkers down the left side. These players don't think can get past these bunkers whatsoever. About 325 past the bunkers.
It's just fighting the wind.
Well, turn back.
No. Oh. If it stops, he got a great break.
Incredible break.
Yeah, that's just above that bunker, right between the bunkers, only about 4 yards of depth where that ball ended up.
Now he's in the best place you could possibly be. He's got a little upslope on the best angle you could ever ask for.
Yeah, that is you couldn't walk it any better.
Lands in the bunker and hops out, thanks to the packing of the lips. All right, George, Siwoo Kim on the tee started the week at 15,000 to 1 to win this tournament. Can you believe that?
No, come on, man.
That's what I just heard.
15,000? No, it's got to be 150 to 1. Here's Siwoo Kim.
Okay, it was plus 15,000.
Which is shift
50 to 1, yes.
150.
Yeah, or 150, yeah. Bad math there. See, that's why you're here. But that's pretty long odds.
Plank's mind is at a pretzel on the 7th hole at Quail Hollow. Siwoo Kim misses the fairway.
Yeah, that was a foot from clearing this bunker right here and maybe being okay, but now it's back. He's going to definitely have to lay up with some 7 or 8 iron right here. Now, Max Homa, one of his favorite quotes is, "Winners never quit and quitters never win," and he's not quitting at all right now. He is putting like a winner. He just needs to start hitting the ball like a winner.
Yeah, I think this one is maybe his best tee shot, which is a fine place to do it, and long.
Get some roll too. Homa and Scheffler in the go zone on the par 5 7th. Let's get some More on how to play it off the tee with PGA professional Joe Hallett from Frisco.
Gentlemen, everybody wants to hit it longer. The first thing you have to do is hit it on the club face. Now, we have so much technology out there, the foresights, the flight scopes, the TrackMans. But if you don't have all that technology, you can go a little bit old school. Get yourself a little bit of foot powder, spray it on the face, put your foot powder down. Then all you got to do is tee it up and see. Well, my driving isn't the only thing that stinks, let me tell you. Guys, foot powder will solve your problem.
Multifaceted, putting it to use there, especially long swampy days. How steamy it's going to be this afternoon, all the humidity that'll be bubbling up from the turf. Here's the move of Max Homa, who we touched on. Well, some MPH recently.
Yeah, he has. And I talked with his coach and Max a little bit, and he is just trying to keep his arms from getting too far behind him and a little too low and inside. And when he's keeping them out in front of his chest, he gets in that position right there where everything's lined up. And he is, I mean, when he's on, he's one of the premier ball strikers. He just hadn't been on for a year and a half. Maybe that shot right there will kind of right the ship, get going the right direction, take some of the pressure off his putter.
Fortunate to be 1 over through 6. Siwoo Kim, 7 under, outright leader by 1. Bunch of names behind him. We got 5 players tied at 6 under par in second. Scheffler, DeChambeau, Hisatsune, Vegas, Pavon. Johnny Vegas, couple bogeys on 1 and 2. Has steadied himself since 3 consecutive pars. 4 players at 5 under par, including JT Poston now 1 under through 7. John Rahm once had it to 5, has fallen back to 4 with Max Homa.
And you know, looking at the leaderboard, George, it appears the guys are doing a really good job of taking advantage of the birdie holes, because scores are a little bit better than what I was anticipating, at least starting out.
Would that have to do with the hole locations?
Oh, I think everything has to do with hole locations, to be honest with you. You can make an easy hole really hard if you put it in a difficult spot. You can make a hard hole much easier, middle of the green. So with the wind, hole locations may be a little more forgiving today.
Steve, how did Siwoo's ball settle?
Yeah, he's going to have to lay up, guys. He got it right close to that lip. It was just almost flew over the bunker, but just the difference in a little bit of luck right there. I think with Scotty landing in the bunker and popping out, now he can get there from just about 250 yards. Siwoo's going to have to hit, you know, an 8 or 9 iron out of there and just position himself down there for a comfy wedge.
I like 138, 140 shot. Okay?
It's just not built.
No, just right to left right now.
You're talking about a 138, 140 shot there. That'll leave him with about 100 yards to the front, about 125 to the back hole location, and must be a comfortable yardage for him.
Positional golf for his second. Have the wedge in for his third to the par 5. Steve, how about Scheffler?
He's right in the go zone. Beautiful, beautiful lie. All these fairways being mowed down grain really provides a nice little launching pad for all these players to do what they need to do. But really, just again, a great break, landing in that bunker and then just popping out right in between. There's only about 5 yards of depth between those 2 fairway bunkers that line the left side of the 7th hole. So he's going to have no problem to get there. He might even be able to hit it. He's got this utility 4 iron that could be really good in this situation, but we'll see what club he and Teddy Scott decide to pull.
Should be just a little bit in, but a lot right to left. You agree with that?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the blimp overhead, and the blimp is basically right to left, but just exactly what you said. Maybe just a fraction of hurt. Just depends on the moment, though.
Yeah.
It could help a little bit as well, but you know, good hole location here in this top left to be pretty aggressive at.
Yeah, Scotty's in a great spot. I mean, you fly it 5 steps on the green, it'll get all the way back to that hole location.
Waiting for things to open up. Siwoo Kim 7 under. He's 1 under on the day. 1 birdie coming back on the par 3/4. Scotty Sheffler opening bogey on the first. Back-to-back birdies on 4 and 5. So he's also 1 under through 6. T2 with Bryson DeChambeau, Ryo Hisatsune, and Johnny Vegas. 4 players at 6 under, 1 back. Massive crowds following these final few groups. And they've been wondering what would Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele in that group starting off the other side, what would those guys do? It hasn't been much so far. Rory even on the round. He is +1. 8 back is Siwoo Kim. Xander Schauffele is 1 under through 6. Even for the week, 7 back of Siwoo Kim. They are on the par 4 16th. That's the other stream going right now on ESPN Plus, the other featured group.
And for some reason this pops over the back.
They've cleared the green.
Come down on this bit? Yes.
All right, now Scotty's got 226 to that front edge. 251 all the way back. We've seen a lot of balls kind of hit this green and bounce over with the firmness. And that left bunker is actually, it's no bargain. The green runs away from there. So you got to be fairly aggressive with this one, even a touch right.
So maybe a little too far right.
Going after it. Will it carry?
It did.
Out of the front third of the green, rolling towards the back, up and over the ridge. Catches it, and it will retreat towards the middle right of the green.
That's going to be really good probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be great tomorrow. It'll be a difficult 2-putt, but he is putting for eagle. Yeah, I think this one got just a little bit away from him to the right. Kind of anxiously watching it.
All right, now Max has got 216 after a 332-yard salvo. Absolutely blistered this tee shot. If anything, the ball just a little below the feet of these players as they play up to this 7th green. Wants to pitch it right around 195 to 200 yards here and just let it release.
Yeah, this is green light for him if he likes it, but this one's going right as well.
Way right.
Needs to catch something.
Oh no.
And it did. It caught something, but not the green.
What a poor swing.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if that crossed the penalty line up there or not. Looks like it's an all red penalty area, so I imagine he'll be able to drop it up there, but not 100%.
Yeah, I think, well, it looked like it landed in the grass. It is pretty thick over there, but I don't know if it held up or not.
Yeah, from my vantage point, it does not look like it held up.
Well,
the big question was, did it land at one point on the green? It did, so.
No, I think it got above the penalty line again.
Correct.
I'm not 100% about that, though.
Well, they should have a good, with technology and eyes on the ground, they should have a pretty good idea where to drop it.
Siwoo Kim's 3rd.
No, he's got 120 yards here and a pretty good crosswind out of the right. Nice flat lie. No reason not to hit this one inside of 15 or 20 feet here, other than the the wind freshening.
Yeah, just a little bit of doubt. Trying to keep it down. Looks pulled it a little, but it's actually, that's okay.
Birdie putt ahead for Siwoo. But next May, PGA Championship returning to the Philly area. Wanamaker Golf Club will be the host site of the 108th playing of the PGA Championship. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register because registration closes soon. The crowds were certainly boisterous last week at Philly Cricket Club for the Truist Championship. Would expect more of the same next year at the PGA Championship. The crowd's here just happy the rain has subsided and, knock on wood, shouldn't have any more weather issues for the rest of today and into the final round on Sunday.
That would be the hope. Steve, have you been able to get over there and see?
Yeah, look, he's safe. He's just given the safe sign. There's enough rough over there. That's a tough spot to get to if you're me, but
yeah,
Max Homa gave us the all safe sign, so very fortunate right there.
Well, the rough is very thick over there. That's one of the places that I looked at, you know, thinking if you miss the green, it'll go into the penalty area, but that's about the thickest rough on the golf course over there.
There can't be too many players trampling that down for sure.
Very fortunate, giving Homa a new lease on life at the par 5 7th.
Yeah, it's sitting down pretty good. Plenty of green to work with, though, so if he can make good contact, then he got a chance to make a birdie.
Yeah, just being so much on the upslope right there. And to climb this is one of the steepest climbs up to a back terrace of any on the golf course here, but he had to have a lot of trepidation walking up to this green here. Just does not put a good iron swing on it overall.
No, he popped it out too far. I think the lie there just was so buried that obviously did not have a lot of control coming out of there.
Yeah, it could have trickled back another couple feet off the edge of that fringe there for the same money.
Well,
but yeah, just a wayward second shot though for sure, Scott.
Yeah, and kept his streak alive, George. Officially 0 for 7 on greens in regulation.
That's crazy.
But the real miss I mean, he had to be hitting a 5 or 6 iron. And he obviously didn't do that any yesterday.
It's the difference between his miss and Scheffler's slight miss to the right. Scheffler on the green.
A shot and a half, at least a full shot. Probably just a full shot. But yeah, Scheffler's miss stayed on the putting surface. Max got over there where it's pretty tough up and down, so the odds are Scheffler's going to make 4 and Max is going to make 5.
Again, kind of one of these steady climbers up here. Going to have Teddy Scott attend that flagstick. This kind of that scoring stretch on the front 9. We've had a few very challenging holes. Obviously, he took advantage of that par 3 fourth. Now can he climb this one up the hill?
Just all about getting the speed right. Left it a little shy there.
Well short.
That is not what he was looking for there, George. Leaving it 8 to 10 feet short of the hole for eagle.
Got some work left for his birdie. Homa just inside 20 feet. Has a birdie chance as well.
Yeah, it shouldn't have a bunch of break here, should it, Steve?
It's just going to be a little quick on the quick side. I think it's got to fall to his right, if anything, here.
Well, the way he's been putting.
Homa burns the edge.
Whoa. You were right about the speed. Burned the edge and went by 4 feet, so continuing to put stress on his putter.
Siwoo Kim 17 feet out. Leading by 1. This would extend it to 2.
Yeah, not a bad leave at all right here.
Not nearly as fast as what Max just had, right?
No, it's not coming, from as high of a point on the side of the hill, but still, you could catch a lip and lip it out. But he's been rolling the ball really nicely with this putter. Had some serious feet of putt hold yesterday.
Well, he gave it a lot of respect on the speed.
Fell in love with the line, didn't have enough pace. 6 pars, 1 birdie, 1 under through 7. And leading the PGA Championship.
Yeah, certainly impressed by Siwoo and what he's doing right now. Just really a steady ship. Scotty worked a lot on his shoulder alignment, does a whole putting routine with his coach, Phil Kenyon, prior to the round. And
very makeable. It's just about twice as long as he was hoping for.
And this is kind of the uphill putt that he's looking for, though.
Scheffler for share of the lead. 3rd birdie in his last 4 holes. He's 7 under, all tied up with Siwoo Kim.
And finding the hole with his putter for birdies, which he was struggling with yesterday. That's pretty solid right there.
Watch out, Charlotte. Scotty's rolling it in this 3rd round.
That's the shortest par putt effort that he's had in a few holes, but you can't lose your concentration on this one either.
Rattles in the par.
Yeah, he is. You could see him talking to himself. He is fighting the
everything.
Yes, he's fighting everything. He's fighting his head on trying to keep things going the right direction.
4 players at or within 1 shot of the lead. Scheffler, Siwoo Kim, the co-leaders. Bryson DeChambeau, 36-hole leader. Johnny Vegas, 1 back. Up next, very short par 4.
Yeah, probably. Well, one of the 4 easiest holes for sure, along with the par 5s and number 14. Playing today, let's see, the wind should be downwind a little bit, maybe a little right to left down. I mean, these guys ought to be able to get it way up there, and the pin is probably the most accessible location that you can have for a pitch shot. So if you hit a nice drive, birdie is a distinct possibility.
Numbers on the 8th. 106 birdies by the field this week. to just 40 bogeys.
It's kind of
stretch.
It's kind of a weird short par 4 because you really can't drive it on the green like the 14th. You know, we saw Max hit it to a foot yesterday on. But guys, you could just hit it right down there where you have a pitch shot to the green. So these guys hit it so straight and so far that it either needs to be 15 yards shorter or 60 yards longer.
This stretch of the course 7 through 15 where we can see some serious runs happen last year. Rory McIlroy was 2 behind at the Truist Championship. Went 8 under in an 8-hole stretch the middle portion of his round. That was on Sunday during the final round. Scheffler has started his run a bit earlier. 3 under the last 4 holes. Circles at 4, 5, and 7. Be up first to co-leader with Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, and I guess technically, was he in the fairway on the last hole? Went through the bunker and got into the fairway grass, so I'm going to give him fairway.
Let's see what the official scoring reflects. It said left fairway.
Okay, so
he has hit 5 out of 5 fairways today.
All right.
Hit 6 for the entire second round. 6 out of 14.
And this hole sets up perfect for him again. A little help off the right shoulder, but he can hit his cut right off that left bunker and probably leave it on the upslope of the green. So a really good chance.
The big 4 coming in, primarily the big 3. Scotty Sheffler, Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, Xander Schauffele thrown in there as well as the defending PGA Championship winner who was runner-up at the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow last year. The 2 that have lived up to expectations thus far, Scotty Sheffler, the co-leader, and Bryson DeChambeau, 3 under through 10 and 6 under par. He's just 1 back.
And not a shock. He's been playing great. I mean, the guy has just been phenomenal in the majors. I went 4 top 10s in the last 5, and 1 was a win and 1 was a second. So he's obviously found his niche in these majors.
He likes the big stage, as does Scotty Sheffler. Max Homa has missed 7 straight greens, and he's only 1 over par. Siwoo Kim staring across at Scotty Sheffler. They're the co-leaders at 7 under. It's the 3rd round on ESPN+. You're watching ESPN Plus's coverage of the 107th PGA Championship from Charlotte, North Carolina. George Savarickas, Scott Verplank in the broadcast booth. Steve Scott out on the course walking with the 2 co-leaders. Scotty Sheffler, 2 under through 7. 3 birdies his last 4 holes. He has tied it up with Siwoo Kim, 1 under through 7, who birdied the par 3 fourth, his lone birdie. Rest have been pars. Major championship winners who are 8 shots back after the first round. Missed the last 50 years. Keegan Bradley, most recent to do that, 14 years ago at the PGA Championship 2011. Siwoo Kim was 8 back after opening with a 1 over 72. Came back in a big way yesterday with that 7 under 64, tied the low round of the week, included a hole-in-one, and has been steady through 7 holes, Scott.
He's just looked very comfortable. Being in the lead has not really affected him at all. Maybe the last hole, he missed his drive a little bit. Not hard to do. Basically hit the same drive as Scotty, but Scotty's bounced out of the bunker. Looks good, though. I mean, both of these guys have got the ball rolling in the right direction.
Steve, previous group, Ryan Fox drove it on the green here on the par 4/8. A couple guys have done that today.
I can totally see that. It's right, just in the perfect kind of scenario. You got a little, mostly helping wind, but a little right to left. You know, the nice high fade right here, 316, a couple yards uphill. I mean, it just kind of fits the perfect. Hit that number 8 on the tower on the back of the green and just drop a little fade in there, and should be perfect. 299 front. This one hitting right, though.
Well, right. Used to kind of get lucky, and it hit a tree. It may have ricocheted all the way to the fairway.
It looked like it kicked to the fairway, and it did. Wow.
What a break that is.
Sometimes you need a little pixie dust.
6 for 6 fairways now.
This man has got to, he's paying his member dues around here, looks like.
Apparently, that might have been like, that had the look of being a lost ball.
Yeah, there's a penalty area down there all the way down, but yeah, that wasn't looking so pretty. Now, Siwoo here looking to do what he does best, drive it on a string. This should be right in his wheelhouse, right up the throat of this green. And that one is equally left.
Yep, needs to get over the bunkers, and it did. Oh. Right into the merchandise tent.
Goes into the gallery. Let's see what type of lie he gets, if that's matted down or.
I don't think he's got a very good angle from there, though. Gonna be tough to get it close, I would think.
Blimp cam.
Carry the bunker. He might have a little bit of tree trouble, amongst other things.
Well, for Max, if you remember what he did yesterday on 14, loves the drivable par 4. First of 2 of them today.
If he hits the same tee ball he hit on the last hole, he can get there. And he did.
Flies it
down.
And it goes over the back portion.
Okay, that's not bad, though. Sitting up. Not an easy pitch from there, but in the best position.
What a break for Scotty Sheffler. Was bounding towards the trees. He's back in the fairway. Very birdieable 8th hole ahead.
The simple answer is PGA Hope is life-saving for me. Not just the program itself, but what the program does.
I met Colton 2018. He came to our Hope program. You know, he was probably not in a good spot that day that we were there. There was darkness in his eyes, and I knew there was probably some hurt and some pain going on. But the one thing that changed him, that gave him hope, was the golf ball.
Love you, pal.
Love you too, man.
Oh, have fun up there. Brian didn't care about my background. He didn't care what crimes I committed. He only knew that I wanted to hit that ball. You know what I mean? I wanted more of it. I think that was what I was really craving the whole time.
To have Colton really showcase his club and showcase where he's come from. He's worked really hard to get where he's at, and no one gave it to him. He had to earn it and work for it.
I've got a wonderful job that I've worked really hard for, and that I feel like I really belong there. It's cliche, but this game has truly saved my life.
Great story there. Colton served in the U.S. Army from 2009 to 2013, a graduate of PGA Hope Asheville, has been an ambassador for the Carolinas PGA for the past few years. Out to the action on the 8th. An all-world break for Scotty Sheffler here, Steve.
I mean, it's almost just like somebody was up in a tree like a squirrel and just took the ball and chucked it out perfect. Now, this is pretty basic pitch and run, although you only have about 12 feet behind the hole here. And at the hole and a little past, it kind of runs away. This is an easy one to hit, you know, just knock off right off the back edge of the green here. He's had exquisite touch.
And okay. Obviously, he was aware of what you were saying, Steve. You do not want to get it beyond the hole location here.
He continually just puts the ball in the spot where you need to put it, no matter if it gets there by accident or intent.
Well, he's got another slightly uphill putt.
How's this for Siwoo?
Yeah, this is okay. He's got a great lie over here. Everything's kind of trampled down where the gallery and now the patrons kind of walk by over here. He's got really no issues here. Just control the distance, land this, maybe kind of bump it into the fringe and trundle it onto the green.
He has such great imagination. Siwoo throwing it up there. Couple hops and
catch the hill and might stay okay. This is all right here, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, this lie's a little thick, but between he and the hole, it's very flat. I mean, if he could get this coming out in the right line, he could make this.
It's a little, it just needs to get the weight right. There we go.
Great touch. Can update the group behind. Johnny Vegas birdied the par 5 7. 3 players tied for the lead at 7 under par. Scheffler, Siwoo Kim, and Vegas.
Well, can I have an 8 again after you said leading after today? These guys are making more birdies than I was anticipating.
Ryan Fox with the birdie, the group ahead on the 8th. Has it 3 guys at 6 under par, 1 back. DeChambeau, Fox, and Pavon.
Just an average pitch here from Siwoo. Really landed softly in that uphill slope with the collar here, but still very makeable putt. Not a ton of break to it, just a little uphill. Came into this third round, second in strokes gained putting.
Siwoo for birdie.
That's the second putt in a row. It's been very tentative and kind of left short and right, which he hasn't been doing up to this point.
It looks like he's just kind of easing into those putts a little bit. You know, he hasn't been in a situation like this, certainly in major championship times. I mean, won the Players' Championship in his history, but that wasn't with the long putter. Sometimes, you know, he's been going back and forth. The putting has really been his Achilles heel, not in the top 125 in the last 5 or 6 seasons on the PGA Tour in strokes gained putting. So definitely not a strength of Siwoo's.
Nine feet to take the outright lead, Scheffler.
Yeah, this is kind of where he's going to start to make his move right here. You feel the anticipation in the crowd, ready to explode when this one goes in.
Yeah, almost the same putt as the last hole.
Scheffler misses it right.
That one broke to the right, which is totally against what all the analytics say.
Two-putt par, keeps it at 7 under.
Yeah, he just hasn't hit his stride to, you know, with getting in full flight just yet. I mean, he's just played so steadily, but just hasn't quite made those putts to really gain the tremendous amount of momentum.
Well, if you asked him when his tee ball was about 275 off the club face, if you'll take a tap in 4, he would have said yes.
Homa's first birdie comes on the 8th.
That way, Max, for his 9th putt of the day. 7 1-putts and a 2-putt. How about that?
Pretty amazing. Homa 2 behind. Siwoo Kim also makes par on the par 4. Last hole on the front side before they make the turn.
Long, tight, not too tight off the tee, but it gets tighter around the green and the rough is thick. If you hit it in the rough, you're generally not getting on this green, but 527. With the way the wind's blowing today, it's going to be more left to right and maybe a little in, which is going to make it so much more difficult. Not that it hasn't been difficult already, but really kind of throw a wrench in your plans here if you're thinking about making birdie.
Which have been few and far between this week on the 527-yard par 4 9th. 5 times as many bogeys as birdies. You get a 4 on the card, you are speed walking over to the 10th.
Absolutely. And you got to start this one right up the tree line on the left to hit the fairway. So take a lot of trust and confidence.
Max Homa eager to take the honor for the first time.
Yeah, definitely left to right, Scott. Not going to really fit the shape of this hole. About 320 yards to that fairway bunker down the right.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really helping or hurting, but it is definitely hard left to right.
Yeah, it's helping a touch. This one well left, though. Lots of trees, lots of gallery over there.
Deep into the trees.
That is way left.
Poor way to follow up a birdie. Homa not quite the tree whisperer that Scotty Sheffler was the last hole.
No, those are opposite outcomes.
Isn't it amazing what happens after you make a birdie, guys? It happens to all of us. I don't care if you're a professional like Max or 15, 20 handicap weekend warrior. A little post-birdie juice there. Now Scotty gonna send this one down the left and just let it fall right a little bit.
There it goes. Should be perfect.
Curving back.
That was in really good balance right there.
Has hit every fairway on the front 9.
One more than yesterday, all day. And this is a much tougher day to drive it. Yesterday it was dead calm. So basically you were just like playing in a vacuum.
7 for 7 today. Good call, Scott. 6 for 14 yesterday. Siwoo Kim now.
Yeah, we've had a lot of crosswinds today for sure that really make the ball coming out of the center of the face a huge priority. Siwoo's got to go just a little bit more down the right. This one going left, though, as well.
Trying to catch that left part of the fairway.
It's not good either. Scotty is playing like he just plays. Just keep plodding along. Everybody else kind of has their struggles.
Feature group looking good so far. Co-leaders Kim and Scheffler knotted at the top.
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with all the big Stanley Cup, right? I assume it's less than the Stanley Cup. Off sheer size, I think it weighs less than the Stanley Cup.
That is correct. Unbelievable.
There you go. Huh. Did all right.
Perfect 3 for 3. But only 2 of those 3 made the cut. Jordan Spieth missed it by 1, 76-68. Johnny Vegas, Siwoo Kim, Scotty Sheffler at 7 under par. DeChambeau, Fox, Pavone at 6 under. Early impressions of how the leaderboard's evolving, Scott?
Well, the wind is keeping everything tight, I believe, but the leaderboard is progressing kind of like it seems to in these big tournaments on hard golf courses. The cream is rising to the top. Guys that we're more familiar with seem to be kind of taking over the narrative. So when Scotty Scheffler's up there at the top of the leaderboard, that's pretty ominous for most of the other competitors.
Yeah, his close rate has been lights out in big events, especially when he has the outright lead going in the final round. Guys want to make sure they stay in contact with him, which is hard to do, Steve, when your tee shots go well left of the fairway.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of spot of bother over here for sure. Max he's going to have something. He's going to have to come up with the goods, but he's got an avenue. He's got a window up over this oak tree that's about 100 yards ahead of him. It's doable for him from about 215 yards. Siwoo actually might have the harder shot because he's sitting right on the edge of the pine needles and the taller expanse of the rough. He may have to lay this thing up, but we'll see what decisions they decide to make.
Well, neither one of them are in a good spot being in the pine needles, so making it harder than it needs to be.
Gotta go way back.
Scott, what are the plans to manufacture a 4 from here?
Well, Max, he's looking through that window that Steve was talking about, and if he can get make enough contact, get enough club face on that ball, he could get it up around the green. I'm pretty certain about that. And then in Max style, he'll probably chip it up about 6 to 10 feet and then make the putt for par.
How deep in the trees he is off the fairway from this angle.
it's he's got a window though. It's not a big window. It's his little small bathroom window maybe, but he's got one. Max's lie is pretty clean, it appears.
Yeah, looking at the lie here on a close-up, it's not terrible, that's for sure.
I mean, you know, I wouldn't put it past him to be able to put it on the surface from here. He's got 194 yards to cover that front bunker. I think he can hit a 5-iron and get it up over the tree. And, you know, I mean, this is a 4, 5, and 10 shot of getting this ball on the green. I think he can do it.
Well, he needs to make a good swing on this one. Still a little short.
Yeah, that's well right. That was not struck well. Just ahead of another tree. That'll be okay, but nothing great.
He's really trying to get his backswing a little wider, going back and away from his body, and it's getting shorter and tighter and more round, and that's the inconsistency so far today. This got to be a big old hook, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. He's going to have to probably hood the face of a long iron here and hope for the best. This is not easy. Again, right up against that rough cut there. Contact could be a big issue.
Well, he's set up to hit a big sweeping hook, so we'll see if he can do it.
Way right over the gallery. Oh boy, that's going to be closer to the 10th hole than it is the 9th.
Yikes. Yeah, that's going to be real bad for the whole location. Is not going to help him from there either, so that's not looking good.
Scheffler taking the boring route from the fairway.
Pin high, 20 feet. Be a heck of a good shot.
Yeah, he's hit a couple of really strong iron shots in the first 2 rounds on this par 4. This whole location's like right in the middle of the green right here.
Yeah, and he's going just a little left of it and gets it on. And another great shot. Putting uphill again, Steve.
Another approach shot below the pin for Scotty Sheffler. Another birdie putt that he's heading up to. We got PGA professional Joe Hallett with some tricks to hitting out of the pine straw.
Hitting out of the pine straw, I don't know if there's really a trick to it, but you've got to curve it. And one thing that can happen in the pine straw, and I think that we've seen it, is that the feet are really, really difficult. That's your basis for really curving the ball. It's very difficult in the pine straw. So we saw Si Woo try, and at least he started it out the correct angle. But I have a feeling as he came through, his feet had a little bit of a shift in it, and the ball didn't curve. You know, kind of a fun and simple way to learn how to curve the ball is very simple. You aim your body, and I've got my little sticks down here where you want it to start. So I'm going to start it that way. And then I aim my club where I want it to finish is over there. But you've got to swing along the line of your feet. So I'm going to get set up. I want the ball to go over there. I send it out, and I watch it turn left. For me, there's much confusion between that's my normal shot or did I actually get out of trouble? Gentlemen, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Joe. And Si Woo had a much better plan on paper than the execution here. The stance was showing big hook.
Yep.
The shot stayed dead straight. That was probably the start line he wanted.
I think it was definitely the start line, but I mean, it needed to be a, you know, about a 30-degree hook from there. And Steve made a good point. He may have caught that edge of the grass and the pine straw, and that kept the toe from turning over to get the extra hook. I'd say that's about as likely as anything that happened there. So 2 guys are well out of position, and of course Scotty is in a very nice spot.
Steve, what do you have eyes on right now?
Yeah, I got eyes on everybody. Max Homa's got a little uphill. He's got a thickish lie, but he's got plenty of green to work with. He's going to have to kind of like a long flop shot, but again, this whole location right in the middle of the green. I mean, couldn't be any simpler for the shot that he and Siwoo need to play right here. Siwoo's, he got a great break over here. The ball's sitting on a pretty good lie, a little firm underneath, but he's got plenty of green to work with. Going to be working back into the wind. I think at least one of these guys gets this ball up and down.
All right, excited to see it. Can they meet the moment? Produce at least one up and down, maybe two. Homa first up.
Yeah, I think Steve said it best. The best thing they have going for them is the wind is kind of in their face, enough to help them just a little bit.
Homa up top, releasing nicely.
I mean, that's his range.
To the exact range you were saying. Got 5-6 feet for par.
That was a heck of a shot, really. I mean, that ball, you know, you try to hit them high and soft like that, and coming out of the rough, there's a lot of variables that can get in the way, but great shot by Max.
6 feet 7 inches. He makes that even par front nine, hitting one green.
And that was with a chip shot.
That would be insane.
It would be.
Co-leader Siwoo Kim.
He doesn't have quite as much green to work with here, does he?
No, I mean, he's got a good 35 feet, though.
Okay.
And with that wind, this is very doable.
The wind back in is a big help to him.
Yeah, I think he gets us up there, you know, right around where Max's ball is.
The old flopper.
Big swing.
Carried too far.
Yeah, it was just a little firm underneath that ball, and the club kind of bounces into the ball a little bit too much.
Yeah, but you cannot, you can't leave it short and then have to hit another chip out of a sticky lie. So that was the miss.
That was the move through the ball. Carried a lot of speed at impact.
He really did. His window was way up there, wasn't it?
Looking right into the sky. George Savaricka, Scott Verplank, Steve Scott on ESPN Plus, third round of the PGA Championship. Scotty Sheffler began the day 3 back in the lead. Now he is tied at 7 under par with Johnny Vegas and Siwoo Kim. Vegas, the group behind, back towards the 9th fairway. Scotty Sheffler, a birdie opportunity to stand tall above everyone else and grab the lead by 1.
Yeah, this 9th green here, overall very flat. I mean, this is about as good as you could do in 2 right here.
This would ignite the gallery from 22 feet. Scheffler for birdie.
Good effort, though. Just went a little towards the front of the green. But after a shaky opening hole on this front 9, really solid after that.
Wholeheartedly agree. Birdie's on 4, 5, and 7 after the bogey on 1, 2 under 33. His first 9 holes.
And started hitting a few more quality shots, particularly off the tee.
This one from Siwoo is going to be a little on the quicker side, working down the slope. Slightly left to right. But if there's a 18 or 20 footer that you could think about making, this would be the one.
Siwoo for par. Oh, right in the jaws, and it comes up short.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little more difficult putt, I think, than the last 2, but that's 3 putts in a row. He's kind of left short and low. So kind of needs to get his groove back with that putter that's been treating him well up to this point.
First misstep. Even par front 9.
Well, I got to say, Max has had to get the most out of this front nine so far to this point, right, guys? I mean, only one green hit in regulation. That was just that chip up and a putt on the 8th hole there.
No, there's no doubt. This would be a heck of a save right here. I hate to keep saying it, but you just can't. You're going to eventually miss. I hope he does. I want him to make it, but you cannot keep having 6 and 7 footers or 10 footers for par all day in a major.
He hold a lot of great putts. This was the 18th hole in that President's Cup, and you hold so many great putts on this green.
No, he loves the greens. There's no doubt.
There's a miss.
I mean, it's just one, math tells you can't make them all. Human nature tells you can't make them all. There's just too many things going against you.
Bookends his front nine with bogeys at 1 and 9.
Well, that's too bad.
He's 4 under 3 back of Scheffler and Vegas, the two Longhorns, the co-leaders at the PGA Championship. To the backside we go.
Well, George, like you said, there's about 5, 6 opening holes on the backside that are scoreable, and then the last 3 are a daunting finish. So if you're going to get aggressive and make some more birdies, here's your chance for about the next hour and a half. Then after that, you got to buckle up. .600-yard par 5 right here. Should be playing at worst a little off the right, downwind. Maybe, yeah. Basically straight across, which will help your tee shot here. So it's hard to keep the ball in the fairway, so the wind's blowing off the right. All these guys can get there in 2 if they hit a good one.
Only 1 par 5 on the front side, 2 on the back at 10 and 15. Also have the drivable par 4 14th. We have seen some runs on this back nine. Maverick McNeely, first example that comes to mind, started his round off the 10th. McNeely, what a back nine he had. A birdie on 12, eagle on 14, birdie on 15, birdie on 16. Was 5 under through 7 holes. A couple bogeys since. He is 3 under on the round.
Well, there's a few guys under par, a little bit more under par than I was thinking. Rahm's 4 under, and DeChambeau and McNeely are 3 under, so those are really good rounds in these conditions.
Now this wind going to fit what this fairway wants to do. Just a little right to left. The closer you can get it to that fairway bunker off the tee, the better.
Yeah, I think Scotty's going to try to hit it a little further right. He looks to be aimed up a little bit further right, which is what they were looking on, and I think he did it again. Right down the middle.
Scheffler 8 for 8 off the tee.
Scotty? I would say if that trend continues for the next 27 holes, he's going to be really hard to beat.
Yeah, I'll win by a 6.
Yeah. I mean, really hard. That's impressive right there, hitting all the fairways and only missing 2 greens on the front 9 in these wind conditions.
Yeah, just it forces you to focus, elevate your focus to what it was in the first 2 rounds, and Max giving it full throttle.
If the wind will help him a little bit. No, it did not.
Right at the camera.
Oh, and apparently sitting well down. Trying to find his groove, but these days where it's kind of gusty and, you know, gusty, crusty, all that, it just makes it that much harder.
All right, Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, about 300 yards to that fairway bunker, about 325 past it. Ooh, that was all she wrote there.
Blistered, wasn't it? Yeah, right up next to Scotty, so it was perfect.
Siwoo had been wild off the tee on the front 9, only hit 2 fairways, now 3 for 8. Scotty Sheffler has taken command of the PGA Championship as a co-leader at 7 under.
Winning golf tournaments is great, but at the end of the day, that's not what life's about. I think with the way that I'm wired as a hyper-competitive person, you separate them, but at the same time, they're intertwined because when I'm out there, I feel like what I need to do is compete and play as hard as I can. When I'm out practicing at home, I'm preparing and doing everything I can because I feel like I've been given a gift to play golf. But at the end of the day, the golf tournament's over. You know, you take your hat off, shake hands, and you move on. And so my faith is such an important part of my golf game because it's not only an important part of my life, but it's what helps me kind of realize that it's not that big of a deal. You know, I'm called to compete. I'm not called to go win every single golf tournament. Do I want to win every single golf tournament? Of course. But at the end of the day, that's not what's going to satisfy my soul.
It's fascinating. Scheffler talking about goal setting. You have certain guys that will write down a bunch of goals at the beginning of the year, and that's what motivates them. But for me, I do my best when I stay in the present. Scheffler 2 under his opening 9. Co-leader at 7 under par. This was at the second hole.
After a perfect drive, which has been the theme of the day, hits a beautiful wedge. A little unlucky that it drew back that far, being downwind.
Remember, he hit a poor iron shot on the first, made bogey. It's for birdie on 2, missed it.
Missed it a little low.
Tap that in for par. A couple holes later, this was spectacular on the 4th.
Yep, dialed in, perfect yardage.
To 11 inches.
Those are the kind that even you and I can make. I like it when you walk up there and just slap it in like this.
That's being generous, but I'll take it. Scheffler 5 under, was even on the round through 4.
Great shot.
Next hole.
And this is the one that may have kind of opened the gates a little bit, going, okay, now I'm kind of getting back to my game and getting control of this tournament.
Then on 7 at a mammoth eagle putt from outside 60 feet, rolled it to there, knocked that in for a 2-putt birdie.
Yep, very much under control. Way more. It started off tough on number 1, but good gosh, since then it's been even better than anything yesterday.
Siwoo getting Scheffler by a yard, 315 to 314. Max Homa deepest of the 3, but missing the fairway.
Yeah, and they can, well, the 2 in the fairway can definitely get there.
And it plays about 7 yards downhill to boot, so yeah, really good opportunity. Love to miss it on that left side, if anything, though. That left side is, and a little bit long, wouldn't kill him. 260 to the front edge, 291 all the way back.
Kind of straight across, right to left.
Yeah, wind pretty good out of the right here. And this is well struck right at the center of the green.
Wind trying to help it, and it's going to gather down in that little low area, short right.
It's going to be a little tricky chip from there, as that green kind of falls away in the second half, but I don't know if he struck all that fairway wood there.
Yeah, the good news is he kind of specializes in those tricky chips.
yeah. His touch has been pretty good.
Speaking of specialties, Siwoo Kim, driver off the deck.
That's fine.
Yeah, you give him a long shot, and he is going to be
That's fine. Like
as accurate as anybody.
Come on, just trust it, okay? Yeah. I get it. Come on, just trust it. It goes over.
Manny saying just bash driver off the deck,
yeah,
trust it.
It's gonna move it, yeah.
Just try to hit a little low cut with this club, and it's got a chance to be the right number.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I mean, you typically fade this club so it'll kind of hold up against the wind. This one's coming out low, trying to work from left to right. Okay, this is going to be good right here.
Yeah, I think that
was
a brilliant idea. May go a little over, but that's not bad.
And that ball didn't get 15 feet off the ground.
Probably exactly like he was hoping for. Chipping back uphill, though, so that's good.
Now, Max doesn't have the lie to do anything with this. He's going to have to just kind of play it back in his stance and lay this one up as well as he can. Ooh, it caught the tree ahead of him, and it came straight down in the crosswalk. He's going to have over 200 yards.
Poor second from Homa.
Things have not been easy today for Mr. Homa.
Going from a birdie hole to tough situation outside 200 for his third to the par 5.
Yeah, it looks like his ball is at least in the first cut, which should help him a little bit.
He's got about 180 yards to the front edge and 211 all the way back to the hole from there. So big yardage loss there in the being a little too aggressive. I think that's the hardest thing to do, though, is hit a knockdown shot through some thick rough. This rough has really gotten some growth in it over the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, you would think with all the water that's been put on it, and then even today, you know, it's cooled down a little bit, but the wind and this rye fescue is just going to explode in this kind of weather.
Can update, John Rahm has been on an absolute tear. Birdies on 14, 15, and 16. He's 5 under on the round, has the best round going today by 2, and is a co-leader with Johnny Vegas and Scotty Sheffler.
Another one of those, cream is slowly rising to the top.
There's the leaderboard. Rahm had been MIA in majors since making the move to the Live Golf League. No longer the case this week at the PGA Championship.
Well, we all know he's very talented, so it's good to see him, though.
Homa's third.
All right, going to take a lot of patience from this point to find his way in with a par here.
Really just needs middle of the green. With the way things have been going. Stay there, and he did. That's actually probably as good as he could hope for, and he hit a green in regulation after all that.
That was an excellent shot. That green can fall away in a heartbeat back there.
I agree. I think that's a middle of the green. Get back on track.
I have 14 players at or within 2 right now. Cluttered leaderboard. Scheffler short and right. Siwoo Kim just over the back left.
I'd say both. You know, Scotty's got probably a more difficult pitch because of the undulations on the green, but at the same time, he's the best in the world at this stuff. Siwoo, if his lie's not just awful, he should have a pretty straightforward chip shot, kind of back uphill, chance to knock it gimme.
Siwoo trying to gain some ground on the leaders at the par 5 10th.
I just walked by Siwoo's lie. It's a little thick, but very doable. It's only about 25 or 30 feet from the hole, straight uphill.
Well, Scotty obviously has the tight lie here. It's more about judging how it's going to like get up and then release over that kind of ridge in the green, correct?
Right. His last 20 to 25 feet is basically straight downhill. I mean, this one, this is a tough pitch. This is going to test him very much so. Went all the way up there to try to figure out how steep the back of this green is. But he'd much rather get past this hole and give himself an uphill putt.
Third shot coming for Scotty.
And that's another really good one.
This is perfect.
I mean, didn't really expect something awful. Yeah, it's just another great shot. Downhill lie on this tight stuff. This is the hardest thing to hit perfectly square.
Nipped it.
Yeah, he really did. No divot. He just like the only thing that touched each other was the middle of the club face and the ball. That is ideal short game.
That was exquisite touch right there to get that perfectly hole high. Now this from Siwoo, this is very makeable right here. Just got to get it coming down that lie, the right speed.
Okay, Siwoo, what do you got? His third.
Came out a little soft. That's the problem with this rough. It's just sometimes it comes out hot, but most of the time it comes out sticky.
Homa outside 20 feet. Other two guys, good chances for birdie out of 10.
Now, if he could somehow get this one to drop, this would be some mental turnaround here, wouldn't it?
Oh, I think so. He does. He's not swinging great, so he does need something good to happen, which maybe he can get the little reset, take a deep breath. So you just got to have a lot of patience.
Yeah, he's looking 3-4 feet out to the right, though.
Massive swinger. Well, it snapped left enough.
He just didn't hit it. He had it read perfectly.
Another look at how much break Homa had to play. Fell in love with the line and the speed, not quite there.
And this one shouldn't have much in it.
Siwoo momentarily can make it 4 tied for the lead at 7 under, Steve.
This is very basic right here, but you got to hit it. This is a pretty steep uphill effort from 8 feet.
Well, those last 3 putts have kind of been short right.
He's got to be a little bit more decisive.
And he just totally pulled that one after missing him short right.
Big time yank left.
He temporarily has lost the magic with that club. Temporarily.
Siwoo firing blanks on both the par 5s. Pars at 7 and 10. Scotty to separate himself from the herd, grab the lead by 1.
I have to say, he hasn't putted unbelievably well. You know, he missed a short putt here yesterday from about 5 feet as well, with a very similar break to it. So let's see if he can amend that miss there. Remember the short miss yesterday on 17, and I mean, he could have a 3 or 4 shot lead pretty simply almost here.
Well, he's had to get a little bit of a look at Max's, which should help him here.
Scheffler misses left. It should be alarming for the field that he's barely top 50 in putting, and he's tied for the lead. It's like a CJ Cup Byron Nelson. He was 17th in putting and won by 8. It's just been an average putting week for Scotty.
It just looked like a little bit, it just wasn't his committed stroke right there. You could tell it was a little shorter backstroke. I mean, that's happens when you're not 100% committed and you just let it happen. But the field they should be alarmed he's tied, but they should also be alarmed that he's missing that many and he's still tied. So they should think that is a good alarm.
What do we got here on the 11th?
Oh, man, back into the wind, long dog leg left. Early in the week, guys were pumping it way over the bunkers and up there hitting wedges, 9 irons. Today, a little more into the wind, right to left. maybe almost straight in. Steve, you're out there, but got to be a totally different hole. We play much more to its true yardage today.
Yeah, if you get a shot at these flags behind the teeing ground here, they are whipping into. We really turned this corner here from 10 coming to 11, and this thing is dead into the fan. Definitely no way to get over those bunkers. The first one, yes, you got to take it just right of that first fairway bunker. I think that's the perfect line, but this hole's going to be beefy today, boys.
Yeah, it's going to play totally different than it has the first two rounds.
DeChambeau just birdied 15, 4 tied at 7 under par, including the man on the tee, Scheffler.
And his first pull.
Yeah, it might be left of all the bunkers and right of the trees. It might be okay.
It is, except there's just happens to be another little tree there that he might have to deal with.
Yep, there's. Yeah, with the back left pin too, that's not going to be pretty.
First miss fairway for Scheffler.
See if Max can keep his back swing wide enough.
Playing very quickly right there, and that one's left and low.
Left too. That's a tough feeling when you're really that uncomfortable. I've been there 100 times or more, but he's just fighting everything. But he is fighting.
Siwoo Kim even on the round, 1 back.
Yeah, this will be one of the most difficult tee shots these players are going to find on this second 9 today, maybe outside of the 18th hole. This one a much better line, more conservative.
Well, yeah, Steve, I mean, the line on this hole from, say, round 1 to now has moved like 50 yards to the right. So it's a totally different look to your eye.
Siwoo has his own look with his golf swing. PGA professional Joe Hallett breaking down how his setup is different from the rest.
All right, let's take a quick look here at Siwoo Kim. There is something that he does in his setup that I think is fantastic. A lot of people look at him and they see these straight legs. If you're struggling with ball contact, I'm going to tell you exactly where to look. It's right here at your knees. Do you see how these lines are at angles? What I want you to do is be more like Siwoo. I want you to stand tall, have your hands kind of off your belly button, and you're going to push your rump back. Now all you have to do is your hands drop, and if you're not quite at the ball, you can add some knee flex in. Watch the players in the field. You're going to see between the ankle and the knee, it's going to be rather straight. Stand up tall, bend, drop, and from there, you can be just like Siwoo, and straight is great.
Take that to the bank, the behind look of Siwoo Kim's setup. What do you notice, Scott?
Well, a lot of what Joe said there, he's very peculiar about how he does it. Well, like all these guys are, they're very precise in how they want to get up to the ball, and they set up the same way every time when they're playing good. So, I mean, I don't see a whole lot of problems with Siwoo's game, to be quite honest with you. And it's a tough day still, and he's not at 100%, but he's not playing poorly.
Siwoo Kim, 1 birdie, 1 bogey, 8 pars.
Which, you know, George, we can kind of see there's a lot of guys under par, and there's going to be some good scores. But I still think, particularly if you're in the top 15, anything under par today, you're still going to be right in the middle of it.
ESPN Plus, it's Saturday, round 3 of the PGA Championship. Wacky morning. The tee times were supposed to start at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. Had some storms rip through in the area. 2 minutes before the third round was about to begin. I'm George Savaricas with Scott Verplank. We got Steve Scott out on the course. It was going to be twosomes throughout the day. Because of the lightning storms, they decided to switch things during the suspension of play. We did threesomes off both tees. So the final group was going to be late in the day, close to 3 p.m., 2:45 or so. Instead, they had tee times. They did the accordion, some groups off 1, some groups off 10. Pushed things up for our final group about an hour, but Rory McIlroy was raring to go. Had to wait 5 hours until his third round tee time. I've never seen that done the same day. Normally the night before they say, okay, we're going to play twosomes or threesomes because of the weather pending in the area. I haven't seen the morning of a switch like that.
Well, I've been around a little longer than you. I have, and it is unfortunate. You get out to the golf course like Rory, ready to go at 7:30, and all of a sudden he's not teeing it till 1. But it's just it's what happened. You know, it's one of the things that once every decade or something, you might get on the wrong end of it.
Back out to the action on 11. Steve, set us up here.
Yeah, Max hit the tree off the tee, and it kicked right, just fortunately, in the fairway here. Could have been a lot worse, but he's got 250 yards all the way up this hill to this back left hole location. He is like a salmon right now swimming upstream.
Yeah, another middle of the green shot would be really good. And it's not middle of the green. That is way left.
Fighting the swing.
Oh boy, that could be out of bounds over there. I'm hearing some people.
Did it go all the way across the 12th tee?
I'm seeing some people wave. I mean, that could be back in the woods back there, guys.
Well, if it hit the cart path over there, it is.
Yeah, that is not good.
Ouch.
You know, Steve, we were watching him hit balls on the range in the warm-up, and he looked awful impressive to me.
Siwoo ready.
Yeah, this from a couple hundred yards right here. In the best position down this right side. Very tough hole location, very challenging green here. Falls away in the back.
Yeah, trying to ride the wind right to left, and it right through the green, just into the sticky stuff.
How's this for Scheffler?
This might be the worst lie I've seen all week. This one is really nasty here from about 170. He's got to be very cautious here, which he is.
Trying to just get it up short right.
Yeah, it's going to probably come back from there. It will. That'll feed back another 20 yards there.
Yep.
That'll be a challenging pitch and run, but this hole right here on 11 is just diabolical, the way this green kind of goes up and down.
Like I said, this hole has just changed so much from I was watching practice round with Scotty and Gary Woodland. They're hitting wedge to the green. Now all of a sudden, you know, Siwoo's the only one hit the fairway, and he's got 200 in against the wind. So what an about face for the 11th.
Scotty will have to lean on his short game. Get up and down for par, stay at 7 under. Vegas, DeChambeau, Rahm, Scheffler, your co-leaders.
Guys, Max Homa just hit his second shot. Excuse me, his fourth shot. He just hit over his playing partners and the whole expanse of people, right? And now he's on the left side of the green, just over the green in 4.
Oh, so he found his ball, or did he hit a provisional?
That was a provisional. I'm seeing the volunteers they're kind of signaling that the ball was out of bounds, but I haven't gotten back there yet to confirm.
Okay.
Rahm just bogeyed the 17th. He has fallen one back to 6 under. 4 players at 6 under, trailing Vegas, DeChambeau, and Scheffler.
Well,
what a power threesome that would be if that winds up being the final group.
Yeah, and Alex Noren has quietly slipped up there to 6 under par. Davis Riley, 6 under par for the tournament. Tony Finau just somehow is at 5 under par.
The provisional for Max Homa, we were just taking a look at it in the rough.
We got to find out where his first one went.
I'm getting confirmation from Amelia Durant from SiriusXM that that ball's out.
Wow.
I really didn't know there was out of bounds over there. I guess it beyond and left the left of the 12th tee.
I'm behind this left green, this 11th green right now. I don't see any stakes or anything, but it's got to be the inside edge of the curb here. Anything past it, that would be what we're thinking.
The curb of what? The cart path?
Correct.
I can't imagine that would be out of bounds, but maybe it is.
Scheffler's third. Rolling by.
Off the green. There's a little bite back happening here at Quail Hollow at the moment.
Little turn of events. Scheffler missing the birdie putt. It's very makeable. 5 feet back in the 10th. That would have gotten him to 8 under. Seems likely he'll lose ground on the 11th, fall back to 6 under. Homa sorting out what happened with his second shot, where it ended up.
We'd all like to know.
I'm getting worried. This ball hit the path and it went into the magnolia bushes over and through. So, I mean, he wouldn't have anything even if he found it, but.
Okay.
So, whatever the case is, he's hitting his 5th shot from behind the green here.
Yeah, bad to worse.
Siwoo's third.
This lie from Siwoo is just a bird's nest of a lie. These lies keep getting worse and worse. This rough is just growing by the second.
Yep, and another one that comes out sticky, soft, and as soon as you think it's not going to, or you think it is going to come out soft, you blow it right over the green. Wow. Just trying to chop down on it and have it come out the right way, and you can just see the club just doof. That would look like that was quite an eruption there at impact for a little short shot.
Recoil.
This shot for Max. This is where everybody walks off the green over towards the 12th tee, so everything's matted into him.
Yep.
Brutal. That's his 5th shot.
Yep.
That's what's left for a double bogey.
This hole is taking advantage of these 3 guys way more than I expected.
Has been the 4th most difficult hole for the 3rd round.
I think with the westerly type wind and blowing 15 to 20, this hole goes from, like I said, you pump it over the bunkers and hit a little short iron in there, to now all of a sudden it's a bear.
And then you put this hole location on it too. This hole location is just brutal.
Yeah, it seems to me like they're using some hole locations that are not used on a regular basis in the other events that they have here. Maybe hole locations that the guys aren't really used to.
This one's going to be a little kind of on a side slope here, not really down or uphill. Just more left to right, not an easy one to hold by any means.
No, and he hasn't hit a good putt here in about 45 minutes.
Keeps leaving him short. That one from 21 feet goes 20. Second bogey for Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, our group has hit the skids a little bit.
Siwoo Kim's second bogey's last 3 holes. 5 under, he is 2 back.
This one's obviously straight uphill, right, Steve?
Yeah, the good news is this is uphill. He can give this one a little bit of a run. Might just move to his right ever so slightly, but got to keep the pace up.
Pretty poor third to this point. Par putt from off the green. Scheffler, no longer a co-leader.
Just into the wind, up the hill. Just, that was a lot to ask, though, to be honest with you. And if Max can somehow make this for double, we're going to play this hole in 4 over par, which I don't think anybody would have predicted.
Pretty ugly.
And he needs to make this one for that.
Yeah, this is no gimme right here. This is a quick one down the hill. He's got to be very cautious with this one.
Yeah, and he is, I'm just here to tell you, his mind is, there are wires snapping everywhere. And that's not an indictment on him. That's just what happens in these situations. Excellent. He calmed himself enough to put that stroke on it. He needed it.
Double bogey, hit his second shot out of bounds off a cart path from 250 out with the fairway medal. Homa faltering, 3 over his last 3, 3 over on the round. Bryson DeChambeau, Davis Riley, they're each at 4 under par on the day. Johnny Vegas, after the couple opening bogeys, been pretty solid since. 1 over on the round, 3 tied at 7 under par, and you got a whole slew. 5 players, 1 shot back at 6 under.
Yeah, well, they get to what used to be the hard 12th, but with today's conditions, it should be a little bit easier. Straight downwind. Hole location is back left, which is tough to get close to, but this is a chance for redemption after how hard the 11th hole played.
Over par for the field. Pretty much every par 4 at Quail Hollow has been over par for the field this week. And same story for today's 3rd round.
Yeah, really the only 2 par 4s are the 2 short ones, 8 and 14. And other than that, they don't really have any birdie holes.
th playing of the PGA Championship on ESPN Plus. George Savarica, Scott Verplank, and Steve Scott, our group. Some time to kill on the tee at the 12th. Max Homa off a double. Siwoo Kim, Scotty Sheffler each just bogeyed the 11th. Losing some juice middle portion of this 3rd round.
Yeah, and you know this, what we're looking at right here, this doesn't help. I mean, as long as they took to play that hole and they're still waiting, it really makes it, it's all about finding your rhythm, getting in the flow, in the start and stop, and waiting on every shot just makes it so much harder to do that.
Scheffler talking about yesterday, I think that's part of being in a good headspace. Is 3 under 68. Like I said, there's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be challenges out there. I did a good job of responding to mistakes and keeping myself in the tournament, which is what he's doing today as well. How does he respond to the mistake on the 11th, which was somewhat off the tee, but the 3rd also led to the bogey?
Yeah, the 3rd was, the tee shot is what is worrisome to me because he's been hitting it really nice. And
he misses one fairway and you're worried?
Well, but he rarely misses it left when
Fair.
he misses a fairway.
Fair.
And that was way left.
Paint the picture, Steve.
Yeah, that last fairway, that was the first one coming into the wind. This one pretty much turning straight downwind here.
Well, it should be easier to hit.
In theory, right? 21-yard wide fairway, though, but this one has split it.
Perfect. Yeah, George, I wasn't worried about the miss one fairway, but I have not seen him hit it left like that very often. And I'm sure that bothers him, too.
I didn't know if you were hitting the Verplank panic button over there.
Yeah, that was Savarica's panic button.
Siwoo Kim. 1 over on the round.
Just kind of hanging around, really. Hadn't done much good or bad.
Let's see if Siwoo can dial this one just down the line of Scheffler right there.
asking for it to cut a little. No.
It cut enough. Down in the intermediate cut. Not too bad at any spot.
That's okay. If it is in the intermediate, that's fine. Boy, the good news is, George, if you can right the ship, you have some chances to get back in the golf tournament, even for Max. He just needs to figure out a way to get back in the groove with his golf swing.
Yeah, he's had this driver that's kind of built to make more draws and to kind of counteract his fade swing that he's trying to make. And this one's over faded in the right rough.
Yeah, kind of a wipe, and that's not good.
Losing his grip on the leaders. Homa searching for something to get him in the house in this third round. Our feature group playing the par 4 12th. We'll have those second shots straight ahead.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and.
What a shot by Scotty!
To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
A leaderboard reset, round 3, 107th playing of the PGA Championship. Second time it's being contested at Quail Hollow Club. First time was 8 years ago. Justin Thomas a winner then. JT missing the cut for this edition. Bryson DeChambeau, Davis Riley, Johnny Vegas at 7 under. Scotty Sheffler in our feature group, part of the bunch at 6 under, one back with John Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, Alex Noren, Matthew Pavon. Siwoo Kim also in our group. 1 over through 11. How about the captain, Keegan Bradley? He's going to wake up Sunday with a chance to win his second PGA Championship. 368 today. Adam Scott, 3 back. He's 2 under on the round. Matt Wallace, nice day today. 368. 4 under par has you outside the top 15, but you're within 3 of the leaders.
From what we're seeing right now, you can go all the way to tight for 20th, and you're only 5 back. So you're certain there's going to be a lot of guys that have a chance.
And a lot of that will depend on what the weather conditions are like tomorrow, as Bryson DeChambeau has just birdied the 15th. He's pumping up the crowd. He's at 8 under par, now leading by 1, because when Justin Thomas won in 2022 at Southern Hills, he was 7 back going in the final round, but it was a windy day.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you, but this golf course, we've seen Rory do it. Just speaking of Rory, you can get on a stretch in this middle where you can be 6 or 7 under through, for an 8-hole stretch. Anyway, we don't know what's going to happen, but it is playing very difficult.
If we knew what was going to happen, we would go to Vegas.
With Johnny Vegas.
Make a good chunk of change.
But it is actually shaping up to be a great weekend here, and it already is.
Steve, what's the update?
The update is we got about the hardest hole location on the golf course right here to get it close. Siwoo from this first cut, 150 yards out. Easy to knock it over this green right here.
Yeah, from the first cut, he's got to land it like into the 1 foot below the top of the upslope, right? And just trickle over.
Yeah, he's trying to hit a little low draw right here. This is a cutesy little shot.
If it gets up to the back, it'll be a great shot, but that's going to feed all the way back, and he better hope it doesn't go all the way off the green.
I think he tried to do a little bit more with that than he needed to, but all in all, not the worst position to leave it.
No, except that that putt's going to break about 12 feet.
Yeah, it's such a diabolical green here at 12. Now, Max Homa over here on the right side, he's actually drawn a beautiful line. He's got an angle. It doesn't have to play even too much of a knockdown shot under this big oak tree here.
All right.
From 145 yards, wants to pitch it, you know, about 120 to 25.
Well, he needs to take advantage of one of these better breaks. And that's not going to get up either.
It's such a brutal pin. That's fine.
Well, let's see if Scotty can take advantage of being in the fairway.
127 yards left, almost a 340-yard tee shot here. Couldn't have dissected this fairway any better.
I still don't know if he can fly it up on top and stop it, though, with the wind blowing like it is.
I don't think he can. I think he's got to land it into the upslope.
Unbeknownst to Scheffler, he's 2 behind DeChambeau.
It's a good line. And it's a great shot.
That's a pull within 1.
He did. You know, he flew it up top there. I think he had a great yardage. He hits the ball in the middle of the club face with plenty of spin. And I think he hit a shot that not everybody can hit. Solid. You know, his footwork is brilliant with his irons. It doesn't look any different. It's just with driver where it starts getting off the, getting different looking. Yep.
Replay of the action from Scotty Sheffler that has him at 9 feet 3 inches for birdie. John Rahm's posted the low round today, 4 under 67 at 6 under through 54 holes.
He'll be right there in the middle of it tomorrow. Nice sized crowd out there, Steve. Is it as crowded as it looks?
Oh yeah, they are 10, 12 deep around this 12th green right here. This is a great spot. We got some chalets up here and everybody's having a great time. Got some beautiful shade kind of on the left side of this green. I'm going to hang out in it for a little bit and call some of these shots.
These guys will have to navigate a big ridge that dissects the middle of the green. 3 birdie putts ahead on the 12th. Homa 52 feet, Siwoo Kim 49 feet.
Yeah, it's just you have to have done what Scotty did off the tee. He just really put that tee shot in a perfect spot to be aggressive where the other two didn't.
Yeah, Max's ball rolled further away, but it's probably an easier 2-putt than Siwoo's. Wouldn't you agree?
It's just, yeah, it's just really
straight
slow.
up the hill. Yeah.
And it's going to come up 4 feet short.
Yeah. He's used to that today.
Yeah, I don't think we're worried about his putting.
I'd agree. The rest of it's been a battle. Siwoo's putting, on the other hand. A little chilly.
Yeah, this one's got to break a ton, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one's got a lot more break in it. You know,
Play it way up high on the hill and let it feed down towards the hole.
yeah. You don't want to get it too high up there. It won't come down super sharp. Most of the break's going to happen as it works up the hill.
His birdie putt. Stay out to the left. Not too bad.
It doesn't continue to break as it gets on that top.
You
but
can see that.
Still a pretty good putt, though.
Oh, that's the best putt he's hit in the last 45 minutes or an hour.
You seeing much break here for Scotty?
Yeah, this one just a little dripper from left to right. But again, unbelievable distance control. I mean, to get it on the proper shelf right up here, the proper distance. I mean, that wind was whipping behind them, you know, some 12, 15 miles an hour.
I think this putt might be pretty straight.
Yeah, I think it's just a left edge putt right here.
Scheffler for birdie.
Yep.
You bet.
Right in the middle.
Great bounce back after the bogey on 11. He's once again 7 under par, now within 1 of the leader, Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, and making that tremendous distance control with his irons pay off again.
I saw Scotty's parents when they were teeing off on this hole, and I asked them, you know, Scotty and Diane are their names, and they said, you know, I asked them if they find it any more difficult to watch Scotty now versus earlier in his career, and he's like, well, it's much easier now. Maybe the getting through the tour school, but they're having a great time out here watching their son right now for sure.
Yep, the Schefflers, his parents are wonderful people. This is a big putt for Siwoo.
Yeah, not much break here, just maybe inside right at center.
There's a make for par.
Now Max has got 3 feet 9 inches for par right here. Just needs to steady the ship. All is not lost. Got some scoring holes coming up. Got a downwind par 3 and scoreable 14th and 15th. He can get this thing back on the rails.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for in all golf fans, but a lot easier said than done. Okay.
Homa and Siwoo 2-putt pars on 12. Remember, full third round coverage over on CBS as you're watching our feature group coverage on ESPN+. 12 holes down, 6 to go this moving day from Charlotte. Make sure to hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. And there is the Mint Club, otherwise known as the VIP Lounge. The ESPN Bet offerings on site at Quail Hollow Club. It's a great spot this morning around 10 a.m. when the storm rolled through in Charlotte, North Carolina. Spin the wheel of prizes and fun. See what's on the line. Maybe you get a hat, a cooling towel. You could certainly use those this week with temperatures in the mid-80s. It has been hot, and it has been quite the watch with wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour for this third round. Has been a problem for Bryson DeChambeau. 5 under through 15. John Rahm has the low round of the day so far, 467. If DeChambeau pars out, not only would he have the lead, he'd have the best score we have seen at Quail Hollow today. The Rumble Camp going with Scotty Sheffler, Davis Riley, and Johnny Vegas at 7 under. 1 back. 4 players at 6 under, trailing by 2. Scheffler trying to close the gap. They're going to tee off soon on the 13th. Back on the 13th, George Savaricas, Scott Verplank, Steve Scott with this trio. Max Homa, Scotty Sheffler, and Siwoo Kim. Par 3 is what's ahead, Scott.
Yeah, it's playing downwind, uphill downwind. Penn is in the most accessible hole location you could have. Particularly, it'd be a little easier if there wasn't straight downwind at 15 to 20 miles an hour, but this hole is generally not a birdie hole. But if you hit a nice shot just a little left of this hole location, you have a very good chance. There's probably been more birdies today than maybe ever.
Survey says that's incorrect.
Oh.
But you got to think half the field size.
Oh, that's right, half the field size.
There's been 4 birdies out of the 34 this week.
Oh,
the wind is pumping
I think
now.
That's the real problem.
24 to 28 miles an hour.
That makes birdies hard to come by then. Yeah, it's uphill, so your ball comes in a little flatter, so it's kind of hard to get it to stop right there on the front part of the green.
14 and 15 are the birdie spots coming up on the backside.
Hey, I'm just pulling for these guys to birdie every hole.
Like a true tour pro, you guys are all greedy. You just want birdie after birdie after birdie.
And your point is? Anyway, these guys have had plenty of time to think about it.
How about Bryson's day so far?
It doesn't shock me. The guy's been playing so good in these big moments, and there's such big crowds here. He loves that too. And this golf course is built for a guy that bombs it like that. You know, 375 off the tee on 16 or whatever. That's right up his alley.
Here's the scorecard for Bryson DeChambeau. Birdie on 1, back-to-back birdies on 7 and 8, back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15. The number that jumps out at me, and he's complained about his iron game and the inconsistency over the past 6 to 7 weeks. He's hit 12 out of 15 greens today, Scott.
And in the wind, that's probably one of the better iron days he's had in a while. Straight downwind, Scotty and Teddy decided.
Yeah, we got 196 to the hole, 182 to that front edge. A perfect shot would be right into that upslope.
Yeah, at about 183.
Yeah, and I got a feeling he's going to do it too. You're right. It's pretty much straight downwind.
Scheffler in second.
This will be just a good 7-iron here, but this has got to carry the bunker.
Yeah.
And it does not.
Well, if he's on the, yeah, which he is, he's a little bit on the, yeah, he's flat. As good as he is, he'll probably get it within 3 or 4 feet.
Okay? Come on, trust it.
They would love to land that's just up into that upslope there, but anything just right of this hole, I think that's why Scotty missed it left. Anything right of this hole can funnel, 20 yards off of this putting surface. So
yeah, anywhere right of the hole location is probably a miss, because if it, like you're right, if it's 15 feet right of the hole, it's catching that slope and just way down there.
Yeah, this new tee complex in the last couple of years really plays uphill as well, about half a club. So you feel like you kind of hang back to help it up a little bit.
This one's on a good line.
Yeah, this is on a great line here.
What a shot by Siwoo Kim.
Great shot.
The Siwoos from the gallery.
Max needs a good one here, and this wind is really starting to whip over at the tee right now. All this work that he's put with John Scott Rattan, his coach, within the last 8 or 9 months, got to start paying off right here.
Well, this one looks like a good line. See if it's the right club.
Bounds deep, middle of the green.
Not bad. I mean, honestly, one of the more solid iron shots he's hit in a while.
Little change here. Bryson DeChambeau just missed a par putt from inside 6 feet. So 4 tied at 7 under par, including world #1 Scotty Sheffler. Let's get some more on putting with PGA professional Joe Hallett. How to get some confidence with the blade.
Gentlemen, getting confidence on the green. Okay, I know I haven't confused my sports here, but a fun drill you can do. This is the zone of friendship in my group, but sometimes you have to put these 3-footers out, and they're going to be vital, especially tomorrow. A great drill I learned years ago, take a tennis ball. A tennis ball is almost the same size as the cup. So if it doesn't go right in the center, you're not going to make it. Other thing about the tennis ball is it's kind of bouncy, and if your stroke is a little suspect, you're actually going to see the ball bounce a little bit. Try making a few tennis balls. I told you they don't all go in. And when you put that golf ball down there, it looks like about the size of a garbanzo bean on, well, maybe I like tennis better. The point of that is, gentlemen, if you can make the big ball, you're easily going to be able to make the small ball. And I'll tell you this much, the drill is fun. Dare I say, you might even love it. Back to you.
Thank you, Joe. This was Scheffler. Last hole, a 2-shot swing the last 15 minutes. Scotty was at 6 under, Bryson DeChambeau at 1.8 under. And here was Scotty snaking Birdie putt inside 10 feet.
Yeah, and this is what I love when he hits a putt dead center. Just, you can't count him out. And here he is back tied for the lead again, and he's just kind of hanging out.
He makes Bryson misses, but the bunker game needs to be on point at the 13th.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest problem here, and Steve, is just a little downwind, Steve.
Yeah, this is doable. Beautiful rake job, whoever's in this bunker before. It's as smooth as glass in that bunker right there. So I'd anticipate a pretty good bunker shot. He hit a beautiful one back there on the 6th as well, which not too dissimilar to this one.
Yeah, well, I agree. I just think that with the wind blowing harder, it's going to be a little bit harder to get the speed right. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's got enough green to work with, though. I think this is very doable. But the green sits up a little bit from that bunker, so judging depth perception, not the easiest thing.
But he is a little on the upslope, so that helps too.
Scotty second out of the bunker and lines up a little deep.
Yeah.
He put his hand on his head like he just couldn't believe that that ball came out like that.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been a little, maybe the rake job was so good that it just came out flat. You know, there wasn't as much sand under there as he was anticipating.
Ay, ay, ay. Scheffler 16 feet coming back.
Needs that to stay in a 5-way tie for the lead.
Steve, what'll the speed be like for this?
Well, I think it's going to be an interesting speed because this wind is whipping into him, but it is a pretty good slope down, so I think it will kind of counteract. It would actually, in my mind, be an easy one to knock by 4 or 5 feet just because you feel like the wind might hold up the slope a little bit more, but it's going to be a quick one. There's no question. Very shiny for between he and the hole location, so it's going to take a lot of touch right here for Max.
He hit a good putt. It's just whether it's going to hang on. And it's not. And it's going to roll the usual 6 to 7 feet past. That was fast right there, wasn't it?
Yeah. How many of those type of putts has he had today, though? Wow.
The sweat fest continues for Homa.
Yeah. Boy, that putt really picked up speed there in the last half.
This one from Scotty right here, it's got to move from his right to left a little bit. Just a matter of how much the wind coming left or right holds this break up.
Yeah, this is not an easy one.
Scheffler overread it.
It's going to slide on by as well.
Yeah, again, it's kind of one of those where it's just that you think the wind is going to counteract it more than it actually does.
Well, you're on a pretty high spot there on that green, so you can really feel the wind rushing down that corridor. So, Si Woo should know this is extremely quick.
Well, you've seen him decel on a few of these putts. I think this is actually the perfect putt for him. He just kind of get it right on the right line. He knows it's going to be hard to leave it short.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, just right edge, maybe barely outside right edge, as Max Homa's kind of darted left.
Yeah, he's looking that way. If he can just get it rolling. It still needs a center face hit, though, on the putt.
Looking for a second 2 on a par 3 today.
Break.
And Si Woo gets it with the fist pump. 6 under, 1 off the lead.
And just hanging in there.
It's made mincemeat of the par threes at Quail Hollow. 200 in this third round. 4 and 13 birdies, couple bogeys even on the day.
But you know, when it's all said and done, it's not going to be a horrible score. I think anything under par is not going to hurt anybody today, and it's kind of is turning out to play that way.
Steve read that perfectly.
Sure did.
Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, too bad I can't hit him perfectly like that.
That's why you're holding the mic, my man.
Oh, George.
George, you're exactly right.
George, that's only a self-deprecating comment.
So we're all talking on mics. If we could hit it perfectly, we'd be inside the ropes with these guys.
Max with another.
Yeah, you just can't go to the well too many times, can you, guys?
No, I hope he doesn't think that he's not putting well, because you just can't have a 7-footer for par on every hole and expect to play any good. It's just not at this level. It's not going to happen.
All right, this one for Scotty, just inside left. Should just slide ever so slightly from his left to right, but you could tell he is just not feeling 100% on these greens and his stroke right now.
No, well, that thing went on by quite a bit further than anybody was expecting. But that was a nice putt into the shadow, which bothers some people.
Siwoo's taking the honor back. He and Scotty are tied for the week at 6 under. Here's what's next, the tantalizing par 4 14.
Yeah, and playing on downwind left to right. Easiest hole location, particularly today, since it's probably just a 3-wood to get on here. So this is probably your best birdie opportunity. This one and the next hole have got to be the 2 best birdie opportunities left in the round for sure, but maybe on the golf course. So good chance to kind of right the ship if you can hit a nice tee ball here.
8 eagles this week. It has been feast week for the field on the par 4 14th at Quail Hollow. 3 of those eagles coming in this third round. The most spectacular eagle of the week belongs to that smiling face, Max Homa, yesterday on the 14th. This wasn't the easiest hole location.
No, it was one that I didn't really think hitting it towards it would even be a chance, a thought. He did tell me he hit it perfectly on the toe, so that it didn't cut with the wind, and he knew he got enough of it, but he had it just like it's a little on toe center, so it held against the wind, and obviously thrilled with that result.
Inside 2 feet, tapped it in for eagle.
It wouldn't bother him if he did that again, somehow, some way. It kind of needs it. Steve, this is going to play as much left to right as it is down, isn't it?
It is going to play left to right for sure, but definitely some help. Good opportunity here. Yeah, they're going to wait for this group ahead, it looks like. They may wave them up as they've done throughout the week, but
yeah, I would think they would if they once they get on the green.
Steve, what do you make of Siwoo Kim's round so far?
Yeah, you know, he's kind of steadying the ship. I mean, the fact that he's never had a top 10 in a major, though, has to weigh on him right now. I think that, you know, that's definitely something. It's such a hurdle for these players to get over. I know he's won the Players Championship, a flagship event for the PGA Tour, but for what he's doing right now, I mean, he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there with the putter. The putter has not been his best friend over time, but it's trying to hang in there, as we just saw back there on 13. So I think he's hitting the ball well enough around here overall, and this one's going to test him as well. He's got driver.
I think right bunker, the right greenside bunker, is not a horrible spot because you'll be coming back into the wind. Kind of that's where guys were trying to hit it yesterday. And I think if you get it there today, it's probably not a bad spot at all.
More direct line. This may catch the front bunker. 296 to the very front.
Well, if you got up in the very front of the bunker, it's not bad, but I don't think it did.
Flies it in there.
Yeah, but it looked like it caught that first little elbow of the bunker, so that may be a little more difficult. It's like 3-wood to me for Scotty.
Yeah, this is definitely less than driver. Can just turn this over a little bit, right to left. Catch that little bit of a sideboard up there before that bunker and help it turn from right to left.
Birdied it yesterday. Scheffler, tee shot on the way.
Good line.
Really good looking one.
Oh,
what a hop.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Scotty Sheffler, you got to be kidding me.
Max Homa-like right there.
Inside 2 feet, that would grab the outright lead if Scheffler eagles the 14th. He could leapfrog everyone at 7 under, and he'd be out in front at 8 under par by 1.
That's a great statement, George. The leaderboard has been like a leapfrog thing all day. There's been about 10 different people that have had the lead. Yeah, he hit that nice little draw, holding it against the wind, caught the perfect downslope bounce. Just like you would dream it up.
Incredible from the world number 1.
And once again, pin high.
Homa 3 under on the 14th this week.
Well, he needs another one.
He needs a Scotty Sheffler shot right about now. This one a little bit more to the right.
He needs a lucky hard kick left. And if it'll stay in the fairway, yeah, it's going to be okay. Much better than if it would have stayed up there in the rough. So he's actually he's okay there.
Not a bad spot. Michael Thorbjornsen, group ahead. It was even on his round at 400 walking up. Admiring the handiwork of this guy, Scotty Sheffler, has a chance for an eagle 2 on the par 4 to grab the lead at the PGA Championship.
They marked my ball. Did they have to put it back down? Put it down the first so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Okay.
Shot of the day on the 14th, Scotty Sheffler, a 3-wood. Hole measuring 304 yards from the get-go. Couldn't have picked a better line and an even friendlier hop onto the front portion of the green. Winds up 2 feet 9 inches from the cup.
Couldn't have picked a better time to do it either. You know, it just kind of been up and down day. What a shot.
Here's the group ahead. They want to putt out, and they're like, all right, dang it, Scotty's in there so close. They don't want to putt around it. This isn't 1945 where we're dealing with stymies, so we'll throw a coin down and mark it. Just put his ball off to the side. say, hey, bud, we got to get going. He's not the closest. Maverick McNeely was 4 inches closer when he made eagle.
There's been some awful good shots. 4 of them inside 10 feet.
And it won't be the outright lead because Alex Noren just birdied the 18th. 4 birdies his last 5 holes. Noren with a 66, new low round of the day. He has posted 8 under through 54 holes. Scheffler would have to make this to tie Noren at 8 under.
And another guy who kind of is used to playing in windy conditions, Alex Noren, so probably felt pretty comfortable.
Pretty out of left field, too. Noren had been injured, hadn't played the entire season until last week at the Truist Championship.
Yeah.
This just his second start at 2025. Steve Siwoo, second shot.
He's got plenty of green to work with. Nice flat lie in the center of this bunker.
Wow, that hit soft for being somewhat downwind.
Yeah, he hit it too good, didn't he?
I think so. He looks a little bit surprised that it stopped that fast.
I mean, it was straight downwind. I'd be a little surprised, too.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's time for a moment for Max, isn't it?
Yes, it would really be useful if he could make this or at least get a kick in.
Can he eagle it the second straight day?
No, that hit soft as well.
It really took some spin on it, and it barely got inside Siwoo's.
Scotty's going to have to wait a minute till he can hit his eagle putt.
I was going to say, neither one of them got inside Scotty. Now, I would assume they're going to wave up the group from behind as well.
The group behind is not on the tee yet. So
oh, okay.
I don't think that's going to be an issue right now.
Boy, the group behind might be a little bit out of position, to say the least.
Siwoo, then Max, birdie putts. And the main event, Scheffler's eagle will be last.
Yeah, pretty straight putt right here. Not a whole lot to it. Let's see if he can, about the same distance from his last putt. Much easier, though, than the 13th hole.
Well, this would be a good momentum builder after birdieing 13. Hit it. Kind of been a reoccurring theme here today, hasn't it?
No question about that. He has just kind of limped them up to the hole.
Yeah, after putting so wonderfully the first couple rounds.
Look, he just keeps hitting the ball solidly. I mean, he can be his own worst enemy at times, really beating himself up around the course. So I don't see any of that right now. He's mentally doing very well.
Well, it's still a great time to remain patient.
Homa's only birdie came on the 8th. This would be number 2 on the round.
Well, he saw exactly what it did from Siwoo. Just needs to hit it a touch harder.
And that was kind of a little too far out from the get-go, it looked like.
Matter of moments, we'll see if Noren has company at 8 under.
Yeah, that putt was like right edge, and he started that like a full ball outside right. This is 2 feet 9 inches. It looks closer than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but this is what a golf shot he hit to get here.
Scheffler eagles the 14th. He and Noren are all tied up at 8 under.
What a shot. He's just relentless, isn't he? He'd make a mistake, make a bogey, and then he just comes back with another positive.
It's a major champion type shot.
Yeah, he's relentless. I want to get a ruler out too. I'm saying that was inside 2 feet. That ball only turned over like 5 times to get to the hole.
Over to 15. What awaits with the par 5?
Well, your last really great birdie opportunity. Wind blowing, might be a little tougher to hit the fairway today. Those right bunkers might be more in play with the wind blowing pretty hard left to right. But if you hit the fairway, very accessible to hit it in 2. Front bunker's actually a great spot with your second shot if you can't carry it and get on the green. So the last really solid birdie opportunity.
Guys have been able to cash in on the par 5 15th. Scoring average today, pretty much the same as this week, 4.63 for the field.
Yeah, and you can see the wind blowing there. Steve, you're out there walking, the wind blowing basically straight across off this tee, isn't it?
It is, maybe just a hair into the players.
Yeah, so a little more difficult tee shot today than it has been.
You could feel it very easily, though. We can look across the pond and see the 16th green and the 17th green. This is a beautiful spot on this golf course right here, just to look out and observe the whole expanse of this great property here at Quail Hollow.
Yes, it is.
Just a reminder right now, as you're watching our featured group coverage, you can catch full 3rd round coverage over on CBS as it's getting late in the day this Saturday from Charlotte, North Carolina. Scotty Sheffler, 2-time major champ. Twice he slipped on the green jacket. Has never won the PGA Championship. He's tied with Alex Noren. 42-year-old Noren. His only start this year last week, Truist Championship T51, had been injured for 4 months. He's made 39 career starts at majors. He's only had 2 top 10s, both of those coming in the Open. So pretty out of left field that Noren, through 54 holes, is playing some of the best golf of his career. He's won 10 times on the DP World Tour and has never won on the PGA Tour.
Well, you're right. That is a little out of left field. He may have been so excited that he actually got to play last week and didn't play great, but he finished and probably felt okay. His attitude has got to be fresh. He's probably more jacked than anybody to be here.
So Oklahoma State guy.
He and like I said, I know he's used to playing in the wind, or at least he's getting a little older now, but he hadn't forgot how to play in the wind, that's for sure.
Four holes to go in Scheffler's 3rd round. Bryson DeChambeau had it to 8 under walking off the 15th. But a bogey on 16, a double on 17. He slid all the way back to 5 under par. So danger awaits after this par 5.
It does. It's Alex Noren being in at 8 under is, Scotty, I could see him getting the 9 if he could birdie this hole and maybe get in, but there's still a lot of people that are going to have a real shot tomorrow.
All right, Scotty has it teed up, Steve.
Yeah, the wind whipping off the left. He's going to have to wait, though. We got one more player, it looks like, from the group ahead. Give it a go for the green up there.
You got to hug the big trees on the left, don't you?
Yeah, you got to really challenge them. We've seen these players, Xander Schauffele, and the bigger hitters right over them. You definitely have to challenge them. It's a big tree, though.
No, it is a big tree, but unless you're a really confident hooker of the golf ball, there's really, if you're a straight hitter or even any kind of cut spin at all, like Scotty is, I mean, you're going to basically have to start out right at him.
Yeah, definitely a daunting tee shot with that wind hard off the left. As hard as it's been all week here. About 310 yards to that first fairway bunker there. About 280 or so gets you past the tree, and the shot does play downhill just a touch as well, but you do have to take a very aggressive line.
Well, and this may be as windy as any tee box they've been on all day. Kind of wind whipping across that lake, and it's a pretty big lake, so.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop. It's
No.
a beautiful day, though. The humidity's gone down a little bit. It's been a really beautiful day out here.
Well, he just made a beautiful swing off the last tee. Needs another one here.
How much does he challenge this tree? That's the question.
Well, his alignment is more square, so I think he's in good shape. I think he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, quick pick up of the tee.
And okay.
Just gets into the fairway. He's been putting on a driving clinic in this third round.
Yeah, which is, I mean, what a difference a day makes.
Yeah, these players, they just do such a great job kind of recalibrating their game throughout the week. Kind of ramping up each and every day, getting a little better, a little sharper.
Well, he has definitely been a little sharper, although he's had some bogeys today, but still the quality of the physical part has been much better.
That works for Siwoo.
Obviously, is playing a little more into the wind right now. These drives are well short of where they were in the last couple days.
It's a little into the wind. It's mostly cross, but if you don't ride the wind, you're definitely going to lose some yardage. It's going to eat up that yardage that you'd love.
Homa left towards the trees.
Yeah.
Homa's got the two-way miss going. Different story for the world #1, Scotty Sheffler. One of the best driving days of his career. Scheffler's now hit 11 out of 12 fairways to this point. Just hit a tap-in eagle the previous hole on the par 4. What will he do next? Welcome back to our third round coverage on ESPN Plus of the 107th PGA Championship, the PGA of America, and more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina, the host this week. Alex Noren had himself a Saturday. 5 under 66. Somehow birdies on 17 and 18. I thought the Green Mile was supposed to be tough. Finished with 2 birdies to post 8 under par. He's tied with Scotty Sheffler. Davis Riley, a 4 under 67, 2-time winner on the PGA Tour. And Johnny Vegas steadying the ship. 1 over on the round, and now he has 14 and 15 coming up.
Which says a lot for him, because he was obviously a little shooken after doubling 18 yesterday, and then starting off with a bogey right on the first hole. He's solid now, and like you said, he's got 2 real good chances coming up.
Michael Thorbjornsen, 1 under through 14, PGA Tour University #1 last year. The Stanford product, a couple runner-up finishes at the John Deere Classic and the RSM last season. He's also runner-up earlier this year at the Corrales Punta Cana Championship. Steve, how are the guys going to play the hole from here?
Yeah, I think that Siwoo, he's going to have a hard time getting there. He's going to really have to bust it, but he might be able to take that driver off the deck again like he did back there on number 10. Siwoo's looking at 265, but it's a really big climb up to this hole. Scotty has just put it in the perfect spot right here. He couldn't have shortened this hole up anymore. Right in that left corner of the fairway. He's got 247 yards up the hill. Max Homa's got a real thick lie in that left rough. He cannot reach.
Well, so let's say Siwoo, if he hits driver off the deck, is he going to try to hit it over there pin high right, or is he going to try to keep it left of the hole location?
I kind of like this left. In the front left, you kind of can get up and work up the hill a little bit more. Even the front bunker is not bad.
No, front bunker, as long as you're up into the middle of the front bunker, you're fine. Yeah. I think that's actually a really good miss.
Yeah, anything to the right is not great. I think you're kind of working over the little spine that's in the middle of this green, and it'll kind of run away. So I like a left miss or in that front bunker the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little elevated pitch, but I mean, you can do it great with that. Birdie, I like that.
I think it's driver's too low.
Yes, I agree. We can play with this one. Where are you aiming? In between the bunkers?
I'm just going to aim right bunker and throw it.
Okay. The wind should be off the left, so you okay?
Okay.
So he's okay with not getting there and even keeping it on the right, but I was just kind of looking at the yardage book. He will be pitching right back into the wind, so that is a huge factor. So
yeah, for sure, it would not be a very hard 20 or 30 yard pitch for sure.
No, so if you can get up there just short right of that front bunker, you're going to be on an upslope pitching right into the wind. That's very doable for these guys.
All these guys waiting for the group ahead to clear on the 15th. Should happen in a matter of moments. Ryan Fox, Christian Bezan out, and Michael Thorbjornsen.
11.
Just missed a birdie putt to get within 2 of Scheffler and Noren and tie Siwoo Kim, so he remains at 5 under par. Siwoo eagled the 15th back on Thursday during the opening round. Not the only eagle he's had this week, but the hole-in-one yesterday on the 6th.
Win almost straight in, okay? Anything fully committed here on your target.
No, if he can get this one where he wants to pitch at, he might have a chance to make another one.
Ball just way above the feet on this fairway. Just a little bit on a downslope too, but these fairways, the ball's sitting up. Nice little cushion.
Well, he's looking at the right bunker and hitting the draw, so.
It's hit pretty strong. This is well out to the right, though. I don't like this leave.
Well, if it gets up far, I don't know. That's all going to depend on if he has enough room to maneuver that little spine that's in the middle of the green. I don't know if it got up far enough or not.
We'll see shortly.
Scotty, again, couldn't have made this hole any shorter right here. 247 up this hill. Just hit a nice, high, soft one in there.
Yeah, I would sure think this one is either front bunker or left half of the green.
Yeah, he's consistently missed it in the proper spot, so I would think front bunker would be the lead.
Live an eagle putt for the second straight hole. Scheffler
looks pretty good.
Yeah, nice shot.
Oh.
Lined up by Siwoo.
Well, that's, and I think that might be harder than Siwoo's, just that step and a half there. He may have the bunker really kind of impeding his way to the hole.
What's the play going to be for Homa?
Looks to me like he's already hit. Probably laid up the way they're walking on, but
that would make sense.
Must have had a really thick lie.
Johnny Vegas to 8 under. Just birdied the 14th. 3 tied for the lead. Vegas, Noren, and Scheffler.
It's looking a lot like Alex Noren's going to be in the last group, doesn't it? Well, you know, I guess Scheffler and Vegas could both get the 9.
Yeah, it depends if they're going 2s or 3s tomorrow, but he seems pretty entrenched to be among the top 2. Tough day for Max. 4 over through 14 holes. Some pitch shots coming up. Let's check back in with our PGA professional Joe Hallett on the proper mentality to have. He's in Frisco.
George, Scott, this is so much fun. And you know, at that level, when those players are picking, they're picking out a very small target, something about the size of a cup. Our better amateurs are picking out a little bit of a zone. But what I want to encourage people to do to get some confidence while they're chipping is just to put down a stick or a club. I'm actually just going to toss these with my arm. But if I'm trying to hit that tiny little cup zone, I got lucky. But I'm probably only going to hit that 5 or 10% of the time. If I'm trying to hit my zone, I'm on today. I got to be honest about that. I got lucky again. Probably only going to hit that 15 to 25% of the time. But realistically, if all I got to do is get this ball across the line, I'm going to find that all of those chips end up in a pretty good line and a pretty good position. Learn to cross the line and you'll cross over better chipping.
Food for thought as we're in the 15th fairway. Homa's 3rd.
Yeah, looking at 80 yards off the upslope here. Should be a nice lob wedge number. Can take it maybe a couple steps past and spin it. It's a little deep though.
Yeah, back into the shadows, so it's just hadn't been there today up to this point.
Now it's Scotty and Siwoo next to each other.
Yeah, Siwoo's got the slightly easier shot right here. Very tight lies, though, in this approach area. Scotty's got to come up over that little knob of where that bunker and the front of the green meet.
Yeah, that little spine right down the middle is really making this much more interesting than you would like it to be.
Yeah, if they would have gotten this, 5 or 10 more yards farther, it would have been a much easier.
Yeah, I think being in the front bunker compared to this would be easier. So, although he is the best in the world at this, so I'm certainly not gonna count him out.
One of for sure.
It's like chipping off your linoleum kitchen floor, though. It's just, there's just nothing under it, but these guys are so good, they can chip off of anything.
Third to the par 5.
Yeah, that's so good right there. Beautiful touch.
Put a ton of spin on it.
Can't get to 9 under.
Yeah, just another, just look at very little wrist hinge and just picks it right off the top. A lot of arm swing, but not much wrist, you know, hinging back and forth there, so the club face doesn't leave the middle of the ball for very long.
Yeah, this one a little bit easier. You can go around the nose of that bunker. Still tough with the distance control, though. It's got a little bit more heat.
Yeah, looks good.
Take a peek at it.
Well, and that one is actually getting further. That one just kept going. Trying to play a little lower shot here. You can see the ball. Look at that. Way behind his, not way behind, but from our angle, it's well behind his right foot. Really solid. Yeah, I think it just kind of caught the downslope and it just started rolling out. And it rolled uncomfortably past the hole.
This amphitheater around the 15th green, I think, has got to be my favorite. It sits, most of it sits in the shade back here. Just an absolutely beautiful spot to watch some golf. This one's sliding down the hill for Max, working from his left to right. Tough to get the speed right.
Yeah, and that's a little low, I believe.
Way low.
Yeah, and it's not a terrible putt. It's kind of hard going through the shadow, but it just has not been Max's day.
I'm just not putting it in play at all. Has not hit his driver well at all on this back nine. Giving him the rough here is just, it feels like it's growing by the minute. Every lie I see, the successive lie after it, it's just worse and worse and worse.
It's a great opportunity for Siwoo to kind of stay in touch.
Yeah, this one's pretty straight back up the hill.
Yeah, you had to have a good look at it when it was rolling past the hole. So, I mean, maybe fall to the right, if anything.
Yeah, not really. It's pretty straight. Actually, might move to his left.
Siwoo Kim for birdie.
And it moved right into the middle and then straight down.
2 birdies his last 3 holes, 1 back of the leaders.
The crowd loves some Siwoo.
There it is.
There's one of these little tiddlers that will give you just a little bit of trepidation. Just a little bit right to left here. I think you got to play this on top of the hole, honestly, from this distance. It's got to be hit with such a feathery touch.
Yeah, it's a little downhill, so these are the ones where you got to hit them solid. Even though you got to hit them easy, you got to hit it solid.
This one from a similar distance on 10 at the par 5. Can Scheffler grab the outright lead for birdie? Scheffler at 9 under.
Textbook.
Eagle birdie on 14 and 15. 3 under the last 2, 4 under on the round. Crowd getting hyped to see the world #1 take control of the PGA Championship. It's a par for Homa.
Well, I will say that I didn't see anybody getting to 9 today with the conditions, but obviously these guys are good.
Still got the green mile to go.
I get it. It may, but we really didn't think it was going to stay. I kind of said 8, but then it didn't look like it'd be anywhere near that. But anyway, here comes the green. It's the longest mile today with the wind blowing. 16 will play downwind, which will really help off the tee. But then the second shot pins on the back right. Second shot's ripping right to left, so it's going to be pretty difficult to get the ball in there close. I think that these guys might be able to all carry the bunker today with the wind blowing as hard as it is. There might be a better chance that they hit it through the fairway on the left as far as these guys hit it. So it's going to take another really nice tee ball for all of them.
Been some big tee shots on the 16th. Scored a par as of 13 minutes ago. 6:10 Eastern time. 8 balls in the water. 14 total birdies. Combined 84 over. And for the week, the 16th has been the 3rd toughest hole at Quail Hollow Club. But today, with it being downwind, it's played so much easier. It is the 4th toughest.
I mean, that's unreal.
Got the 4th toughest, the most difficult. 17's ridiculous, 3.508 scoring average.
17.
Yeah, and then 18's a quarter shot over par as well.
It is a difficult finish here.
Yeah, a lot of cross, a little bit of help, and the target would be between that tree and the edge of the scoreboard there, that little gap. Great. That's right where we reached. That's right.
Well, you heard it. They're not trying to challenge the bunker here. About 337 over the bunker. Does drop down considerable amount from tee to fairway. Almost 10 yards.
Yeah, I mean, ideal is just left of that fairway bunker. But I think these guys can all get it at least equivalent to the fairway bunker or past it.
Yeah, we're good. Those people are safe. We're good.
I think the tougher thing to do is just try to feel the wind back there in this chute. It's a little confined and enclosed back there in the tee.
Yeah, but these guys, they know which way the wind's blowing at this point. They've been fighting it all day long, so I guarantee you Scotty Sheffler and Teddy know exactly the direction of the wind at this moment.
Yeah, they could figure it out if it was pitch black out here, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Rangefinders in play at the PGA Championship, 5th straight year.
Start of the green mile. And if you add all these yardages up, though, it's not even quite a mile. It's about 3/4 of a mile. But we'll call it the green mile because I like it.
Well, it's not as long as the opening mile, 1, 2, and 3. But there's a little more hazard involved in these last 3 holes, so that's what makes it tough to deal with. Sorry, penalty area.
Scheffler's only missed 1 fairway to this point.
Flirting with the bunker.
Will it carry?
Wanting the wind to
Oh,
hit
it did.
Perfect. Just that. The first little elbow of that bunker is about a 300-yard carry downwind, downhill. So looks like he carried it 301.
Team Scheffler was smiling with that one, Steve.
Yeah, he should be. If that was 2 yards to the right, that would have been smack dab in the bunker. And these guys live on 2 and 3 yard increments, don't they? Now Siwoo Kim doing what he does, drives it in a lot of fairways. There's another.
And I think he did again. Yep, and getting a little extra roll.
This hole's been lengthened 23 yards from the last time they played the PGA here back in 2017, and they could move it another 23 yards back if they wanted to, I guess. These guys would still do what they do here. Somebody would try to find a way to hit it over the bunkers.
Yeah, and somebody will. They're never going to be able to go back far enough, Steve.
Another good one here from Max. Here's a good one.
And that'll be the best one because he's a little further left with a little bit better angle.
Gentle nudge, full third round coverage now on CBS as you're with us on ESPN Plus. George Savarica, Scott Verplank, and Steve Scott. Scotty Sheffler charging to the top of the leaderboard, 4 under through 15. He has been incredible with the driver. 12 out of 13 fairways, narrowly skirting the bunker on the 16th.
As players navigate their way around the course this week, danger will be looming in the form of the Green Mile. The last 3 holes at Quail Hollow have been called a nightmare over the years, and here's why. In the PGA Championship in 2017, there were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. Of those, 12 were triple or quadruple bogeys, and that matches the number of triples or worst on the first 15 holes. A lot of the danger comes from the water in play. Since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003, more than 1,800 golf balls have found their way into the water on this stretch of holes. All that to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Not Winged Foot, not Kiowa, or not even Carnoustie. When it comes down to it, no one is safe walking the Green Mile.
Peter Burns has that right. He was on the stream earlier on ESPN Plus. You have experienced the Green Mile and lived to tell about it, Scott Verplank.
Yes, and it drove me right to the booth. Yeah, it's been redone a few times through the years, but it is definitely a difficult stretch. It really now it's just almost because of the 18th hole is just uncomfortable overall. The 17th hole is uncomfortable because the green is so hard to hit because you get all these really weird bounces on the first bounce, kind of caroms away. And this hole's just always been so long right here that if you're not in the fairway, you're done. Fortunately, our guys are all in the fairway.
Steve, 3 good tee shots out of our group.
Yeah, they're in perfect shape right here. Absolutely. Scotty Sheffler and his title estate just carried that corner of the bunker right there. Ball a little above his feet. He'll have the worst angle. Max Homa will have the best angle from the far left. Scotty and Siwoo both just a shade under 200 yards. Max just a shade under 190. But not a great wind for this whole location at all. So
no,
a pretty large green to hit to. This is a big target here.
Yeah.
No need to go flag hunting. Just hit it right at that big number 16 in the center of the green and the tower, and putt over to it.
Yeah, back right pin with the wind whipping inconsistently right to left. Yeah, it's not a great hole to just flip it in there unless you got a really scoreable iron.
Yeah, these players know if they go 4-3-4 in this stretch, I mean, they're going to pick up a full shot on the field. Siwoo first. Well, slightly on a downslope and slightly above the feet. That's the only thing they have to figure out here. This one heading just a fraction right. The wind has to hit it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. Oh. Yeah, George, I would say Scotty and Siwoo, if they went 4-3-4, they'd be very pleased.
Yeah, well, I think Paul would be a good for it. It might be too much.
You see Scotty going through his familiar pre-shot routine there with that, lifting that club up there and checking the grip. Does a lot of work on the practice tee with a molded grip before he goes out. Just would love to just make this one fall to the right if he could, to hold it against the wind and land it softly. This one's pretty aggressive right here. Looks good, though.
Very aggressive. Right at it. And the right club once again. I consider that pin high, George.
Gorgeous from Scheffler.
Yeah, the worst angle. I mean, not that. I guess when you're as good as him, there is no bad angle. But the worst angle, technically speaking, to get to this location, and he just flags it.
Homa, right at it.
See if he can get one in there close, and he did.
His best iron shots of the day.
Yeah, by far.
Scheffler, a shot to become the first player in the field to reach double digits under par.
No, Johnny Vegas got the 10 under par at one point.
Yes, my bad.
With one hole to play yesterday.
In this third round, first player to reach double digits under par.
You are correct, sir.
Good catch. And Johnny just bogeyed the 15th. Matthew Pavon made birdie. Pavon and Noren are at 8 under, one back of Scheffler. Siwoo Kim tied with Vegas in fourth with Davis Riley and John Rahm and JT Poston. Or pardon me, Rahm and Poston are one back at 6 under par. Here's the closest to the pin. Rahm stuffed it on 16. Homa and Scheffler, 2 of the 4 best.
Yeah, and all those guys on that little list right there are all guys that hit the ball in the middle of the club face in general. I know Max has been struggling, but when he's on, he hits it just as solid as anybody.
What type of lie did Siwoo draw?
It's a pretty good lie, honestly. He's got a little green to work with, and you know, he plays very aggressively. Whenever he just got to be a little bit more disciplined to keep it left of this hole, knowing that it's not a birdie hole, even though we might see 2 of them here. It's just not a hole that birdies are aplenty. But he's a wonderful bunker player. He's got a lot of speed at the bottom of his swing. I anticipate a pretty good shot here.
Let's see it from Siwoo.
Very well done. That ball actually came out with a fair amount of spin on it.
Yeah, he just has so much speed at the bottom that he puts a little extra spin than many players do.
Great camera angle here. And we are back to the bunker shot from Siwoo Kim.
His ball, fortunately for him, didn't plug. It just rolled out of it. Boy, look at the face of his sand wedge there. He just holds the face so it doesn't turn over and make the ball release. He just holds that face so you can keep the spin, keep the bounce through the sand, and keep the spin on the ball. That's why he's Siwoo.
I got a good look at both of these birdie efforts right here, and there's just not a lot of break in this right side of the green over here. Scotty's going to give Max a nice little read. He's just off the right side of Max's line. But I anticipate a couple threes here, guys. These were wonderful, wonderful approaches with a hole location that just didn't fit the wind direction.
No, I'm with you, Steve. I thought with the back right pin, with the wind blowing pretty hard right to left, you've got to be spot on, and both of these guys were.
It's kind of one of these putts that you do a lot on the practice green right here. Maybe just right of center.
12 feet separating Scotty Sheffler from a 2-shot lead. That's a misfire.
I think it broke to the right, but I know he pushed it. But then that ball actually wiggled to the right.
Yeah, he was
inch or two.
Yeah, he was up and out of that one in a heartbeat. Just
on the 16th, it's a par. Scotty's still 9 under par, leading by 1.
Yeah, I think he just, I mean, I know he pushed it a little starting out, but then it never even considered doing any going left. See how much that confused Max here. See if he can overcome that and knock this one in the middle.
Yeah, it just was not it's not a good putt. I mean, he did not strike that well. Blade was a little open, and yeah, maybe it just wiggled a little to the right. But I think Max has put a good solid stroke on this one.
He misses to the right.
That one went right too. When they're that flat, they're hard to read.
I think they were figuring the wind might have a little bit of influence, a little bit right to left, because it's blowing pretty good out here on the 16th green right now.
Four over third round for Max Homa. A couple holes left.
Well, Siwoo needs to put a nice solid stroke and solid hit on this putt. This will be a good save after a little mistake out of the middle of the fairway.
Definitely going to test this long putter right here. He's going to put some heat on this thing, and it's just not been his strong suit as of late.
Creeps it in for par.
Well, that was a good save.
Gets a low 5 and a high 5 from his caddy Manny Vajegas. Full third round coverage now on CBS. So you're watching the 107th PGA Championship. It's the third round. Scotty Sheffler has made a move to the top of the leaderboard, 4 under, with 17 and 18 still to go. At 9 under par, it is Alex Noren in the house with a 5 under 66, a scorching third round. Matthew Pavone also at 8 under, 1 back. To the second page we go. Garrick Higgo, winner earlier this year. Even par 71. Joe Highsmith, another lefty with a 2 under 69, also at 4 under par. What goes through your mind standing on the 17th tee?
Well, at 187 yards, the hole location is in a really awkward spot. You shouldn't hit it in the water today with this, but getting it close to this hole location, everything repels away from it. If you miss it right, it rolls down to the bottom. If you miss it left, it feeds over to the left fringe. And with the wind blowing in your face right to left, there's no chance you can be weak with this. You got to get up there and be convicted with your routine and with the shot you pick to hit, and then you got to hit it. As you can see, it sits right on the water there, so it's a daunting, intimidating looking shot.
Daunting and intimidating, and that's why it's the hardest hole for this third round, scoring average over 3.5.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, the pin's like just over the bunker on the right side, so it's like, oh, you should never hit it in the water, so that you shouldn't be making doubles and triples. But it's just so hard to hit this green. And it's very difficult to get up and down if you miss this green. So it is a very awkward green complex.
Some of the highlights from Scotty Sheffler, how he's played his way into this position where he is leading at Quail Hollow and Charlotte, North Carolina on the back nine at the 12th. For birdie, this was from 9 feet. Perfect pace and line. Pretty stroke. Went bogey on 11, birdie on 12, bogey on 13, 3-wood off the tee on the 14th, Scott.
And then he said, you know, I've had enough. And he just hit the perfect shot. Held his 3-wood with a little draw against the wind, caught the downslope, and the king of hitting it pin high can even hit it pin high from 304 yards. So what a shot and what a 2.
Couldn't have picked a better time for Scheffler. Couple feet. Eagle 2. He hopped up to 8 under par. Was a co-leader.
Yeah, and he's here in 2, and another awkward kind of chip. And he spins it, controls it just enough where he's got another little right to lefter. Just outside the hole, hits this one is really solid, right in the middle. It's just I hate to say it, but he's a machine. I mean, you know, it's
off the tee. He certainly is 12 out of 13 fairways.
Yeah, and just his game management is a machine. He rarely makes a mistake that other guys make.
Well, what did you say at the beginning of the round? Because he had only 6 fairways yesterday, and he was so close. And you talked with his swing coach, and what did he say they dialed in for this third round?
He said he was just aiming too far left, and he said we're making sure that his feet and his shoulders are aimed a little further right. He goes, his eye line was off. And, you know, and like I said, even the one fairway he missed today, he pulled it. So that wasn't a great swing. But he's not built to miss it left. If he misses it right, he's like, well, I can fix that. But obviously they dialed it in because this has been the toughest day to drive the ball because of the wind, and he's just been striping it.
How often do you hear of a simple alignment fix like that versus it being something more mechanical?
I wish I heard something like that more often because, Scotty, what mechanical stuff is Scotty Sheffler going to do? He's already got everything he needs. He just needs to let it perform. Line up good, be consistent with he and Teddy with what they're talking about.
But Steve, now we got the hardest hole on the course.
Yeah, this 17th hole is like you mentioned before, this has got to be the easiest of the bunch right here with the hole locations away from that penalty area, but just a big challenge. 187 yards down this hill. Front bunker definitely in play. 177 is the cover on that bunker.
It's just been hard for guys to get the right club here. I mean, as George says, it's playing the hardest hole on the golf course.
Well, you got this crosswind right to left.
And it's not really because of the penalty area. It's because it's just the green is so repelling. It's hard, and it's hard to get up and down if you miss the green.
Yeah, you have the build out to the right, kind of blocking some of the wind. The flag on the green is laying limp right now.
Scheffler.
Another one right at it. See if it's the right distance. And of course it is.
Heck of a golf shot.
Maybe he was just trying to find it the first couple days when it looked a little bit scrappy, but I think now they got it dialed in. I think the man has hit more solid golf shots today than anybody else for sure.
That ball had just a baby fade on it back into the wind as well. I mean, that was just absolutely spot on.
Well, of course it did.
But with the right to left wind, he just knew exactly how much left to right spin to put on it too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Seawood can put a good pass on it here. Birdied the other par 3 on this 9, the 13th, with a nice iron strike. This one needs a little right to left on the wind.
Very aggressive.
Doesn't get it.
Oh, and it rolls down there where it looks easy, but guys have struggled from down in that little run out to the right of 17 green for about 18 years.
Siwoo does have a classy short game.
Max needs a good solid finish right here.
Yeah, he made a beautiful swing on the last hole with an iron, so.
He sure did. Very similar distance here as well. This one, the wind not hitting it enough. Front bunker.
Scotty Sheffler. 4 under on the round. Eagle on 14. Birdie on 15. Has another birdie putt straight ahead on the par 3 17th. You'll see that on ESPN Plus after this.
If players were given a club for every time they almost won a major, a dozen guys this week could arm a town the size of Abilene. Lots of players come close enough for the loss to haunt them forever when they're getting paid to live in the almostness of fading nostalgia. But only a select few persevere to win a major. In that inch of difference between almost and champion lies the answer to so many prayers.
'107th playing at the PGA Championship. Scotty Sheffler, 9 under through 16. A lot was made that Scheffler never plays Quail Hollow. The joke was, oh yeah, he doesn't know the course, doesn't know his way around. He said, I played the President's Cup here in 2022. I had 4 competitive rounds in there. It's not like this was a new venue. He seemed pretty confident coming in this week as Homa splashes it out on 17.
Going. Good shot, Max. Well, after the stripe show he's been putting on today, why would you not be confident? I mean, if he was hot, if he was really hot with the putter, it'd be a blowout.
It would be like what we saw at the CJ Cup, Byron Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, just for the two, yesterday and today that we've had him, I mean, he's made some better putts today, but he's missed 4, 5, or 6 birdie putts that are very uncharacteristic of him.
What's Siwoo got, Steve?
Yeah, just a little chip and run. I think he can kind of bump this into the hill right here and skip it up there. A little distraction up there in the chalets.
Liquor sales are probably booming.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well over here. It's a beautiful day, but this one just got to chip this one right up the hill. Just grab too much. You can't let it bounce twice. It has to bounce just once in that overseed, and then the next bounce has to be on the green.
I'm telling you, if you took a tape for all the tournaments they've played here of people on the right side of the screen, how many get up and down, it's not a good percentage. Even on a simple looking shot like that, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just the stickiness of the overseed can really get you, and I think that he had to back off there, and he didn't quite reset fully, I don't believe.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's part of tournament golf, though. There's always something going on. This is it's a big traveling circus, this professional golf scene, isn't it?
Yes, there's always somebody, right, George?
100%. JT Poston just quietly birdied the 18th. He's at 7 under, 2 back of Scotty Sheffler. Poston, the North Carolina kid, had his first PGA Tour win in the state of North Carolina, Greensboro, at the Wyndham Championship. 3-time winner now. Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players tied at 7 under par. Siwoo Kim, part of that list. He is 2 behind Scotty Sheffler. Sheffler could open up his lead. The margin right now 1.
Well, it's one of the few putts he's actually had downhill right here. This one's going to slide from his left to right.
The last one like this that he had, he made on the 5th hole.
Scheffler for birdie.
Boom.
Wow. Scotty's at 10 under. 4 under his last 4 holes. The Scotty chants coming from the chalets around the 17th.
You know, it's really, everybody thinks he's kind of boring. I think he's just incredible to watch. I mean, the guy is playing golf like only one other guy in the last 25 years has played it. I mean, he's that good.
That guy being
Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods.
Well, he's doing things that Tiger did routinely.
Siwoo to say par.
Man, now this back up the hill right to left for Siwoo.
Needs this one.
Siwoo walks it in.
Not saying he is Tiger Woods. He's got a long way to go. But the level of his game when he is good is just...
Yeah, what he did last year was as close to a Tiger season as we have seen.
As a good Tiger season.
Yeah, 9 wins worldwide, 7 on the PGA Tour, a Players, a Masters.
Yeah, it's just, man. And today has just been a clinic, to be honest with you. And he's even had a couple bogeys. But it has been about as good as you could get today.
My prediction, and I said this on radio before the start of the CJ Cup, Byron Nelson on Sirius XM. I said that Scotty Sheffler, by the time we get to the FedEx Cup playoffs, will have 3 wins in a major, and we'll be arguing if he or Rory McIlroy would be the favorite for PGA Tour Player of the Year by that time. And Scheffler, I didn't think he'd go the very next week and win by 8, and now he has a 2-shot advantage here, and we know how dangerous he is with a 54-hole lead, but we've seen him go on tears. Last year, he had that 5-start stretch where he won 4 times and had a runner-up finish, and that included the Players and the Masters. It seems like he's going on one of those runs. Still has to tackle the 18th, which tripped up Johnny Vegas, who had a big lead yesterday.
Yes, he does. It's one of the more difficult finishing holes you'll ever play. Creek all the way down the left, bunkers on the right. trees on the right, paramount that you hit the fairway. And to be honest with you, I'd love to see Scotty just hit one of his normal drives today and pipe it right down the middle. But listen, he's shooting up flares right now to everybody else in the field that I may be back. He would never say it, but he always lets his clubs do the talking. But
what was the feeling like when you saw the name Woods at the top of the leaderboard, and he finally made that charge on the weekend, and you were among the chasing pack?
Well, I think honestly, it is getting to be like that with Scotty. You know that he's not going to make very many mistakes. I mean, the Tiger might make a bogey here or there, but he wasn't going to ever like kill himself and do something really dumb. And you knew he was going to take advantage of those par 5 prowess, same as Scotty does. Scotty takes advantage of the par 5s with his wedges, and he's long enough, but then he hits his irons better than everybody else, kind of like Tiger did. It's just, you just know he's not going to beat himself. And I say that, you know, hit it in the water here, but hopefully he's so grounded, it's no big deal to him. This is where he's supposed to be.
5 under, he's tied for the low round. That was Alex Noren with a 5 under 66, a par on the last. He would match that.
Well, in my prediction of 8 under that you talked me down to 7 under, if Scotty pars this one, it'll be 10 under. So obviously I'm not a very good prognosticator.
I mean, we were all debating this earlier. Sirius XM with Taylor Zarzler's on the other stream on ESPN Plus. No one thought it was going to be lower than 8 with how windy it was.
I agree.
Earlier in the day, I figured, okay, we might see a couple 67s, couple 68s. Didn't realize 66 would be a realistic number.
I guess we were conditioned for the first 2 days of Scotty being just a little bit off. And I'll just have to tell you, Randy Smith don't lie. He said, we're getting a little bit better each day. I think we're okay now. Just the little line up better off the tee, and I'm going to have to tell you, he's right.
What an undersell, over deliver. We're okay just means, yeah, Scotty's going to dominate, and we'll have a 2-shot lead.
Yeah, Scotty's going to be okay. I equate him to just like a great racehorse. The closer he gets to that finish line, the more he smells it, the more he gets into the position right now. I mean, he's put himself in that position right now, you know, to be in that final group and to see everything that's going to go on ahead of him tomorrow. Just needs 2 good swings here.
Yep, he needs a good swing here, Steve. This is obviously the toughest driving hole on the golf course.
Yeah, you got some pretty good wind left to right. He doesn't need driver here.
Yeah.
Although that's what he looks like he has.
I think because he's just been other than on number 11, which was the first time they turned into really gusty wind, he's just been striping it.
Yeah, you might as well keep firing your cannon if your cannon's working.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely aimed down the left side of the fairway again, which he should.
Scotty with his reliable cut.
And it's
working
perfect.
to the right edge.
Fairway number 13.
It's been a clinic. We were all worried on the first hole when he hit it way left of the green. And then I got a little worried on 11, on the second shot. But other than that, it's just been an absolute, it's been a clinic. And in these conditions, that's even more impressive. Siwoo's got a big shot right here. Siwoo is right in the middle of this tournament as well.
Got a big jumbo jet right overhead of the fairway right now.
He'll try to hit it. Perfect.
Yeah, it's drifting towards the bunker, though.
That's a peeler right.
Oh, no. Well, if that ball reacted like most of them are, it'll come down into the middle. And he's close enough where he should have a good shot at getting it on the green from there.
Max, he's had some trouble with these left to right winds, without question.
Left to right wind for a right-hander will expose whatever you're not quite sure about.
Next towards the penalty area, some groans from the gallery.
It's a shame.
Scotty Sheffler, 1 hole to go. But it's the demanding par 4 18th at Quail Hollow. He's leading by 2. We've got third round coverage, full coverage, over on CBS right now as it's late in the day at the PGA Championship. Thank you for being with us on ESPN Plus. Been a fun ride watching Scotty Sheffler 5 under through 17 holes, 4 under his last 4 to take a 2-shot lead in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm George Savaricas with Scott Verplank. Out with the threesome of Scotty Sheffler, Siwoo Kim, who has a share of third at 7 under par. He's battled today at 1 under. Max Homa has had his problems at 4 over on the round, has slid all the way to T32. As it looks right now, they play twosomes tomorrow. It'll be Scotty Sheffler in that final 2-ball with Alex Noren, who had a 66. Sheffler with a par on the last could match him for low round posted today in windy conditions, Scott.
Very impressive, both rounds. Were playing well coming in, or starting the day, so they weren't getting any relief on the wind playing late. So really impressive.
Was having this debate last night as Scotty's ball is on a repaired divot with our colleague this week, SVP. He thinks the divot rule is the stupidest thing in golf and that you should get a drop if it's clearly on a divot. What do you think is a seasoned pro here, Scott Verplank?
Well, there is luck in golf, like in everything. Golf is unlike most other sports. I don't know. I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean,
his counter.
Fortunately for Scotty right here, is someone did a nice job of replacing the divot, and it doesn't look. It looks like he can get a solid strike on the ball. What is yours and SVP's opinion?
I don't mind having to play it out of a divot. His counter argument was, why should you be able to pull it 80 yards left and get relief from a temporary immovable obstruction? But then you hit this perfect drive in the middle of the fairway where you should be rewarded, and instead you could potentially be penalized for something that could be easily rectified if it is clearly defined what a divot entails and how you'd get relief from it.
I get that, but the rules of golf are not made for a corporate build out at a professional golf tournament. They're kind of made for playing a round of golf anywhere. So I know what you're saying. If you pull it over there into the grandstand, you get a free drop. Well, unless you play on the PGA Tour, there are no grandstands.
Just an interesting conversation.
It is.
And it's timely with the leader. Fortunately for him, a well-repaired divot. Unfortunately for Max Homa, this looks
not good.
Like a lot to take on here, Steve.
Yeah, his ball was in the water, so he's taking relief. Siwoo Kim will be playing first, however.
Does he have a clean lie?
Yeah, right from the middle of the bunker. No lip issues. This isn't anything out of the ordinary here. Location in the spot. You can play it a little left, let the wind kind of fall.
Yeah.
You know, you could hit a good shot in here for sure. Just have to keep your footing.
Sounded pretty solid, and it was.
Hold.
No.
Chases through into the back right bunker.
I think that got riding with the wind, being hard left to right, and that just no way that ball was going to stop.
We'll get to Scotty in this divot situation. This looks like it was pretty freshly repaired. If it wasn't repaired, he'd be sitting at the bottom on the soil with this divot, so probably a better break than not.
Yeah, it is sitting down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think this is any too big of an issue here at all.
No, if anybody hits it in the middle of the club face better than him, I haven't seen him yet, so that'll make a big difference on this strike with it being coming out of a divot.
Yeah, the wind definitely freshening from these players left right now.
Well, Steve, you're out there. It's amazing how good of shots these guys have been hitting. The wind is really ripping around today.
It's 6, 7, 8 miles an hour steadily more than it was yesterday. So, you know, it just makes you focus on each and every shot a little bit tighter. And Scotty, you know, you said the cream is rising to the top.
Well, and he's the best. Playing golf right now professionally, focusing on what you would need to do.
You just want to put this back in your stance just a little bit more to ensure good contact.
Oh my gosh, was that somebody yelling?
Scheffler all over it.
Pin high. Look at that. Not a problem.
13 of 14 fairways, 14 out of 18 greens. He's walking up to that final green with a birdie putt for a round of 65.
Yeah, and just another center strike. Divot? What divot? That is a cool view right there, isn't it? Been one of the more impressive ball striking rounds that I've seen in quite a while, in all honesty.
The conditions, the stakes, the venue.
All of that.
You add it all up.
I mean, he's been in complete control on a day where very few people have felt any control.
Max Homa already played his third. It's the Scotty Sheffler show in Charlotte. The only question to answer, will his lead be 2 or 3 at the end of the day?
I don't know, call ESPN Bets real quick and see what they got. I wouldn't bet against a 3-shot lead, would you?
I mean, if you were shorting Scotty Sheffler, then
you got problems.
Yeah, might be in the wrong line of work. 9-foot birdie putt on his final hole of the day.
And he's been very good from 9 feet today. He's made 2 or 3 birdie putts from 9 feet.
And you know what, guys? It's an uphill right to left putt.
Shocker.
His strokes gained off the tee and approach. He's first off the tee, first in approach. He's gained nearly 6 shots tee to green today.
That's who he is, right? I mean, that's who he is right now. This is getting back to form of last year.
Steve, where'd Homa end up?
Yeah, he's on the back edge of the green right here. Probably should putt it, but he's just trying to figure out how many breaks there are. It's almost like he's just trying to get out of the way here. He played that third shot, excuse me, so quickly. And he's gone to the wedge here. He's going to chip and run this down the hill. Got a little left to right at the beginning, and at the end, I think it's going to go back to the left.
Homa tracking.
Get in there.
Races by.
Wow, was that fast? You know, Steve, you've been out there all day. Max has definitely not been his day, but you know what? You wouldn't really be able to tell if the guy has acted exactly like he should have on having a horrible day. Has just been a great guy for these guys to be paired with.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, he's been a perfect gentleman. He's definitely struggled, but I think right now he's taking every opportunity as a learning opportunity and trying to figure out where his game and his newly found swing is.
Yeah, we need another spinner here, don't we?
Yeah, we do. This is very doable, though.
Yeah, Max's ball was picking up so much speed around the hole.
Nice finishing note for Siwoo Kim.
Very nice shot, but still trickles.
Another foot or two more than he was hoping for.
Hey, Siwoo has done a nice job today. Kind of just battling, just hanging in there, hadn't let anything bother him. He might be as dangerous as anybody tomorrow.
Yeah, he didn't hole a ton of putts early on in the round, but he's right in the ball game. I mean, his ball striking is solid. This is a hard day. This is a very hard day. I mean, we've seen some good scores, but there's just been lots of crosswinds and a lot of difficult shots. Oh, and by the way, it's the third round of the PGA Championship too.
Don't forget that.
Not a whole lot of break here. Should just maybe hang to his right.
Yeah, straight back up the hill. Oh.
Pulled it.
Oh,
no.
Pulled it just perfectly. Good for Max.
Looked like it was left from my vantage point.
Yeah, it looked left.
Little okey doke by Max Homa.
Well, Max go regroup, get his thoughts together, and maybe come out tomorrow and try to put up a low one.
Even par through 54 holes, but it's a 76 in this third round. This place will explode, Steve, if this putt goes in.
I mean, I don't know what the closest shot was today, but I don't know how you can get it a lot closer to this hole than this. I mean, just a spectacular shot from an unenviable lie.
Scheffler for the exclamation point on the last.
Yep, just keep it up the hill and let it trickle in there like that.
Scotty Sheffler, the round of the day with a 6-under 65. under, a 3-shot lead at the PGA Championship.
You know what? He's getting into that deal where you just appreciate watching him play. It's amazing.
We are seeing greatness.
We are definitely seeing greatness.
An 8-shot win his last start. The CJ Cup Byron Nelson took last week off. Took a couple days for him to kick it fully into gear, and that was on display in this third round. Siwoo Kim.
Big putt for Siwoo.
Pulled it left.
Yeah, just really let him down today, the putting.
Started the day at 6 under par. He will end the day at 6 under par. Even par 71.
How about Scheffler? Low round of the day with 3 bogeys.
Wow.
I mean, you can't ever expect him to make 3 bogeys. So anybody that thinks he's going to do that tomorrow,
You remember when a certain guy with 82 wins would have a 54-hole lead and he'd just turn into the Terminator on Sundays, talking about Tiger Woods?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Scotty's game is built for that.
Scotty Sheffler has become that guy. 14 career wins on the PGA Tour, 2 Masters, 2 Players. But it's been recently when he's been in this spot. But we got to take another look at the birdie on the last. You don't go 2 under on the Green Mile, finishing birdie.
Yeah, he's like, it's not a mile.
He went 5 under the final 5. The wind did seem to die down a little bit compared to the meat of the round, and he took advantage to the house.
Well, he did take it. Well, birdie in 17 and 18. He took advantage of the places he had to take advantage of. He made 3 bogeys, and I think it was a flawless round of golf.
Who among the chasers would you say could maybe do something?
If Scotty drives it tomorrow like he did today, I don't see it. I mean, he's not going to miss any. The guy hits it pin high every hole. Nobody else is even close to doing that.
The last 7 times he's had the 54-hole lead, he's gone on to close out the tournament. A 3-shot advantage. You don't want to spot Scotty 3 at the PGA Championship. We're going to see if he can get major number 3 tomorrow in Charlotte.